So these borders are dividing us. Hence, you find out that when I go to Zimbabwe, I'll be called a foreigner, whereas I'm not a foreigner. There's no African that can be a foreigner in Africa. You cannot be a foreigner. Zimbabwe is my home. Nigeria is my home. I'm an African. So I must move wherever I want to go in Africa. I'm a foreigner in Europe. And what is so funny, we see that these borders, they were meant to divide us. I will just give you an example. For example, in South Africa, the real foreigners are not called foreigners, but Africans are called foreigners in Africa. Why? Because of these borders. But not a single Chinese, not a single European, not a single American will be called a foreigner in Africa. They are called investors. They are called business people. They are given nice names. But when it comes to our own brothers and sisters, we call them foreigners. Why? Because of these borders. They were meant to divide us. And we must say no right now. We must say that thing must come to an end. As long as we're still alive, we must fight that thing so that the generations to come cannot see another African as a foreigner. So that the generation to come, when you see your brother, you see someone you can work with. You see someone you can build future with. We want to create a situation where I don't need a visa to go to Zimbabwe. If I want to go to Zimbabwe tomorrow, I must just go. Zimbabwe is in Africa. What is AU doing? AU was supposed to fight these things. The AU was supposed to unite Africa. Africa is not united today. We still have borders today, but we still have AU. What are these people doing there? These old generations, they are problematic. But we're not worried because we know they are only left with few time. They are departing. We will be here. They will be watching us on heaven or whatever. We have leaders with more resources, with everything. They have everything. And they can unite Africa. And they know that they can unite Africa, but it's just that they don't want to do it. They have our leaders that we have, in order for them to discuss African challenges, they go to Europe and have meetings and discuss African challenges. So we will unite Africa. As young people, we are the majority in Africa. So once we unite as young people, there's nothing they can do. We will defeat them, and victory is certain.
So I guess that's what happens when you consume way too much Pan-African media and you start believing the actual nonsense, right? I was playing that video for comedic relief, by the way, not because I actually believe what the guy was saying. So I just wanted to put that out there before people think, what was that about? It was a placeholder. Yeah. So welcome to everybody here. Hope you guys are all doing well. Christmas was yesterday, but Merry post-Christmas and Happy New Year. So today I wanted to speak about, African unity, specifically Somalis, and I don't want them to get angry, but I'm just saying, I've observed that amongst most Africans, it's the Somalis that sometimes is the Somalis that will usually be the first to throw insults at other Africans and racial slurs. So that's just why. So I just wanted to so I just wanted to bring that up again. If you Somali, I don't have an issue with you, okay? Like I've met you guys before, I've talked to you guys before, but I'm just saying I've observed that out of all Africans, you guys are the first to throw like insults and call someone a Bantu and then make fun of their nose and then make fun of their hair. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Well, so I mean, if somebody is born with a different nose or different hair texture and they piss you off, I mean, it's just cool to make fun of them for that. Like, are you trying to say that you're blessed because you don't have that? Like, I don't. Yes, I just wanted to ask that. But you know what I found funny after digging a bit through research? Oh, and it's Eritreans, you do it too. Ethiopians don't do it. So that's why when we say it's all Horn Africans, it's actually not all Horn Africans. I've noticed it's mostly Somalis and Eritreans that do it. Because even if we look at the Cabo Verdes, right? The Cabo Verdes, the Cape Verdeans, they are not even black, like at all. Okay, I don't even consider them to be black, period. But they don't have the same like racial slurs, at least maybe they do, but they don't say it in public, so we don't know. So, anyways, I've noticed, yeah, that's mostly Somalis and Eritreans that have the racial slurs for other Black people. But, looking upon the history, and I'm not an expert in this by any means. I'm not Horn or East African, so trust me, I don't even know the full of it. But from what I can assume, and anybody in the chat can let me know, and then I'll let you guys come on. I assume that the history comes because of slavery that happened in that region. And I assume that it's the Bantus or the people that looked more Negroid. I don't even like using that term, but I don't know what to say. Yeah, the people who look more Negroid or Niger Congo ish were the ones that were slaves. So then it's like, okay, well, that is the reason why, you know, if you look a certain way in that region, it's historically you got less respect. And now looking into, I guess, the Kenya versus Somalia political issues, we have some Somalis and some Kenyans that have problems. But then when the Somalis that are not Bantu have issues with the Kenyans that look more Bantu or Nilotic, then they make fun of the Kenyans. So it's like, to me, it's like an issue that happened in their region, right? And then they projected that issue on everyone else. Because historically, West Africans have nothing to do with Horn Africa or East Africa. So I don't understand why you would have an issue with West Africans if we don't go to Ethiopia, like, and we never had like a war. West Africa has never had like a full out war with East Africa or Horn Africa. So it's definitely issues that they have in their own region that I think they just project on everyone else. And yeah, there's a certain, if we're talking, because I'm making multiple points here, but if we're talking about in terms of if we're talking about in terms of abroad, so in terms of Somalis or other Horn Africans that are not in, their country, I've noticed that the issue seems to be with a certain group of West Africans. Whenever it's, guys, go to Clubhouse if you think I'm joking. That's Nice knows what I'm talking about. And somebody will say Clubhouse is not a reliable source, but it is. Okay, it is a reliable source when we're looking at human interactions. If you go to Clubhouse, it just happens to be Somalis that are fighting with another group of West Africans. And I'm not talking about fighting as in, oh, like your country sucks, your president sucks. I'm not talking about fighting as in terms of that. I'm talking about actual like insults, guys. I'm talking about people calling people slaves. I'm talking about people calling people monkeys. I'm talking about people saying that they didn't get past the evolution stage or the evolution era. I'm talking about like actual insults that make you think, wow, is this like how people think about other people? Because this is crazy. Like, jeez. I mean, in Ghana, we've never even had a civil war. So we're not like in Ghana, we're not like violent people. We don't, if we throw insults, like we throw small insults, but we don't call people slaves. We don't call people, we don't, so it's like I don't, that's just, I guess that's just a different culture, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like in my culture, we don't call people slaves, we don't call people monkeys, we don't call people gorillas. But in like, it seems like in some other people's culture, that's just, it's socially accepted. And I'm just like, okay, well, I guess it is what it is. Like I can't really say anything about that. It's someone else's culture. So I guess it just some, it's just something that I don't understand fully. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's not all Horn Africans. I've noticed Ethiopians for the most part. I don't know if it's because in Ethiopia they tend to be more diverse in terms of looks and cultures or whatever. But Ethiopians don't, they're not really like that. They're kind of quiet. I'm not saying Ethiopians don't have like featureism, but they don't really have the, they're not really the first to like, throw insults on someone else's looks. But like with other people's cultures, they kind of are. And I'm just wondering like what's the history behind that? Because for some people they'll take a superficial look and they'll say, oh well, they just don't like other people because they think that they look better. But like what really is the history behind that? That's the question that I'm asking. Not necessarily that, oh, they just think that they look better than other people. I mean, you have the right to think that you look better than other people. I really can't, like I can't really do anything about that. But I'm really wondering like what was the history where that started to like do that and to say that. And especially when we have online forums where people know where I'm talking about, where people literally have these beefs, they have these insults, and it's just like it's interesting to me. It's interesting to me because it's even happened to me. I think yesterday when I was doing a live stream, I had some people come in here and call me a Bantu, and I'm like, first and foremost, I'm not East African, so I'm not a Bantu. And second of all, if you go to Ghana and you call somebody a Bantu, they don't even know what that means. So if you think that that's insulting to me, like it really isn't. I have no idea what, I know what that means, but I'm saying like that's not a word that's indigenous to my area. So people are not going to really understand what you mean. But yeah, you had some people come in here, call people Bantus, call people Jariers, people like, I'm just like, okay, like I don't know, where did this come like where did this come from? I just want to know the history of where this comes from. In in one of these other areas, I also heard somebody say the word kafir. Kafir, I'm probably saying it wrong. But kafir, I believe, is a non-believer, like someone who doesn't believe in, the religion. So I'm just like, okay, well, sure, I guess I'm a kafir because I don't believe in that religion. I don't believe in that religion. But if you were to go to, let's say, more of a Muslim West African country like Gambia, Senegal, northern Nigeria, northern Ghana, would you still call them kafirs because they believe in the same religion as you? So would they still be kafirs? I don't I don't get I don't I'm just asking, okay? I just need some clarity to this. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm really genuinely wondering. Like I just want to know what happened. That's all. That's all I want to know. Like it's only here that being called a kafir is an insult. Anyways, but I'll getting back to what some of them were saying, right? They were like, oh, in our society, if you're kafir, you're shunned. Like, we're gonna exile you from our society. And I'm like, wow, that's, you know what? Maybe some other African countries need that. You know, maybe some other African countries need that gatekeeping. Like, nope, if you reject this, you're no longer one of us. You're no longer one of our tribe. Maybe some of these other African societies need that because it seems to be working. It seems to be working for them. But oh yeah, what's up, Iriru boy, the Eritrean brother? Iriru boy, you said you said yesterday that you guys have slurs for black people. Do you know the history of where the slurs for the black people came from? This is such an uncomfortable conversation to have. You guys don't understand how uncomfortable this is, but I really want to have it anyways. Oh, K Polymath, thank you for being here. K Polymath says it's Arabic. Okay, so K Polymath, as somebody who is part Oromo, why do some people have an issue with you for being an Oromo? What does that mean? I just want clarity on that. I just want, because I don't understand. Okay, dear, especially Horn Africans, dear Horn Africans, right? You lot, a lot of you lot look the same. Like, I know you guys will be like, no, I'm different. No, this person's not a Habesha. No, this person's not an Amara. No, this person's not a blah blah blah. But a lot of you guys actually look very similar. You guys have very similar features. So when some of you guys are here like insulting each other, I'm just like, bro, this is like a family fight. It's like a family reunion gone wrong. A lot of you Kushites, listen, a lot of you Kushites look alike. I'm just, y'all have similar distinct features that you guys look alike. So it's like when you guys are like, no, this person's not this person's not that, this person's not this. I'm just sitting there like, I wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. Like, the only reason I can, to be honest, the only reason why I can tell Somalis from the other ones is Somalis tend to, in Somalis, I don't want you to get offended, right? I'm just saying, Somalis tend, I'm clearing up my throat. Somalis tend to be more on the more melanated side. So I could tell by skin tone whether someone's a Somali or not. But when it comes to like the Ethiopians, the Eritreans, the blah blah blah, a lot of you guys actually look very similar in terms of features, like facial features, bone structures. A lot of you guys look the same. So when you guys are here like having these big beasts about, no, but this person is not this person's not from my tribe, this person's not from my clan, I'm just like, I can't even tell the difference. It can't be just, it could just be, I'll be 100%. I can't tell the difference. I can't. It's so funny to me sometimes. When I can't, I can't tell the difference. Now, somebody said that it's not skin tone. Like in that part of Africa, it's not skin tone classification, but it's featureism, and I can agree with that. I can agree with that because I've seen some Somalis that are like 10 times darker than I, and they're like, but I'm not black. And I'm like, correct. You don't have to be black. I agree. But you not light either. I mean, you have a slim nose, you have you know, different hair texture, but you're not light. I I don't know. Maybe it's just something in that part of Africa that people more are distinguished by their noses and like their hair texture and like the, yeah, maybe it's that because I'm just like, I mean, I've seen some Igbos lighter than some of these people and they're like, but they still call them monkeys. So I'm just like, oh, you know what? I don't know. I just I don't even know where I'm going with this live stream. I promise you, I have no idea, but I'm just asking some questions. But us West Africans, when some Horn Africans are here fighting and they're calling each other insults, you know what some of us West Africans are doing? We're just sipping on our tea, we're just eating our popcorn, like, okay, I don't know what they're saying, but okay. Because it's like, so it has nothing to do with me. I didn't, I wasn't in East Africa. My ancestors were not in North Africa. We didn't go to war with you. So I don't have an issue with you. Like, most Ethiopians since the 50s believe they are not black and come from Israel. Is that most? Said not the Ethiopians? Not the Aromos or Amik, who are more than the Habesha? Yeah, because aren't the Aromos, aren't they like, I don't know how to say this, but aren't the Oromos, the only way I can see or distinguish Oromos is they're darker than the Habeshas. They're darker than the Habeshas. And yes, Habeshas are mixed with Yemeni Oh, so is that why the Oromos are not, the Oromos are more dark skinned because the Habeshas have some ancient admixture? Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But hi to K Polymath. Hi to Mr. Pez. Are you from Congo and Angola? Just asking because of your picture. Hi, Quissy. Do you guys have any comments on this? Hi, Stoic One. Do you have any observations on this? Have you noticed? Because I know in the UK there's a huge Somali community. I don't know about Ethiopians or whatever, but have you noticed any interesting observations between some of the Horn Africans in the UK? Because I'll say the Horn Africans in Canada, they're not as radical as the ones that you guys are explaining. I just say the Horn Africans in Canada, they're not as radical as some of the examples that you guys have. So I just want to know what you guys think. Um, but yeah, let me actually drop the link in case anybody has a different aspect. But if anyone comes in the background, just know that you might be waiting for 10 minutes. I just want to read what some people are saying up in here before I add anybody. AC Blogs, I was just playing that for comedic relief, right? Like I don't believe in any of that nonsense. That was just, we were just, I don't know, okay? I was just trying to get some people to laugh. Wow, I've never heard the word foreigner pronounced like this guy. Eric, can you believe this guy said that all of Africa is his homeland? Can you believe he said that? Who are these Africans? This guy said, "Oh, Zimbabwe is my homeland." That guy sounded like a francophone African or maybe a Central African. I want to see this guy go to Zimbabwe and tell the Zimbabweans, "Hey, I deserve automatic." I want to see this guy go to Libya and tell the Libyans, "Hey, this is my homeland." I want to see this guy go to Senegal and tell the Senegalese, "Hey, all of Africa is my home, so I deserve a passport to everywhere." I want to see this guy actually do that. Like, I want to see it. I want to see that. Hi, Mr. Uganda. Mr. Uganda, my Eastern Bantu brother. How you doing? If it wasn't because of YouTube, I wouldn't know these phrases and these terms because I'm telling you, in West Africa, we're just West African, okay? We're not Bantu, we're not Nilotic, we're not blah 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 blah. We just go by our tribes, okay? Like, it's so simple. Like we just go by our tribes. You guys are something else, but it's interesting. Ethiopian apparently do not see themselves as black. Um, I don't see Ethiopians as black either, though. I don't see them as black. I don't know. Like, I think we need to even define what that term is because I don't know what y'all PH, I don't see what y'all jury is talking about. Yeah, we jurors, we're up to juror discussions like always. Cape Verdes are probably mixed with Portuguese. Yeah, Cape Verdes. I see Cape Verdes as straight up Portuguese people. To be honest, like I don't. I've never even really spoken to a Cape Verde like that. But from what they look like, they just look like Portuguese to me. Like I don't even see a drop of admixture with Cape Verdes. If we're gonna be honest, like they just look white to me. Like yeah. In order to have a borderless Africa, there must be a shift in the mindset of Africans because right now Africans is still not unified and they don't think as a collect. Yeah, yeah, we don't. We don't. Akwesi, I, well, I did have an Eritrean brother in here saying that they do have slurs for black people, and I'm assuming he means people that look like people that look like Niger Congo, people who look like Jariers, or people like myself. So they probably do have slurs for people like I. But it's just very interesting because, I mean, like I said, Ghanaians don't go to or Horn Africa. So I'm like, where did this slur come from? Who are they talking about? This is going to be a Black Hawk downstream. Mogadishu is Mogadishu. Is Mogadishu. Isn't okay, you corrected it. Yeah, yeah. I want to go to Mogadishu. I want to go there. I want to eat the bananas. The Mogadishu bananas look different from the bananas in West Africa. So I want to try it. I'm talking about the actual bananas, guys, by the way. I'm just like the serious fruit. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, AM always think this. She put Somalis versus Africans like they're not African. No, FBA Nigel. FBA Nigel. You know what I mean, though. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. And by Africans, I didn't want to put the actual group of people that I've seen Somalis fight with. So that's why I put Africans, because we don't need to go that far. But you know what I mean. The Somalis say they will invade West Africa once they. Will they actually? I would like to see that happen. Because you know what we're speaking about, maybe Somalis and some other East Africans, or sorry, other Horn Africans, they're not a lot in numbers like that. They're not. I think Somalis are only like 15 million. And then maybe some of the other Horn Africans altogether is maybe another 20 million. But they're not really in numbers like that. I'm actually kind of shocked. I thought there were more of them. Oh, did you see how they treated Tayo Aina when he went to I know I said his name weird. Tayo Aina when he went to Ethiopia? Yeah, they made him go to the airport and he had to defecate so that they made sure that he wasn't bringing drugs into their country. I want your guys' opinion on Audrey Kemi's comment. Do you think it was right that when he went to the Ethiopian Addis Ababa airport, they made Tayo Aina defecate so that they made sure that he's not bringing drugs to Ethiopia? Would you guys classify that as xenophobia, racism, or do you think that's just being protective of your country? I just want other people's opinion on that. But Audrey Kemi, you do have to admit, though, you do have to admit, I mean, it was because he was a Nigerian. Like, you do have to admit it's because he was a Nigerian. I mean, you do have to admit that. Like, Nigerians don't have a good reputation when traveling. Um, yeah, we have to be honest with that, though. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. See, the Black Americans do battle with the Somalis on Club. It's so funny because you know what's funny, right? The Black Americans will try to argue with the Nigerians, but the Nigerians will never win. But when the Black Americans argue with the Somalis always win. So I'm just like, you know what? One thing I could say about Somalis is you can't mess with the Somalis. Like they will not let you win. Like they will stand up for themselves. And I think Somalis in a whole, I don't know if they are united, but they look united. So that's something good about Somalis. But let me just add everybody on here. And yeah, that's nice. You called in first. You can go ahead.
Well, I called in
Yeah,
first.
how's everyone?
Good. Thanks.
How's
Thanks for calling.
hello to the panel. So yeah, this is a very interesting topic. Honestly, this is a very interesting topic. Now, the thing about so the thing about the issue between Somali and South Africa, I don't think I don't know how to feel about it because I've been talking to a few Somalis here and there, but there's some Somali definitely feel that way they want to feel, and that's now it don't do anything to me. I've been called Jarrell, by Somali, but the thing I didn't take it personally because as a Somali I was talking to will explain to him what it really means. It just means someone kink your hair, but
Yeah,
people turn
I don't take it personal either. But
yeah, people turn into a negative. Some Somali turn it into a negative thing, But it just means someone would just kink it. And also they told me also they call themselves among themselves Jarrell if you have a more kink your hair. So to me, I don't take it personal when it even I call myself one time I call myself I'm just a Jarrell, because I didn't take it personally. It really does not matter to me really. Um, and so the beef between the Bantu and Isab, I don't think there's a beef. There's beef
there
between
isn't.
Kenya. There's a beef between Kenya and Somali. There's a
Yeah.
beef. There's a beef between Somali and Ethiopia. There definitely is. But when it comes to other African countries, East African countries who are Bantu, there's no. A lot of them don't have the beef. But Kezu can come on, and explain the beef because I really do not know too much of the beef. But I know there's a beef
Well,
between them.
we have some
Yeah,
Somalis here that can explain it as well. But I wanted to see Mr. Uganda's comment. I agree with him completely. He said it's so weird that the African diaspora in the West are more tribalistic online than the ones at home. I've noticed that too. Because I keep saying, guys, like I see this on Clubhouse mostly, but it's like in real life, the Somalis and like other Horn Africans I met, they're cool. But it's like online, it's like that's when everyone wants to like be super pro tribal, pro I don't like you. But it's like in real life, you guys go to work together and you guys are fine. I find it to be so weird. But anyway, Quiz, you can go next. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on the show. I hope you guys can hear me clearly. I wanted to say, you know what? Last time, your last live tours yesterday, I wanted to say something in regards to what I was basically trying to say. I wasn't saying I knew more about South than Josie, but I just wanted to make the point is that when are they going to fight the other groups in their country? That's the point I was just trying to make. But to get on today's topic, uh, yeah, to get on today's topic, I think the whole, I have a UK experience, and in the UK we do have a large Somali diaspora group, and there was a conflict between, I think it was Nigerians and Somalians in South East London. And I don't want to talk about the area in particular, but there was a conflict between Nigerians and I think they were I don't know if they were Nigerians, but they were definitely West Africans, in it. But I didn't know.
We're
It's
Nigerian.
usually
We're
Nigerian.
Nigerian and Jamaican.
Chrissy, it's
but
usually
Quincy,
Nigerian.
I can
Yeah.
say
Let
something.
me finish.
Quincy, I can say what I've
Wait,
noticed
wait,
a lot of
let him
time.
finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay, I'm sorry, Quincy. Go ahead.
There was a conflict in Southeast London between Nigerians and Somalis. That's at least how I saw it, and it was a huge conflict. Like it was even on DVDs and was in the media, and people were getting murdered and everything. I know people
Wait,
think I'm
what?
exaggerating. Yes, people were getting stabbed, shot, murdered in Southeast London. It was a huge conflict, and I don't live in Southeast, never lived there, but I'm kind of close to that part of London, and I always thought to myself, how was the conflict? What was it all about? Innit? And I remember watching this DVD, and then they were saying, F Malis, innit? And in the UK, when people say Mali, they basically mean someone from Somalia, and it was like a huge conflict with a lot of hatred. And when I saw the DVD, it didn't make sense because I didn't know if it was just two rival gangs going at each other or having to have someone of a predominant nationality in that group, or it was just they were specifically
Wait,
targeting
Kusi,
Somalia. But I
sorry,
think
did you say it was Somalis and mostly Nigerians?
No,
the
African
Nigerians.
millennial. Back in the day, it was Somalis and Jamaicans,
Oh, okay.
and it was Nigerians. Now it's between Somalis and Congolese. But you know
What?
the funny thing is,
Congolese?
the West Africans used to get bullied by the Caribbeans. When they got tired of the West Africans, then they went on to the Somalis. This was in the 90s and early 2000s.
So weird.
No disrespect, but I have nothing against Jamaicans, but Jamaicans and Nigerians in the UK, I hate them. I don't like them because we don't get along.
You just said no disrespect.
No, but I'm being serious. There's actual conflict. Like one of my cousins was killed by a Jamaican.
I think that when in London in particular, this part of Southeast, they were literally, I didn't know if it was just two gangs, because sometimes in London you can have two gangs where one gang just has a certain nationality dominated. I didn't know if it was just two gangs going at each other and it happens that this gang has more of this nationality, or they were specifically targeting. But I think if you watch the DVD, you see that they were specifically targeting people just because they were Somalians and killing them. This was basically what was happening, innit? So
good.
Again, what Dr. I is saying in terms of Congolese and Somalis, again, that's happening in another part of London, and it's still happening now, but I don't want to talk about it because then it's like...
You could see, I thought the Congolese were quiet.
I think, yeah, I don't know what the Congolese beef with the Malis is, but I think in North, which I think that's where it's happening, I think it may be to do with the fact that the Africans and Caribbeans were beefing, and the Malis sort of happened to find themselves in a Caribbean gang, which made them targets of the Congolese youth. That's how I saw it. But in terms of the Jerere, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I heard about that word last year. Again, it was a Congolese draw rapper from London or UK who was rapping that song, and he said he saw a couple of Jereres, and I was like, "Where's a Jerere?" I decided to go through the comment section, and everyone said Somalis normally say that word to describe the textured hair of other Africans. So again, it just shows you the Congolese are not just fighting; they're fighting two fronts, and they may also be targeting Somalis, isn't it? So yeah, that's.
But Kwesi, but you know the Congolese.
I imagine French black people beefing. Go ahead, Dr. R.
I'm just saying it's not too serious, but what you said about the diaspora war, what you said about all these things, the majority of it is online. Second of all, but let's get to Africa. Like Somalis don't even think about like West Africa. Like we don't even interact. You're right. We don't even interact with each other. This is like diaspora nonsense. Yeah. And I want to get to the Taino guy. This Taino guy, I don't know much about him, but I know he's a blogger that travels to Africa. He got caught in Ethiopia because unfortunately Nigerians have got a bad reputation in Africa. And a week ago, 2 weeks ago, like some Nigerians, some Igbos were caught in my grandparents' city doing fraud. Like, I'm sorry to say that, but I don't have nothing against these people.
Don't be sorry. If it's the truth, you deserve to say the truth if it's the truth,
Please tell me when I can speak.
I think I would like to ask the Somalis here, the Jerere, from what I'm hearing from the Congolese, draw rapper on YouTube, the comment section, people are saying people from Somalia use it as a derogatory term. It's not like just to describe someone. It's like an insult. It's a bit like the N-word, really. That's what I've been hearing. I don't know if it's true, but I like to ask them.
Can I say something? I want to respond to Quincy brother here. So first, good evening. I have to come here on the defense of the Somalis. And first of all, when it comes to the Somali and other African beef, has been going on for a while, and you can see in the internet mostly. And the thing is, there is videos also made by Somalis. I mean, if we talk about this issue, we have to talk about both sides. It will be very unfortunate if we just concentrate on one side, and the other side we try to and have a blind eye on it. So when it comes to the Somalis, we have videos on YouTube where other African people or Jamaican people. I don't know who they are, but anyways, they make videos about Somalis. Which nationality do you hate? And Somalis are ugly, and I would never date Somalis, and these kind of things is very popular. I have
But
noticed,
Walal,
and
but the majority of the
about
people, Walal, can I add something? The majority of the people I've noticed are West African. I'm just thinking, what if a Somali made those videos? There would be a backlash. Like, I just want
I
to
mean,
know, yeah, to West African
yeah,
people
yeah.
in the UK, why do West Africans, specifically Nigerians and Caribbeans, to be specific, Jamaicans, they got such a big mouth? I feel like in real life they wouldn't go up to a Somali person or say this because of
Well,
social media. No, I just want to add you. I've seen this for
can I
5 or
finish?
6 or 7 years. Yeah, why do these people got such a big mouth? Why don't
Yeah.
if I wanted to ask people what nationality you don't like, I would openly say I don't like this group of nationality. But these people are doing it a very subtle way. I'm
Yeah.
starting to think, are they paying these people to say these things?
African millennia, but and now, for example, just last night we were talking about South Africa, and go back to the comment section, just check it out. People were saying we love South Africa, a lot of people were supporting South Africa, and compared to it tonight, when you say Somali, hell breaks loose. Everybody, literally everybody,
Yeah,
is
that's true.
coming against the Somalis. It's disgusting, to be honest, and I can understand when the Somalis become very defensive and start insulting people, because every time the topic becomes Somali, every national of Africa comes in and just bashes Somali. I've never seen people literally like taking for Somalis, never seen that. And besides, like the videos that's out there, the Somali phenotype is the most ridiculous, right? Oh, you have a bucket teeth, you have a forehead, you have a this, you have a this. But when you say you have a kinky hair, it's slur. Oh my God, how dare you say that? It's like it's getting disgusting. But at this point, I've seen also a video before in this channel where this Bantu guy and another Bantu and Oromo mixed guy was making video solely about Somalis, saying they're toxic, they're ugly, they are. Do you understand? When we watch
That's Dr.
videos like
Kayso.
this,
That's Dr. Kayso.
exactly,
Walal.
Dr. Casey, I've watched that video. That
He's a
was so
gara'uya,
offensive.
hey, because there's people get
Here,
mistreated. No,
can you
because
please?
dadkiisa la neceb yahay.
Exactly. Let me just
Dadkiisa waa
finish.
doqo, wallahi.
So when we watch this video, right? First is let's take an example of sister African millennial. The other day she was talking about because somebody was insulting or in Ghanaian. Of course she has to stand up for her Ghanaian people. I understand that. You understand? But when you get this totally all the time the same rhetoric. Oh my God, Somalis ugly, Somalis this, Somali that. Of course, Somalis will come for you, and I think that Somalis have all the right to defend themselves in any means necessary. The thing is with this Jarer, there's actually a thing, what do you call a tribe called Jarer in Somalia, Jarer Wene. They're Somali
is?
Bantus. Yes, they are Somali Bantu. They call themselves Jarer Wene. This is a tribe of the Somali Bantus, right? Somebody's voice is coming back on me. Quincy, maybe please close your mute your mic. So this is this Somali Bantu tribe who lives in Somalia, call themselves Jarer Wena. This is their tribe, right? So Jarer is just saying your hair texture. We define people how they look. By the Chinese, we say small eyes people in the and by the Arabs, we say daga'at, they have red ears. Do you understand? This is how we define people, by their looks. Anyways, I'm not even going to excuse this, but the problem is when we look at one place and attack that, when it comes to the Somalis, every word the Somali person says, it becomes a slur, it becomes a racial, it becomes all these things. But when non-Somali person can all day long talk about Somalis look and how they look and their phenotype and how poor they are and how like belittling the Somali people all the time. Nobody is talking about it. I don't understand. You have to be neutral. You have to see both sides and say, hey, what is going on? If you want to make peace in between people, but if you just say, okay, why are these people saying this, but then ignoring all the other problems that the other side of people are making, is I feel this is sad. This is not a way to come together. But yeah, I've seen a lot of hate. Just check your comment right now. Everybody is coming for Somalis.
Yeah, no, I
Just
see
saying.
some of the comments.
Just
Can
saying.
I-
Yesterday
get
was
to
different.
why.
Can I
Last
ask
Let's
time,
get
Whoa, whoa,
what?
whoa, whoa,
Why?
whoa,
but
whoa,
let's
whoa.
get to why.
Let only me let
Why?
only
Why?
finish.
I tell you why. I tell you why. Somalis have been harassed since the 1990s, and Somalis are having enough, and they say stuff that doesn't, you don't agree with them. They will insult you. I'm not saying it's good, but when you insult me and come for me, I will insult you. Like this is how it is. But the thing is, when you only like, when I insult you back, why you shocked? Why you like going bananas and say, oh my god, how dare you? Like that doesn't work. Just, you have to come to the earth. Like you have to know that if you insult, if you cannot
Hold
run.
on. Can I say something?
Also,
Can I say something, David?
can I add
Can I add
something?
something, David?
Got the
Africa
art.
Millennium mentioned about no. I want to add something. Africa Millennium mentioned Somalis are going to take over West Africa. First of all, we're not taking. We already taken over like the whole of East Africa. We've got the largest landmass in the whole of Africa. Basically, the Fulanis are doing our job since they're spread it out in West Africa. And it's funny, the Nigerians and certain tribes hate the Fulani. If it was the Fulani in the UK instead of Somalis, I do believe they would get much more hate as well. That's
Can
what
I
I've
add
noticed on the
something?
internet. And well, you should go on
Yes, of course,
Neighborland. I
of
swear to
course.
God, wallahi, yeah,
Fulanis
they
are
hate
getting a lot of
Somalis.
heat.
They hate Somalis. They hate North Africans. They hate Fulanis, and they hate Hausas. And
Yeah,
because of my
anybody who do not
experiences with
look like them
Nigerians in
is
UK, I'll say
targeted.
this
Yeah, it's
openly:
like that.
I do not like Nigerians and Jamaicans, and I'm very like weary and hostile to them, because of the tribalism and religion comes into it. I'm being very truthful. Go on Neighborland if you don't believe me.
Somali is the only tribe in Africa that been denied being African, that been denied being black, that been denied by everything. Listen, I don't mind. I don't want to be black, but I'm an African because my land is on African soil. I don't want to be black. You can keep that as much as you want to. It doesn't bring
Only
me any
me.
good. But
Only
the
me.
thing is,
Well,
Whoa,
let's
whoa,
talk
whoa,
about
whoa, 1 second,
identity.
1
Like,
second.
well,
Wait,
can I
Hold
say
on.
something about identity? The majority. When it comes to
Yes.
like this whole black identity nonsense, that shit belongs in the toilet. Like, I go by my ethnicity, nothing else. Like I don't
Yes.
understand. Like, Somalis in
I
UK
agree.
don't see themselves as black because black is not a ethnicity or race. They go by their tribe or ethnicity, which is Somali. I do not care about the other Africans if they don't identify as black or whatever. If you were to say where I'm from, I'll say I'm from Africa. When you were to say what's my ethnicity, I'm going to tell you Somali. I don't know why Africans, or especially the Caribbeans, got issue with us identifying as Somali, not by these fake labels.
Bantu is not an
That's what
insult.
I'm
Okay.
being very
Somebody
honest
said
here.
Bantu is just a people and language, so it's
Yeah,
not
can
an
I add
insult.
something? If,
It's very situational, though. But I'll speak after.
yeah. You know, I don't want people to say I'm trying to defend Somali. You know, I'm not. But the thing is this, right? I saw a couple, you know, Jamaican and Nigeria go after, you know, Somalis, right? I've seen this couple times, right? And I was with other different Bantu people who are East Africans, and literally the Nigerians and Jamaica were going after the Somali. So Somali came, you know, of course, Somali basically say all the type of racist things in the world, basically, right? They call them all type of name, right? But the problem is that Nigerians and the Jamaica start, you know, start crying about it, basically. So my thing is this, right? You cannot go around insulting people and think they're not gonna insult you back, right? So, you know, even basically out of Bantu, basically we're like, yeah, we agree with that because you cannot go on insulting people and you think they're not gonna insult you back. That's not fair, basically, you know. And that's, you know, I noticed that a lot of times posting, I've noticed that most Somali don't go attack people. Majority of the time they usually get attacked most of the time. And I noticed that, and they attack back. That's what I've noticed. I can definitely be wrong, but that's what I noticed.
That's
No,
exactly what it is.
now that you think about it, I do see how they do get attacked. They get attacked on their blackness or their loyalty to blackness. I've noticed they get attacked on that a lot, and I'm not understanding why Africans care about who identifies as black or not, because again,
But
that's
in
not a
Africa, no one
concept.
cares about. In Africa, nobody cares about blackness. Like,
That's what
people in
I'm
Africa
saying.
go by their tribe.
So I don't understand why the westernized blacks or westernized Africans are trying to say, "Oh, these people have to claim as black too,"
But
when in
if
Nigeria
you
we're not black.
Yeah, but if you say I'm not black, it's like insult. It's like, oh, you don't want to be me kind
Yeah.
of thing. You understand? So they take it personally, like, oh, you don't want to be like me. But the thing is, if you've been told like you're not black, you are not African, you're not black, you're not African, then you say, heck, then I'm not an African. You understand? This color is like nothing for me. Yeah, I really could care less. For me, I'm a Somali, and that is all there is to it. There is nothing else, and that's it. And that's in for every other African tribes in the continent. We don't go around to call ourselves black. We're not in America. But the thing is, when people are coming for you all the time, talking about your looks, about how
Oh,
you
Mimi,
look,
can I
about
ask you a question?
yes,
When
please.
you say people, who specifically?
I'm talking about the listen, like just like what you said before. You said I don't see any difference between the Horn and African. They all look alike, right?
Yeah.
For me, if I see somebody who looks like Bantu / Nyanagongo, I don't look around and say, where does he come from? It's the same. I don't know where he comes from. But when I see a video pop up and say, hey, girls, which nationality do you think is ugly? And then the stage bunch of girls say, oh, Somalis are so ugly. Why? Because their forehead also ugly. I don't look and think, oh, where is this guy from? For me,
Right.
he's an African. You understand what I'm saying? He's an African, Niger-Gango Bantu. That's what I think, even Nigerian or Jamaican. This happens. You understand? This is the problem we are having. We have videos made of this that's going viral, and women are saying disgusting stuff about Somali men, and men are saying disgusting stuff about Somali women. And have you ever seen a video? If I would do that as a Somali or Honor, and then we will go into the street and say, hey, why don't you like which nationality? Oh, I don't like Bantu because they have a big nose and their hair is snappy. I don't like them. What would happen? Just imagine what would happen. People would go crazy and call anti-black all day. I'm just saying.
No,
I
it's
wanted
They
to
love
right.
to use that a lot. Anti-blackness.
Yeah, she's right. It definitely will happen like that. Really.
someone with the
It's
YouTuber who's doing YouTube views saying that, what nationality will you not date, blah blah blah. He's a British or UK based YouTuber, and most blacks in the UK, or Africans, actually West Africans are not Bantus, isn't it? One thing I will say is that the UK is a very different country to America and Canada, because in the UK, I still think there's tensions between the different black ethnic groups that Dr. R himself has highlighted, saying he doesn't like other, black ethnic groups. And again, it just shows you that this whole blackness or black British umbrella that I discussed last time doesn't really make any sense, because the blacks in UK, for the most part, are based and there's tensions between them, and they're basically at war. It's an undeniable fact, isn't it? I said it many times, but nobody believed me in it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
all right. Thank you. We're gonna let Mr. Uganda go next. Thanks for calling in.
Something about the UK black people is that, and I said it in the comments, I don't know why they're sort of sporting this extreme tribalistic demeanor when it comes to social media, because more times than not, like other people have confirmed on the panel, the people back home aren't even as tribalistically enraged as these people. These people in the West, these Somalis, these West Africans, whoever you name it, they're kind of sporting this whole we're better than them and da 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 da, like our people have war, da 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 da. But then when you go back home, I guarantee your aunties and uncles aren't saying the same thing. They're living their life. They're trying to put food on the table. And so I think with the people with these Africans in the West, they're very, very bored. Very, very bored. And I think both have like this superiority notion, and they try to use whatever they can. So yes, there will be Somalis in the West who will say, we have better hair than you guys, da 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 da. But then there'll be African people who go by the same thing of, oh, we have better bodies, or, we have this achievement and that achievement, and you guys are just tyrants. So it goes both ways, but it's not always one way. Because, and again, I always used these pivotal moments where the two cultures or the two extremes clash to assess where we are. There was a Somali woman, and she got impregnated by like a West African, Central African, maybe even a Caribbean. Like either way, you can tell the child is not from her own Somali community. Clearly, it's someone from a Niger Congo Bantu group, and the Somalis were dragging her. They were like, you want to give birth to that monkey baby. Da, 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 da. They were coming. They were like, that baby's not gonna have the good hair. They're gonna have Jalia hair and all of this stuff and all of that stuff. But then I also concede that, you know, West Africans, they do it as well. You know, West African, Central African, Bantu, whatever. We're all lumped together. We do the same thing to them, because I also said how years ago, it was literally, what's it called? It was literally like a passing trend, like, you know, like a coming up phase to make fun of Somalis and make fun of their look and their hair, make fun of their mannerisms, you know, you name it, they were getting dragged for it in the past. So we have to be fair and admit that we're all contributing to an issue as a collective. I'm not saying that we personally do it, but I'm saying as a collective in the West, we're clearly doing something wrong, and we need to sort of dial ourselves back, because people back home, they're not behaving this way.
Mr. Uganda, I want to respond to you.
Oh yeah, please go for it.
Like I went on your YouTube channel. On your YouTube channel, you cover like black issues in the UK. You as an African, why do you care about black issues? Because what you said about how they used to make fun of us. Like if you look at now what's going on, for example, at the moment in the UK government wants to deport Caribbeans because of the Windrush scandal. Then you have like the SARS scandal. Because of what they did for the past 25 years, I do not even care about these people.
Right.
What's happening to them when it comes to like issues? Because in the UK, there's no unity and there's no Pan-Africanism between us groups.
Mm-hmm. Or like that's understandable, you know. That's your prerogative. Again, I think all we can try and do is sort of alleviate the pressure, and we shouldn't contribute to the culture of coming at one another, because the thing is, I think you already said it, Doctor, and you said it I actually pretty much agree with this, is that there is a sort of surging disagreement between Congolese and Somali, and I've actually seen it, so I agree. It seems to be a new thing every 3 years. Like every 3 years, it will be Somali versus the Caribbean, which is primarily Jamaican. Then it will be Somali versus Nigerian. Then it will be Caribbean. It will be Jamaicans versus Nigerian, or Jamaican versus Ghanaian, or Jamaican versus Congo. It's always a new mesh and mix, you know. Like I think we have to sort of pull out of doing these destructive things, because I definitely see that there's a trend in this thing, but we're the only ones who are suffering. All we're doing is sort of denigrating our own, and everyone just watches us do it, you know. It's not a good look.
Yeah, and that's really pathetic. I understand. I totally agree with you, Mr. Uganda.
We can have.
And, I just wanted to touch on that the videos they were talking about, because I think those videos that you guys are referencing that take place in the UK, like who's most attractive, who wouldn't you date? Yeah, those are definitely, they're not a good look. I don't know, for the life of me, I don't know why West Central or Caribbean people do those type of videos where they sort of come at Somalis like that. I've always questioned it, because with me, even though I didn't grow up around a lot of Somalis and stuff like that, and the look isn't something I'm used to, I wouldn't go up on YouTube and say stuff like that, even if I felt it, which I definitely don't. It's just very weird. Like, honestly, I think in some part, this is going to be kind of like double standardish and stuff like that. But in part, you sort of have to disregard how these Western black people behave. How they behave in the UK, it's not representative of how people in their grandfathers' or parents' countries represent themselves. Because when you go to the Jamaican islands, they're not thinking about Somalis in this capacity. They're not thinking about, I'm not gonna date a Somali because she has a bigger forehead or her hair is loose. Like, I guarantee you, if a few of these Somalis went to the islands, they would be loved and cherished, you know, like the same.
Okay.
Yeah, like, and even if I guarantee, if there are Ugandans in Mogadishu as we speak, and they only ever say how nice it is in Mogadishu. They literally have the time of their lives. So this whole West, this Bantu versus Kushite, all of this stuff, it's very oversimplified in the media. But I think in real life, a lot of us, we get by and we get along.
No. I wanted to jump in terms of a lot of us get by and get along. See, that is not true. If it depends on what.
But you're
fine.
in London. You were in London.
The YouTuber that was talking about what nationality is the ugliest, or what nationality wouldn't you date, and I think that YouTuber is brave for coming up with that question in the first place, because it's always a controversial question to ask. Because when you say someone's ugly, that means they're undesirable, isn't it? And if people were saying,
these are staged, you know that, right? These videos are staged, you know that, right? Please, these are staged videos. Yes, it is.
Hello.
Okay, so since we, I'm going to jump in there.
Can I respond to only me quickly?
Okay, go for it.
Labada galbeedka Afrikaanka videoha ay ka sameeyeen Soomaalida wallahi bilaa tallahi aan ka baaray labadan dadkan sixirkay sameeyeen labadan wallahi bilaa if sixirka ma sameeyeen aan diri lahaa labadaas dadkan.
Okay.
You fahmaysaa?
Yeah, I understand very well. Sorry, guys.
Because kuwan galbeedkan Afrikaanka wallahi bilahi sixirka ay sameeyeen Ingiriiska wallahi bilahi dad Soomaalida dileen dadkan. And aan ku sheegay Jamaicanka dilay qofkaygii reerkaygii isagaa la dilay qofkaas Jamaicanka. Dadkan maqsinka af weyni haysadaan. Wadoona af Ingiriiska ku sheegay.
Anyway, sorry guys. Yeah, he's just explaining to me the problem that's going on in England, and I don't live in England, but I know I have nephews and nieces who live in England, in London specifically. So I hear a lot of these fightings going on. But what the brother Kwesi said, I just wanted to point it out that these videos are very staged. It is staged videos. It cannot be that every single one of the questioners are all saying the same thing. You can see it is a staged video, and it doesn't look good, and it's really hurting the Somali image, of course, and when you there's this just disgusting. And I think these things have to stop from both sides.
Right. Okay, we're gonna let Radi go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
Hey guys, wow, I'm just loving the discussions, and I really don't know that Somalis are being persecuted, and and everything that they go through. And I'm also very shocked at the at how you guys have been describing the Caribbeans, especially Jamaicans, because I've always been of the view that Jamaicans, they're the cool people, and all they do is just chill and smoke weed and listen to reggae. But all of these all of these revelations are something new to me. So I love it when we speak about other nations. It's very interesting.
Agreed. And I don't know, like I'm trying to get Iriru boy. He said
Sorry, I wanted just to give you a little bit crash course on the Horn of Africans. I know, sister, you have probably seeing differences between us, and of course, it's not easy to see the differences between us unless you live.
I don't.
But I just gonna give you a crash course. When you say Habasha and the Somalis, the difference between us is that the Habasha tend to be a lot shorter and lighter skin, and they have more frizzier hair texture, right? While
so
the Somalis
Habasha is like Haile Selassie people.
Yeah, exactly. So they're a little bit shorter.
Exactly.
They're shorter, right? And they're light skinned, and their hair is frizzier. Like it's like in between, like kinky and not so kinky. So a little bit frizzier. While the Somalis are taller and darker, and their hair tend to be very, very soft. So you can see the difference. If you see a Habasha, you see always the difference that they are a little shorter and lighter skin. So that's but then when it comes to Oromo and other Kusheric people in Africa, in East Africa, we tend to look like this. It's similar. But that's how you see, like when we talk about Habasha and the Kusheric is a little bit different. Like we are taller and darker, while they are shorter and lighter, and the hair texture varies also.
Yeah, can I say something? Oh, someone else needs to go.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say this, right? I don't know why people always bring out the band, like band to have beef with Somalis. Your Kenyan beef between Somali, it's got nothing to do with what people think. It's got nothing to do with looks. It got nothing to do with what between what we talking about. That's not the beef is about. It's more to do with whatever issues they have between the land and the ocean area. What's going on, and Bantu. Because yesterday I saw Adjo is brought out the Bantu thing, right? I didn't want to respond to it because I just didn't care about it. But people need to stop and get Bantu into stuff that they don't know nothing about, because Bantus don't have no beef with Somali. We really, a lot of Bantus don't care with what's going on, what's happening between Somali. Really, there's no beef. All right, that's what I want to say. That because people keep bringing this up for some reason. Because it don't make any sense. Because how come we cannot make fun of them on their forehead when a lot of East African Bantu got big forehead? You find it in Kenya, you find it in Uganda, you find it in Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania. So we cannot make fun of them when we have the same big forehead. We have mostly the same type of look. So it doesn't make any
Can I
sense.
respond about the Kenya situation?
It's true.
The Kenya situation is basically territorial.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
the beef is about. It got nothing to do with this idea people think. There's no beef between Bantu and there's a lot of my mention Bantus, but Bantu don't got no beef with them at all.
I just want to mention basically in Somalia is basically Africa's most homogeneous nation that's inhabited by one ethnic group. That's one ethnic group that speaks one language, has same culture, same religion. In Somalia, we've got ethnic minorities who are not ethnic Somalis or Cushitic that are treated like shit. This includes the Somali minority clans that are treated badly. But I don't get why why other Africans are so pissed off about Bantus in Somalia being mistreated. What about the Tutsis that are being mistreated? What about the Pygmy people in Congo? Because some Africans, especially some West Africans,
I want to say that too.
No, but
yes, I wanted to say that
country,
too.
for example, every country on the planet has got minorities. I've got minorities that are being mistreated. In Turkey, you've got the Kurds are treated like shit, and the Turks.
Wait, can we have one person finish before we interject?
Just like in Bahrain, where the Shias are the majority, then you have the Sunnis who are the minority. It's like that in every country. I don't get why people get upset about that.
Yeah, when you talked about the Pygmy people, when you said about Pygmy people, and I've seen Pygmy people are treated very badly in Congo area, right? And these people are really going through very. Some people don't even see them as human.
They eat them alive.
Yeah, they don't see them as human beings. They enslave them. You can just look up Pygmy people in Congo, how they are treated. But nobody talks about that issues. These people, nobody's talking for them. I feel seriously sorry for them because no one is talking for them, and everybody's busy on
slaves.
themselves.
Well, you know what's even funny?
But maybe
you know what's funny? They're slaves to the Bantus. They're being enslaved by the Bantus.
This is the thing, and you kind of touched on it, only me, when you said that who's representing them. That's the point, though. Like the pygmy groups aren't on YouTube talking about what they're going through. Like more times than not, you have to wait for investigative journalists to sort of come upon their community and make their plight known. Like with the Somali Bantus on YouTube, they can pick up a camera and sort of make their case known. And I have watched a few videos because one or two of the Somali Bantus reached out to me when I did my DNA video, and they go on YouTube and they make their case known, and they make a pretty good case as to why they're sort of being persecuted. This is the thing, is that we're not saying that it's not right. We're not saying that it's right what the pygmies are going through. But what I'm saying is that it's more understandable that we understand the Somali Bantu plight more when more Somali Bantus come on YouTube and they sort of share their stories. You know, it's about how their type of rhetoric.
But are we just going to go blind eye, even though we know for a fact what they're going through, and it's not the responsibility of the other African tribes to come together and help these people instead, because we know these people don't have. They don't have the.
Can I add something? Only me. Bantus in Somalia are not even indigenous. I see them as alien. And you know what's funny about the Bantus? They're killing. Ethnic. No, listen to me. This is what I've been told. In Somalia, they're mainly poor, marginalized. They're joining Al-Shabaab and they're killing ethnic Somalis. I believe that the Bantus should go back to Tanzania or Congo, wherever they came back from. I've got nothing against them, but
he
they're not
has a little
indigenous.
extreme to look.
Okay.
You look at it in an extreme
Can
way.
they
Wallah,
trace
But
themselves
I've heard
back
stories,
to
Wallah, who are
how
the
I
Tanzania?
see
majority of foot soldiers of Al-Shabaab?
yeah,
Who are the
let
majority
me
of foot soldiers?
exactly yeah. So yeah, they do join the Al-Shabaab, but the thing is that when it comes to the Bantus in Somalia, it has a history,
Yeah.
how these people end up in Somalia and so on. But let's say this: Bantu are not the only people who have been naturalized. There are Kushitic Somali people like the Gobeye and clan and like the Yuber clan that also being in hard condition because they are minority. Once you come from a minority clan, then you've been seen differently in Somalia, because we have this tribalism, clanism system that's going on, which is we are getting better. Thank God we're getting out of this situation. But this is not only Bantu people. There are also Somali, Kushitic Somalis who are speaking out because they have been for a very long time marginalized, like the ones that I just mentioned. So it's not only Bantu, but this is a Somali problem that we Somalis have to take care of and deal with, right? What I'm saying is, when you have a problem in your own soil, when you are a Congolese and you have a problem with the Pygmy people, you have no right to talk about other people's country and point a finger on the other people in the other nations. You take care of the Pygmy people in your nation first, that literally are being killed and hunted. You know.
Okay, wait,
I
one second.
honestly
Wait. No. I said wait. We have DEI on the panel. Did you have anything to add to the conversation? Thanks for calling in. You've been waiting for a while.
Yeah. So, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So, I'm gonna respond to Only Me. She is right. We do have minorities that are marginalized other than Bantus. We have the Midgan that are marginalized, which are the lower caste. We also have other minorities that are marginalized. The issue with the Jared is more of hair texture, because there are Somalis that call other Somalis Tima Jared, which means nappy hair. So I don't know why Somalis are being targeted all the time. It just doesn't make any sense to me. There's also Somalis that live in Kenya who are indigenous to Kenya. They live in Mandera, Garissa, and Wajir. They live in 3 counties. So I don't understand. There's Somalis from Somalia after the Civil War who live in Kenya, and there are Somalis who were there before colonial borders were made. So I just wanted to address that as well. But like I said, I just don't understand what this Bantu Kushite stuff is. And then the Habasha thing, Habasha are multiple tribes. Somalis are one ethnicity. We're Somali. Habasha are Tigray, Tigrinya, Amhara, Harari, all those ones called Habasha because they are mixed with southern Yemenis. Somalis are Kushites like the Afar, the Sidama, the Oromo. Oromos also live in northern Kenya. They're called the Borana. So I just wanted to say those things. Also, please, not all Somalis live with Bantus. Bantus live in southern Somalia. Somalis from northern Somalia don't know Bantus at all. They've never met them. They don't know them. We also have Bajunis who are living off the coast of Kismayo. They speak an old Swahili dialect called Kibajuni, and we have Barwanis who also are Swahili, and they speak an old Swahili dialect called Chimwini. They are marginalized as well. So we need to not point fingers at, oh, these people are being marginalized. Every country has their own people that are marginalized. And like I said, Jarer is a description. I don't know how the UK, it became this derogatory term. I don't even like using that term. It's a strong term, but to me, it's not derogatory, as well as to a lot of Somalis. So I just wanted to address that. And that's all I have to say.
If I have a kinkier hair as a Somali ethnic, my mom will say, "Hey, you have a Jarer hair, kinky hair." This is exactly. That's
Yes.
exactly what it means. You have a kinky hair. It's a kinky hair. We like to we tend to describe people by the way they look. Like the Chinese, as I said, we say they are in Dayar. They have small eyes.
But I also wanted to
to say-
address. Can I just say one thing? I also wanted to address the featureism issue. Somalis, we look like we're a homogenous nation, but we still have people who look different. Like for myself, I always get mistaken for Indian. I don't know why. I have a huge forehead. You can tell that I'm Somali. You can tell I'm East African, but my hair texture is wavy and my nose is straight. But I also have a sister who has curlier hair. We are full sisters. Her hair is more of a 3C type texture. My hair is more of a 2C, 2B. But you could tell that we are sisters and we are full sisters. Are you going to tell me that she's not she's black because her hair is a little bit more curlier than mine? That whole concept doesn't make any sense to me. So people are obsessed with features, and that's part of the reason why a lot of people have an issue with Somalis. Not only that, it's because we're Muslim as well. So let's call a spade a spade.
Exactly,
That's all I have to
exactly.
say. That's all I wanted to
Yeah,
say.
African, I wanted to clarify a few things on here. I think that, first of all, people were saying the Congolese are mistreating the pygmies. None of us on this panel are Congolese, so you'd have to wait till a Congolese
Well, there's
person
one
comes
half.
here.
I'm half Congolese.
But
Okay.
he's
Oh,
not
yeah,
being mistreated by
I just
the.
remembered.
He doesn't
Yeah,
count
and
because he's not
yeah,
being
I just
mistreated.
remembered. Yeah, and yeah, I
Wait,
think
I
with
don't
the
count.
No, I mean because you're not being mistreated, so you can't.
Oh, okay.
You're not experiencing it.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Not saying that you don't count. You are Congolese.
DEI, where you from?
I'm American.
Oh, you're from America.
Yeah, I'm
Are
from
you
the
from
States.
Minnesota?
Nope, not from the Midwest. Thank God for that.
Wait, you're not Somali? You speak like you know a lot about Somali.
No, I'm Somali, but I'm just
Yeah,
not
Oh,
from
Somali.
Minnesota.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm not from the Midwest.
I had a question for only me. I mean, because not so much a question, but I had a sort of premise to raise with what she said. Because she did raise a good point about how we're not advocating for the sort of rights for the pygmies and stuff like that. But this is where I lie with that. If people are going to start advocating for pygmy causes, it should be because you feel in your heart that you're meant to stand up for people. It shouldn't be the point shouldn't be raised in a manner to which we sort of contrast it to what we're not doing because we're focusing on Somali Bantus and stuff like that. The thing is that we shouldn't have to. It's kind of like the way some people would sort of say, do you know how the conversations used to go back in the day with Black Lives Matter? Like when you sort of used to say, oh, this person died, and then they're like, oh, but what about these lives? You know what I'm trying to say? Like if the Somali Bantus raised the discussion more as to how they're being impacted, you know, we focus on it, but we don't use the fact that pygmies are going through things to sort of diminish what they're going through. I do think we should be focusing on what the pygmies go through, but we should do it in our whole heart. We shouldn't use one type of persecution and oppression against the other, you know?
But okay.
No,
But
Mr.
I
Uganda,
think
I'm
what I
exposing the hypocrisy.
but I you know what okay. I think people should clean up their homes before they start cleaning other people's houses. That's what I'm saying. When a Congolese says, oh my God, you are marginalizing Somali Bantu, clean your own home first, and then you can come clean mine. That's what I mean. It's not a whataboutism. This is Somali problem that we are trying to tackle with. And they're not, as we said, we are three people here. We said this is not the only group that is that being marginalized. There are different groups which are Cushitic ethnic Somali groups that are, because they are coming from smaller clans, they are being targeted. Am I saying that's the right thing? No, it's a very bad thing. This is something that we have to deal with. We are dealing with that problem in my community right now. But I think everybody should start focusing on their own community, on their own home first. I think people should clean up their own house. That is my point of view.
Okay, got it. I'm kind of apprehensive, but Dr. K, you can go ahead. Is he there? Okay. We can have Guardian. Do you have anything to add to the conversation?
I just have a question. I just joined, so I don't know if the question was asked already, but why do certain I have a lot of love for all African people. I have a lot of love for Somalis too. I have a lot of love for Somalis, and I'm Muslim myself. I understand that sometimes, you know, being Muslim, people misunderstand Islam, and sometimes as a Muslim, we do get like certain attacks towards us, you know. So I understand that, but why do certain, I've only seen it online, but why do certain Somalis make fun of, oh, we enslaved y'all in the past. Y'all was slaves. Y'all was our slaves. Why do certain Somalis do that online? That's just a question.
I can answer that. I can answer that question. First of all, it becomes an insult, right? When you insult me, I insult you back, and that is what it hurts the most. It is what it is. Like if you insult a Somali person constantly, they will use any kind of slur or insult that they feel comfortable to use, and I think that is what it is. We say, like, if you bite me, I bite you twice as hard. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that is what it is. And also, I've never seen this problem with a Muslim West Africans, like Senegalese people or Mali, or these people never come for Somalis. I have never seen a Senegalese person
Well,
coming
Allah,
for
can I say something?
Somali.
It's tribalism. Yeah, I think it's got to do more to do with tribalism than futurism.
I think also religious has to do with something too. As we say, like, we know that Ethiopians have a word for black people, which is Baria, and Shagala, which just means slave. But nobody's coming for the Ethiopian for having those words for black people. But you know what? The Somalis, yes, they're coming for the Somalis. I think it's double standard. I think it has also
Why?
something
Because
to
the
do with
reason for it,
religion.
because
I think it's for
Ethiopia
religion
is a
also.
multi-ethnic. Well, Allah, I want to add, Ethiopia has got different tribes, many tribes, and plus they're Christian. Somalis are more homogeneous and Muslim and insular. Because in the UK, I see Ethiopians interacting more with the other communities because Somalis in the UK tend to interact with the Asian, Arab communities,
Exactly what I said.
Indian.
I think it's also religious has to do with something, because I have never seen somebody from in Mali or Senegal, as I said, or Gambia insulting Somalis. But it's becoming also, it has with religious to do, as I said. But the Ethiopians have also words and slurs for black people, but black people seem to ignore that. And that is a question I want to ask. Why is that? Why do you ignore
Okay, and I'll answer that. And I want to engage with that first, and then Guardian can go ahead. But I think for me, it would have to do representation. I don't know about Dr. R. He can cut me off and he can sort of give me the realistic picture. But I understand that in the UK there's way more Somalis than Ethiopians. Now, if there was more Ethiopians than Somalis, then I'm clearly blind. But I by far and large, I see that there's more Somalis in the UK. So when we're talking about the sort of direction of the prejudice and conflict between two different parts of Africa, or whether it be the Caribbean and Horn Africa,
Well, Mr. Uganda, can I cut you off quick? But
yeah,
I want
go
to
ahead,
get to
please.
it. Who started all of this madness?
I couldn't tell you, but
No,
it
but
wouldn't
if you
even
look at it, yeah, basically, I want the Caribbeans and the West Africans to own up for what they did back in the day, because they started this whole madness. We didn't start it.
Okay, and let me answer that. Let me answer only me first, and I'll address you. So only me, I think, to your question, I think it's more so to do with representation and exposure. I don't see a lot of Ethiopians on YouTube. I don't see a lot of them around the UK, even on social media. So when you're asking why don't Ethiopians get the slack, it's because I don't really see them, and a lot of us don't see them, like we see more Somalis than we do Ethiopians, but it doesn't make it any more right. And I think this is something I'll definitely take back to the black people I know, and we could work on it. But for Dr. R, I think this whole thing of where did it start, we could only guess where it started. It seems like it started a long, long, long time ago. It's sort of something that we've inherited and we've sort of magnified it in the West, but it doesn't really matter because it's still destroying people.
Of course
either
it
way.
matters. No, Mr. Uganda, you listen to me. You listen to me, right? My family has been in this country for 33 years. Yet the Caribbeans started this whole bullshit. Then you had the West Africans who were getting bullied by the Caribbeans, end up going against the Somalis, who the Somalis never did nothing to these Caribbeans or West Africans. You know what, Mr. Uganda, you preach about Pan-Africanism in your channel and everything. I think it's too late now. I don't think no one's going to rectify the past. Since you are right, we inherited it. And I believe the situation is just going to get worse and worse because there's no unity in the UK between our communities.
Yeah, I think Somali should just become Asian and then just get rid of them from Africa. I think.
Sorry.
Dr. K, your mic is too low. Your mic is too low.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Oh, Dr. K, what did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Somalis should just become Asian and leave Africa. It makes
Why?
sense.
Why? Why don't you go back to
Why?
Congo?
Why
don't you
why?
go back to
No,
Congo?
No,
Why don't you go back to Congo?
Relax,
I think you should go back to Nigeria.
no,
Like I
don't say
said,
that because
relax.
we're
You
not
want to
gonna
get
go.
kicked out.
You
Dr.
should
K, you
go
want to
back
get
to
kicked out.
Nigeria.
We're not going back to Congo or
Dr. K,
nothing.
you want to get kicked out.
No,
Be
no one's
careful.
going anywhere.
Be careful.
None of us
First
are
of
going
all,
anywhere.
listen, first of all, I'm not from Congo. You do get your facts right.
Yes,
right?
you are. You are a Bantu, so you came from Congo.
No, he's
Bantu
from Uganda.
migration,
No, he's
brother.
half Oromo.
Yeah,
Congo,
Bantu
He's half
no,
Oromo, half
migration, brother.
Ugandan.
I
that's a
know
lie.
that.
Only me. That's a
Really?
lie. Only me. That's
Bantu mig-
propaganda. That's not
That's
the
not a
truth.
that's a proven fact.
No,
It's
that's
not a
not the
lie.
truth.
It
Only
is
me.
not. It
Only
is
me.
proven
Please, I
fact.
can't. Only
There
me.
is.
Only me.
Only
Only me.
me.
Like
I think you've been
we
smoking some
can't
crack. Okay.
discount all of our oral history. Okay, like the Bantus
Oh
are not
God.
monolithic. We don't have a
Mr. K,
singular.
I've got a question for Mr. K. Mr. K, tell me why in Ethiopia people get bullied? Because in Somalia, my grandparents have got Oromo servants and maids. You little rat.
Yeah.
Tell
No.
me,
You know
why
what?
are your people slaves to my people and to the other Habashis? Tell me, you make up 60% your people since you're half
Okay.
half the
Let me
population of
put the,
Ethiopia.
let me
Why
put
do you
it.
people
Let
get
me.
bullied? Tell me, why do you people get bullied by the Tigray and the Amharas and the Somalis? You've been our slaves for centuries. Even in Somalia, you come as workers.
Okay. So first of all, right? Okay. Somalia's economy is the poorest in Africa. Each individual makes $300 a year on average. In Ethiopia, it's $827.
Nobody
Right?
cares. No one cares.
It's answering the
No
question,
one cares.
right?
No. You
Again,
said Somalis should go back to
they should. They
Arabia.
should.
Our economy has nothing to do with it.
Where are
We've
you
been
from?
in we've been in the Horn of Africa longer than you there.
Let him
Dr. K,
finish.
where are you
Get
from?
out of here.
Dr. K,
Let him
listen.
land. Let him land. What was your point,
I'm answering
Kaiser?
the
Where
question
is
that was
Dr.
asked.
K from? Where is Dr. K
Me,
from? Yes.
I'm
Dr. K is Kenyan.
I'm Kenyan.
Ethiopia.
That's
Yes, go on.
So what's your problem with Somalis, bro? What's your problem?
my problem. I'll tell you. So okay. So let me tell you what the problem
Intimidated.
is. No, I'm not. What would I be intimidated by poor people?
Kaiser,
Anyway.
you can just answer the question.
Come on.
Right. So
Intimidated.
okay. Yeah. No. Anyways, I'll answer the question. Because look, listen. The religion is Islam, right? That's more Asian and Middle Eastern. They should just go and be part of that country and those economies. Africans
Well, so
don't have a right.
Nigerians are Christian. They should
Wait,
go back to
only
Israel,
me,
huh?
only me.
Yeah, exactly. Yes,
The
yes.
Christians should go back to England.
Any Christian or Muslim should
You
go
don't
back
make
to wherever
any
they came
sense.
from.
You don't
So
make
Why
any
would I
your
not
sense,
problem is
voodoo
the
man.
religion? Is that it?
I don't like it. It's Christianity or Islam, right? Those are non-African religions. Well, yeah, okay. Christianity.
Okay, voodoo man. Listen.
But
Listen.
I think
Africa doesn't belong
recently
to
there was
you. Africa doesn't belong to
recently
you,
there was
first of all, okay? And my people have been living there for thousands of years. And second of all, when you talk about money, Africa as a whole is shithole. Economy is, when you compare to the
Somalia is
world.
especially shithole.
Listen, yeah. I'm not. But we have a reason. We have been in a war. We have been in a war, as I said before. 30 years we have been in war. But what the fuck is your excuse for being in this shithole? Ethiopia never been colonized and the poorest in the world. What is their excuse and what is other Africans' excuse? I've been in a war. I have my excuse.
Not the poorest. Not the poorest. Okay, we're definitely richer
They
than you
are
guys,
the poorest. Come on.
I just told
Africa
you.
is poor. Come on. Come on.
Listen, Somalia is especially poor. $300 a year. That's the average person. $300. I make that.
Somalia owns half of it. Somalia owns half of Kenya. Come the freaking on.
African millennial,
Really?
Get out of here.
Oh,
Everybody's
no,
shit in
African millennial,
Africa.
please intervene.
no,
So
we're not
no,
all shit. I want to we're not all shit. Some of us have been stable because we understood how to mix with tribes. This is the thing. With Ugandans, we haven't had the same type of conflicts that you other surrounding countries have had. And I think this is where we need to sort of stick to the key
Mr.
here.
Uganda, there's conflict in your country between. I've met a half Indian, half Ugandan. There's conflict between the north and the south. Like the north is predominantly like Nilotic, and the south is
the
Bantu.
Nilotic. But do you know what? As far as that, it never escalated as to how it escalated in Rwanda, and it's nowhere near enslavement that is being said to happen in the Horn of Africa. You know, like a lot of these tribes that are quote unquote Bantu,
they were sort of amalgamated over time, which means that we were sort of getting along to the point where we mixed. And now, you know, they're still distinct, but we've been able to get this far because we don't want to destroy each other. Now, this is the thing. Dr. K was obviously being inflammatory when he said, you know, identify as Asian. But this is the thing, like, if we start getting into a whole back and forth of, okay, well, you guys have to go back to Congo, well, it's sort of like, what, we're going to keep hurting each other these ways. And this is the thing. My ancestors didn't come from the Congo. We actually came from Abyssinia. So, and
what is the proof for that? I mean, come on.
My DNA is the proof. My DNA is the proof. The oral history is the truth. And so it's true.
You say, come on, to DNA. Listen, you don't believe in DNA now. So Somalis don't believe in science.
I do believe in science. I do believe in science. I do know about more in DNA than you.
Have you seen his DNA? No, you don't. Listen.
The fact that there is Bantu migration, we cannot hide from.
Hold on.
We're going to run away from Bantu migration. Come on.
Dr. Kaizo, can you not be like a troll for a minute? Do you legitimately
No, I'm not trolling about DNA. Listen, she said
I'm asking
she
you a
knows more
question.
about DNA than me.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah,
I actually do.
Yeah, okay.
I actually
You have a
do.
PhD
However, listen. However, the fact is this: Somalis are there now. There's nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing you can do about it. So come up with another solution for you. Don't come here and say go back to Arabia. We ain't going nowhere, bro. We are there. We're staying. Okay. Nobody
he told you they ain't going nowhere, bro.
Actually, Somalia is part of the by World Health Organization is classified as being in the Gulf. It's not in Africa, according to their classification.
Yeah, I think the beef is mainly between the Kenyans and Somalia, because I remember there was a Kenyan in his YouTube street saying, "No, if there's one more attack in Kenya, they've got plans to line up the Somali."
They even applied to be part of East African community. They're not gonna get allowed to.
Hey guys, but guys, would somebody just explain where the conflict comes from or where it started? So that some of us who are not informed.
Okay, Somalis believe, right? Okay, Somalis believe that northern Kenya, like places like Wajir, Garissa, on east part of East Kenya, is actually really part of Somalia. They also believe Ogaden in Ethiopia is really Somalia. They have some strange beliefs, like that.
Strange beliefs. Shut up, bro, man. Shut up. Our country got divided into three. You know the history.
There was no country. There was no country. Somalia. Somalia was made of different kingdoms, right? There was never a country. It was different kingdoms. Like
they're native Somalis who lived there.
No.
Anyway.
There was no country. There was no federal government. Meaning, Somalia was never separated into Kenya or Ethiopia. There was never a country.
What I'm trying to say.
No, it was different Somali kingdoms. Never a country. Never a federal government.
Okay,
right?
What's your point?
The point is, Somalia was never separated into Kenya or Ethiopia because there was no such thing as Somalia. There was different Somali kingdoms in that region. Things? Yes, there was no country, federal government of Somalia.
The people who live in those areas are native Somalis. They are native to that land. Yeah, exactly. So the land belongs to the Somali tribe. It belongs to.
Course it
there's
does.
no exactly. So what's the problem? So
but
what's
there's
your
no
problem?
Country. The point here is right.
There is a country now, and we.
No, listen.
These are our people.
No, listen. There's different tribes in different countries in Africa, separated by geographical location. It does not mean there was a country called Somalia. That's the point.
Dr. K, I do not care about Dr. K. I do not care about other tribes. Dr. K, listen, I do not care about other tribes being separated.
There's a lot of African countries. There's a lot of African countries that was just named after the colonial time, just like Somalia. So, what is your point?
My point is, listen. If you listen, you understand.
Nigeria did not exist. Nigeria was another country. An English woman gave the name of Nigeria. So, what is your point?
The point is simple. Somalis believe that northern Kenya and Ogaden in Ethiopia is actually really Somalia. The point is that it's false.
Because it's always been inhabited by us.
Yes, exactly. Of course, I get that, right? But you're missing the logic. Every African country
land, period. It is our land. You understand? The land belongs to the people who live there. I'm sorry, but anyway, we're not going to go back.
The land still belongs to those people. The people living in there
who live there, which are Somalis. Which are Somalis, exactly. Yes. So what is your point? So it belongs to the Somali people.
So listen, you can't use logic, right? Wait, let me finish this. Yes, it belongs to the Somali people that live there, but they're not part of Somalia, the country. Common sense here. There are many different tribes in Africa separated on borders, but it does not mean that there's somehow, like if you're born in Senegal and you're Wolof or Fulani, does not mean you're now really a Gambian or whatever. No, it's just you're a Fulani guy living in Gambia.
Just the colonizer who divided the countries, bro. Come on. The colonizer tried to divide it.
No,
they did it the way they wanted.
They didn't divide a country because there were no countries.
Because they made the map. They just draw a bunch of maps and separate people, families.
True.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying to you. So by them separating.
No,
listen,
there was
no country in Africa anyways to begin with, but they separated families by drawing lines. You understand?
Yeah.
And the Somalis from both sides want to be united. That's no brainer.
No, I don't think
they
so.
want to be united with their own people.
Kenya, if they want to be part of Somalia or Kenya, they'll say Kenya.
I've never seen.
Listen, you have Somalis buying fake citizenship from Kenyan government because the country is such a shithole. Right?
Most Kenya is shithole too. Come on, Kenya is shithole. Nairobi has the biggest slum in this earth. Nairobi has the biggest slum in this world. I'm sorry, Africa is shithole altogether. When we look at the world,
talking about Bantus have no history.
Please.
You see there's a person in the comments coming for Bantus saying that Bantus have no history. Like, can someone check the ignorant ones, please? All Nilotic, Bantu, Cushitic, we all have a long, extensive history. I just don't see why there's a need for the ignorance.
Yeah, let's
from that.
Can I
please go?
Yeah, but anyways,
you want to come for us?
What I want to
the
say
person in the comments want to come for the Bantus, then don't be upset when the Bantus come for you. The Bantus will come for you today. The one in the comment section.
Okay.
See how you pissed off when somebody says something about your people? That is how we feel when people say stuff about our people. Just saying.
You can speak about
anyway.
Oromos or Bantus. I'm good. You can say anything negative about Oromos.
Can I say some Oromo are Cushitic people? Anyways, can I say something?
Really?
Africa as a whole, yes, they are Cushitic people. Yes, they
really?
are.
Right. Okay.
Africa as a whole is the worst case in this earth. Africa, they are all poor. Every country of Africa are poor, and it's a shithole. So just saying the Somalis are, bro. Every one of us are poor.
Shithole. That's an especially shithole.
Everyone is shithole. Everyone is shithole. And Oromo are Cushitic people. They're not Bantu, bro.
Stitchy. Let Raddy talk. Let Raddy talk.
Raddy, you can talk.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 points. Only me. Don't say the whole of Africa is a shithole. South Africa definitely doesn't fall into that category. That's number one. Number two is why I'm just asking out of curiosity. I'm not coming for you. Why don't you accept the Somalians who live on the Kenyan border to be Kenyan, even though they have ties to Somalia? And even if maybe Ethiopians and Eritreans are similar to Somalis, why don't you accept them as being their own sovereign nation and people? Why do you feel like all these countries belong to Somalia? Why don't you accept Somalia?
Listen,
they're weird people.
I can answer. The people who live there, the Somali who live in Kenya and Ethiopia, themselves see themselves as Somali. They don't see themselves as a Kenyan or no. They do see them. You know that they have been fighting long time to be separated from these countries. These countries are drawn by white people. Okay, when they came, they're drawn, and and they separated families by just drawing whatever they like. They fit it, they just draw it like that. And that doesn't mean that these people belong to this land, yes, but their family are separated by just somebody who just draw a line.
Okay, can I respond to that? The reason why I'm disagreeing with you is that in South Africa we have that situation where, for instance, I identify as a Motswana, and there's a country called Botswana, and that's where most of my people are. But I'm not going to say we are part of, and the region that I live in, it's next to the border of Botswana, but I'm not going to say, but I'm South African. I'm happy to be in South Africa. There are also other people from Lesotho, but they're happy to be South African. They don't want to go to Lesotho. Some people are from have ties to Mozambique, but they don't want to. They are South African. Do you understand? So why don't you accept that the people who happen to be Somali, Somalia, they have Somalia, but they love Kenya.
It's not up to me. It's not me accepting or not. It's the people. Look, when when first they were in the 60s, there was a vote. They voted. These people voted to be joined with Somali, and they were refused. You understand? The people who live there would want to be with Somalis in Somalia. They want to be. It's not me forcing them. These people want to unite with their family. Period. I mean, if you're okay with
No.
have a family, no, it's not my
That's
fault
not
that
true. That's
they
not
want
true.
to be
The
with.
Somalis I know
It
don't
is
want to go
true.
back
It
to
is
that
true.
shithole.
It
Listen,
is
the ones I
true.
know.
It is true. Go
No.
clean up
Calling
your
my
slum.
country a shithole,
Please
your
clean
country's
up
a
your slum.
shithole.
Kaizo, don't
Go
call people
clean
countries
up your slum.
shitholes.
I mean, that
What I
Again,
is so
said.
again to the
disgusting. Clean up
Nigerians,
your
Only
Nigerians on
slum.
the comment
Yeah.
section calling my country a
Also,
shithole.
only
Your
me.
country's
Only
the
me.
biggest
What?
shithole in Africa.
Oh my god.
Can
Okay.
I,
Only
Dr.
me.
Pega,
Only
can I
me.
tell you
Wait.
something? Can I tell you
Well, why were
something?
you? Why
Can
were you
I
telling
tell
me
you?
Oromo was Cushitic?
So,
Like
Oromo
I
what?
don't know that. What were you
Oromo
telling me
what?
Oromo was Cushitic?
They are Kushitic.
Yeah, but why were you
They are
telling me
Kushitic.
that? Like,
They're not
I
your
get it, right?
But
But
you
why are you
said
telling me
Oromos are
this?
not Kushitic.
Okay, guys.
Oromos
I
not
never
Wait,
said
Kushitic.
that.
wait.
No, I never said that. I said I
Yes.
am mixed with Bantu and Oromo. That's what I said. Think you
I
don't
saw
know
you
how to
pick.
listen?
Okay. I thought you said
Yeah.
Oromo are not Kushitic. That's I thought what I heard. Anyways, that doesn't.
No.
Yeah, Oromos are Kushitic. Anyway. But
Oh
the
my
thing
God.
is, the thing is, you calling shithole my country
It's
while
a
your
shithole.
city, while you're the biggest city. Listen,
Kaiser, I've been to
biggest
Ethiopia. Kaiser,
slum,
tell me, why are
biggest
you
slum is in
Ethiopians
Nairobi.
big beggars?
Clean that up. Why are you not cleaning up Nairobi?
Oh my god.
Okay.
Why?
Anyways, yeah. Let's move on from this thing. We can't win here. So.
No, you cannot. I know.
I'm
I'm muting myself.
Listen, AM. I think I disagree with what the lady was saying. In regards to the whole Africa being a shithole. Me being I don't think
that's subject. That's
I
subject.
don't because I think that once
interpretation.
once you say Africa,
Okay,
no. Once you say
someone
Africa is a
said
shithole, you have to
Kaiser
explain what makes the country a shithole. Because I don't feel Ghana's a shithole. You feel me? And again,
Listen, Africa lacks economically. Africa lacks infrastructure. Africa lacks in every sector that you see. Africa lacks. When we look at the picture between the world, it is the truth. It is the truth. Africa don't have highways. Africa don't build anything. Africa don't build even computers. I'm sorry. It's the hard
And it's been
truth.
taken over by
It is
China.
the hard truth. You understand?
Nairobi has a highway.
It is. Yeah, well, what did Nairobi
And who built the highway? Kaiser, who built the highway?
Who built
Africans have to look forward to. We haven't got anything good coming. We haven't got any ambition. There's no there's just no sort of positive outlook.
Can I respond to the Somalians? Can I respond to only me? Only me. You have
No, don't
to
call them
accept...
Somalis. It's Somalis. Don't call them Somalians.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Don't do it. They'll come for you.
Okay. Only me. You have to accept the situation that Somalia is in, and you have to accept it. Don't now say all of us are shithole and everything. That's Somalia's.
I'm sorry.
Somalis have camels.
That's just Somalia's problem.
It is what it is. Who built the highway? Who built the highways in Kenya? Who built the highway? I mean, are we gonna lie to ourselves now?
No, we're not gonna lie.
What did Africa invent? Tell me a bicycle that Africa invented.
We're not gonna lie to ourselves, okay? Africa is definitely no. We're not only me, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the truth can be conveyed without your expression being so. It's kind of disgusting when I hear Africans do this shithole rhetoric. It's like you guys just take the mantle from Trump and you guys ran to Mars with it. Like you guys are literally sprinting
Mr.
around.
Uganda, take it from Trump. Mr. Uganda, parts of Africa is a shithole. Like Central Africa's biggest shithole.
If we continue to sort of add that diatribe in the atmosphere, it shows that we don't respect where we come from either. Like, why can't you just say that Africa's underdeveloped? Why do we have to sort of resort to
that's a good point. Thanks.
Yeah, but my country shithole, your country underdeveloped. You mean, right?
No.
At least COVID in the world, though, so that's something.
That's a self-defeating thing to say, to be honest.
No, don't involve Somalia.
Europe is dealing with more COVID than Africa, so.
Don't paint a picture of the whole of Africa.
Europe and
the same
America.
brush as Somalia, please.
Exactly. You gotta stop doing that. Yeah.
You know to
like I said. Yeah,
that's
true.
America and Europe is a plague land.
Africa is lacking
plague.
everything. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
okay?
No, I
When
want
you
to.
come for
Somalia is
Somalia, when you
lacking.
come for Somalia,
Somalia
show
is
me what computer you invented, what high roads that you build. Anything that you build, you can show off. Not the Chinese, you can show off. Then you can tell me I'm a
Well,
shit.
we have
But when you're in the same seat
okay,
like
we
I
have
am, and I have been in a war for 30 years, that is sad. That is
Why are you
just
fighting?
sad.
Listen, you're the most
Most,
homogeneous country. Why
Ghana,
fighting between the
can I,
Somali tribes?
Kaiser, let me just go. Ghana is developed than Somalia. That is a fact.
Because you never
What's
had no
your
war.
point?
Yeah, Ghana had
What's your
no
point?
war and was 60 years in peace, and Ghana is still lacking when we look at the world. Look at the world and look at Ghana. Come on, you cannot compare Ghana with. Can you compare Ghana? Can you compare Ghana with Germany? Can you compare Ghana with Germany? Can you compare Ghana with Dubai? No, you cannot.
I think he was trying to make a point. I think he was trying to make a point.
Can you
Let him finish
compare?
his point.
Can you compare Italy with Dubai? Can you compare Italy with Dubai?
No.
Actually,
Dubai
yes.
is more developed.
Not at all.
Can you? You can't.
Nobody's
They are comparable. They are
Reddy,
comparable.
can I tell you something? Reddy, can I tell you something? If the war never happened, if our country was never divided and the war never happened, Somalia would have been. It could have been back then. It could have been a rich.
Yes,
it could
I
have been a
agree.
rich middle
I
income
agree.
country.
I agree.
don't know.
But issue is why
Of course it
Somalis
would have been.
fighting within the same tribe?
We don't know.
Again, that's a different topic for another time.
Well, that
Because we
has
got.
nothing to do with you. That's it's a Somali
Okay.
problem
With
that
me?
Somalis have
Of course
to
it
do.
does.
One second,
Of
one
course it
second.
does.
Listen.
One
Because the
second.
terrorists are
Wait,
coming to
I
my
think
country.
you guys, you Somalis.
whoa. Okay.
I'm
The
telling
Somalis have
you,
been
have
saying.
another country.
Let me ask one more
The
question before
Somalis have been
I'm
saying the Somalis have been saying that there's a conflict between the Caribbeans and the West Africans in the UK. Maybe you're the ones who are causing all the trouble. I don't know, because it
You
seems
think?
like it.
Us causing the troubles. Laugh out loud,
You
man.
think, brother, listen, you have been here for an hour now. Look at the comment section and look at the rhetoric this guy saying go back to Africa, to Arabia. And you think I'm the problem when every
No,
other country is attacking one country? What the hell is
I
wrong
want
with
to
you?
ask one
You're
question.
being
The Bantu
biased
should
right
go.
now.
Okay, wait.
You're being biased right now.
Yesterday we were talking about the black Africans in the Sudan, Darfur region. Some of them, especially the cattle herders and the nomadic tribes, see themselves as Arabs. Someone said in the comment section, "Why is Somalia part of the Arab League? Do they see themselves as Arab?"
Again. We are not Arab. We joined. You're not. Let me explain here. We joined. We are not Arab. And please do not compare as an insult. Do not compare my country to Sudan. And second of all, we joined because of economic and political reasons, and due to our trade links for thousands of years. That's why we
Because we are
joined.
Muslim, and we are Muslim. We feel because of Islam. That's also played because look, we have been trading with Arabs thousands of years, so we know these people inside out. So that's why we joined.
By trade, you mean
Why did the
food,
Arab
right?
League name it the Muslim League? If anything, they should name it the Muslim League if we all are one in faith instead of promoting.
There's already a
for the
Muslim
Arabs.
league. There's already a Muslim league.
There's what countries are in it?
All
Eritrea
countries
is
are.
now
It's
observer
called
in
it's called
Arab
the
League.
Islamic Organization of Union.
Okay.
Venezuela is an observer of Arab League and Eritrea. They're not Arabs. Are they
This is
Arabs?
why when Somalia applied to be part of East African, they got rejected the first time. So hopefully they get rejected the second time.
We actually,
Why would
actually,
we
let
want
me
to
tell
join
you
anyway?
something. I tell you something because Kenya wanted our seas, and then they got kicked out from the court, and we won. And Kenya was Kenya was just salty. That's why we.
They should have lost.
Exactly.
They tried to steal the sea. I'm an honest person. Kenya tried to steal that sea, and they lost.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and that's why Kenya, because Kenya sits on the in East African, and that's why the Somalis were not accepted. And you know what? I really don't feel like being in this. I don't want to be accepted.
No,
actually,
that's
Somali
you,
should
but your
never.
country does.
Somali should
Your country
never.
does.
Look, when you ask me,
Exactly.
should Somali should never
Talking about other people's countries.
This guy is
Kaiser, you idiot.
disgusting. He has a lot of
Kaiser, the reason why we were rejected because they're afraid we're going to take over.
Of course, I'm afraid of that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're afraid of, and you contain 50% of Africa. God damn it.
Wait, but why would they be afraid of Somalis taking over? Like, isn't there a space for all of us to be represented?
Exactly. Ask him because he inferiority complex. That's what goes.
No. It's called being smart, right? When the white people came, we should have been afraid of them, right? Because they're crazy. These guys are pirates.
Dr. K, it's funny. It's interesting you mentioned that. Tell me, why are some Africans so afraid of white people and got inferiority? And this includes Caribbeans. They've got an inferiority complex towards white people, especially in Southern Africa. Why is that the case?
Why? It's simple.
Not my part of Uganda. My part of Uganda, they do not feel inferior to white people. So it would have to be the other part of Africa.
Their God is white. That's why.
No, but a lot of Africans do, because they speak their former colonial master's language. That's why I mock some of these countries. Like, that's a sign of inferiority.
But he has
complex.
right though. He has right though. He should be afraid.
Wallahi, man.
He's right. He should be afraid. I would be afraid too.
Fear is a good thing, right? Fear keeps you alive, right? So it's a good thing to be afraid.
Tell me, Dr. Kaiser, come on, man. Tell me, a group like my people, we're not afraid of anyone. We went toward many people, but with white people,
you guys are crazy.
They're insignificant. Like, but with other Africans, like, I'll give an example. In Uganda, there was a white Christian man, pastor. He was throwing racial slurs at the people in the hotel. It made me angry. But at the same time, I thought to myself, why didn't they not beat the shit out of him? It's the same in Kenya. Why? If he were to do that in Mogadishu, Somalia, this guy would have been in the cemetery.
Do you think it's money, because they're afraid, though?
It's money. Like, you can beat up a Kenyan if you have money. That's just reality. Because they'll just ask you, give me some money, and I'll keep quiet. They worship money. But I think that's a good thing. You know why? Because that's why there's no war here. Because people love money more than they love tribalism. So that's probably helping the country out. If Ethiopia loved money as much, then we wouldn't have the issues that we're having there now. They seem to love.
The thing is, whether we perceive that some Africans are afraid of white people, or some Africans are they have an extreme superiority complex, we're all dealing with economies that could be doing drastically better. We all have environments where the living standards aren't up to par. Like, I wouldn't quite express it as a shithole, but we have a lot of development to do. So, do you know, like, all of this stuff, it doesn't matter what we think of white people or what white people think of us. Like, I think the issue with Africa is Africans. It doesn't matter whether white people roll up in there, then, you know, when they throw their weight around, whether they're there or not, Africa's still going to look the way it does, because we have a deficit in our mindset, and we actually exemplify it when we actually join discussions like these. It's actually so easy for one comment to throw a whole discussion out of whack. Even when we recognize that it's a trolling comment or an inflammatory comment, we never cease to stop and recognize that, okay, maybe someone's trying to bait me into making a divisive comment, you know, but we just fall into it like moths to a flame. And that's why Africa will the way it does.
I've been trolling these guys, and you see how they they jumped into the fire.
But it's not funny, though. That's the thing.
Of course it is.
No,
I'm laughing in my head.
No, it's not.
Somalis are my brothers and my sisters. Like I said, most of my exes are actually even Somalis. So I have nothing.
I really have a hard time believing that you have a Somali girlfriend ever. But the thing is,
it's not that
I don't think, because Somali people don't date.
Leave me for later.
Somalis don't date. Somalis don't date. Don't date you. Anyway.
Really?
I really believe that. But the thing is, the thing is, it's not a trolling when you're insulting people. First of all, it's not a trolling no more. And the thing is, you saying, "Oh, Somalis are my brothers." No.
Of course, they're my brothers.
No, we are not.
Yeah,
we're not the same people.
But they're my brothers.
No, you're not my brother.
Not
specifically.
you.
You're not.
You
are not my brother. How are you my brother?
I'm done.
God goodness, relax. You're not. Anyway,
I'm not a brother, but
he's Cushitic.
Not my brother.
He's half Cushitic, though. He's half Cushitic, so y'all can't half. He's half. Yeah, he's half.
Yeah, if he's half Oromo, don't you recognize him as being your brother if he's half Oromo?
Now, only the Ajuran. Are you Ajuran? Only me? Only the Ajuran are my people. Are you that?
I don't think Ajuran will claim you, but anyway. I really don't think Ajuran will claim you. But the thing is,
but only me. Can I please comment?
Didn't the Ajuran defeat those Oromos back then?
Okay, we're not gonna go there.
Okay, can I come in?
Anyway, when you come for people, you expect the same heat. Okay, it is what it is. You don't come for people, insult people, and expect that you don't get heat, and that is the problem. When Somalis get heated up, and then they get the blame. Oh my God, why are you so heated up? And you guys are ignoring the guy who come in and insulting the Somalis. So maybe you should talk to that person first. That
Okay,
would be
and
fair.
you're right.
Can I
And
can
you're
I add
right.
something?
Wait. Ratty wanted to say something before you say it.
She addressed it when she says that when somebody comes for you and then she retaliates. I totally get it.
Africans, see, look, Caribbeans used to call my forehead big as well. I forgave them. I don't hold grudges to people. My forehead is big. They used to call it forehead of life. It is what it is.
Okay, and I'm gonna cut in there to take the topic somewhere different, just for my vantage point. Now we got Roddy over here, who's South African, and do you know, like months ago, I watched videos from South Africa where they were brutalizing the Horn Africans that are down there. They were burning them down. All of this stuff, like they were violent against them. So I want to know what the situation is as far as Somalis or Ethiopians down in South Africa. Like, is there a beef? Maybe you can clear my ignorance.
Because
my word.
they're savages. That's what they are.
Come on, Doctor R.
Okay.
Don't be like that.
No, it's
Come
true.
on.
The black South Africans, they're savages.
I think we
They're not
discussed
killing
this
Somalis.
yesterday.
They're killing all Africans.
Abo, I think we discussed this last
He
night,
just-
and
he just-
maybe somebody
Yeah,
can
we
go back and
can't
watch
talk
the
about this
video.
last night.
That's fine. We already
Yes.
discussed that. Yeah, it is
But
what
wait,
it is.
can I give a brief answer? Can I give him a brief answer?
Sure.
With the last one where the Africans were looting, they weren't specifically targeting other African people. They were trying to disrupt economic activity because the former president of the country was sent to jail, and so part of a huge population of his supporters were trying to say that if he's not released, then the whole of South Africa was going to burn down. And so that's what sparked the whole looting and everything. That's number one. But
let me ask you a
before
question.
that,
What do you guys love looting so much in South Africa?
yeah, it's I really can't answer that, but it's part of the South African culture. Sometimes when we strike, we tend to burn things down and we tend to, do crazy stuff. But it's definitely part of the South African culture.
I think actually, like, I was with the Indian people, right, who are defending themselves with their guns against like other South Africans looting them, because like I'm a property guy, right? Because I don't see why they shouldn't defend themselves like against random people coming to steal their shops. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, at least in other places like East Africa, we don't really loot. We don't have that culture for us. Stealing from our neighbors and stuff. It doesn't make sense to me, right?
Yeah, it doesn't. Like I said, well, I'm not the right person to, answer why Africans are attacking Indians. I'm an African myself. I see Indians as my brothers. I've went to university with many Indian people. I don't have an issue with them. I think someone who's in a position to answer that. But for me personally, I don't do that. And it's not everyone who has
Raddy,
animosity.
sorry to interject, but you consider those cockroaches to be your brothers, Indians. You made me laugh.
Well, it's the South African way. It's our unfortunate population who do those things. So yeah. I think sometimes as a country, when we do good things, then we should own it, and when we do bad things, we own it. Those cockroaches, unfortunately, are South African, so there's nothing I can do.
Because
about it.
Raddy, because in my country, we've got like Pakistanis and Indians who are Muslim and that speak our language, but would I consider them as my brothers? Of course not.
Well, in South Africa,
Rainbow Nation, huh?
yeah, like we're Rainbow Nation, so we try to promote this thing of multi-ethnic, multi-racial, multi-gender society, and we don't, for my part, I don't really try to. I'm not the kind of person to say because you're black, because you're from my culture, I'm going to side with you. no, I'm really going to side with, it's like Martin Luther King said, you should judge a person by the content of their character and not by the color of their skin. I think that's the direction that we're trying to go to as a country. So there are white people that
Randy,
I
please don't bring Martin Luther King. He's a black Christian, Uncle Tom.
No, he ain't Uncle Tom. He fought for reparations at the end. He changed his stance. He said that I worry that I integrated my people into a burning house, and he, that's when they killed him when he fought for reparations. So if that's the case, South Africa should do the same thing and demand the reparations, from the people holding the wealth. That's what my would do today.
Yeah, no, in South Africa, really, we don't believe in that. We believe we are all South African. We are all under the same boat, and we are going to try and somehow help each other out. I think that's the national conscience that we have. Yes, in the past, the white people were the ones with the money, they still to a large extent are.
Are you black?
Yes, I'm black.
Which tribes are you?
I'm a mixture between Motswana and Mosotho.
Mosotho. So how much of those ancient African are you, like, those hunter-gatherers that don't wear clothes? How much percent are you of those guys, the Khoisan people?
Oh, the Khoisan.
Yeah, like how mixed are you with them?
I'd actually say none. I don't think I am any one of them.
No. So you're not like Ndebele or anything like that? Or
No. Ndebele are they in the eastern side of the country. They're part of the Zulu and Xhosa and them. And they're also a minority.
Okay, I see. That's interesting.
Yeah. I wanted to pick Rodney's mind about something he said, because the way he was sort of talking about it would be like a nationalistic integration, multiculturalism in a sense, with the way he was describing the psychology of where they're trying to move South Africans. It was sort of similar to the way in which I was speaking about the matter on them trying to put Afghans in the community and how Ugandans would be told to respond to them, because a lot of people thought that Ugandans should take like an ostracizing tone and don't accept them into the communities, but that's just not the way that we're being told to sort of govern ourselves. Like, more times than not, the head of states, the people who are the head of these kingdoms, they're telling us to sort of integrate with all of these other communities. There's a clear split of consciousness that I see coming from the West, where, because in the West, people see things as racial most times, and it's not a very good look. And so they feel like when you try to integrate with other communities, they're like, it's against your own interests. But then you hear that the people who are at the head of states in our areas, the people who head our kingdoms, the people who are set to govern over us, they tell us to be welcoming to all of these different groups, irrespective of race. And we're just sort of told to integrate,
Well, I'd say in South Africa, it's hard for you. It's for me, myself, it's hard for me to side with one race, especially my own race, because I see people from different races contributing positively to my life. Like I said, I recently graduated with a degree in finance, and most of my lecturers were white, and most of the staff at the university were white. And now I have a degree with their help. Most of my friends, most of the people I grew up with are black.
Education. Is it really their help? Didn't you pay for the education? Why use the word help? You paid for a service. They're the ones who provided it. There's no help there.
Yeah, I hear you, but most of the lecturers and the academic staff were white. That's my point.
Okay.
You said, yeah. So, and the people who sell affordable groceries are usually the Somalis and the Ethiopians. They're the ones who usually sell food that's affordable. You said they're also contributing to my livelihood in South Africa. And also the Indians, they also are, selling, goods at a bargain. You said. So it's hard for you to say I don't like white people, because white people somehow, somewhere have contributed. The Ethiopians and Somalis somehow have, you said. So it's difficult in South Africa to say you side with one group and not with the other.
But then they used to call you kafir.
Yeah, they did. But the last time, to be honest with you, I've never been called a kafir in South Africa by white people.
Why
I've
not?
never been called that.
Why not?
Well, because kafir is a derogatory term that's similar to what they would say nigger to a black person in the United States. And I think white people are conscious that it's wrong, but I've never been called a kafir. Maybe, you know, white people are more respectful, or maybe they're more fearful. I don't know, but like I said, where I attended the university, most of the students, I'd say 75% of the students were white, were Afrikaner white.
So, do you
They
love
were
white
really
people?
I love everyone. I love everyone.
But yeah,
I
but you
really
love white people.
I love everyone. I love Indians. I love coloreds. I love blacks. I love everyone, and I would love for everyone in my country to,
Even whites.
you know, everyone.
Ready,
Indians,
I've got a question for you. Ready.
Yeah.
This
Yes, I'm listening.
multiculturalism has worked for South Africa, but Africa in general, I don't think it would ever work.
Okay. Okay, but for us it has worked, and I wouldn't. If you say for you guys it wouldn't work, yeah, you guys should choose a course that would work for you. But for us it has worked. If it's not working for you, then I think you as a country need to change your strategy for your country.
But okay, and I guess my follow-up, and AM, can I ask him this question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Why do you think it's worked in South Africa specifically? Like, what is it about South Africans that sort of have success with this multicultural utopia?
Because white people built that country and they forced everybody to come together.
I think it has to do with.
I was saying something.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
go on.
can he answer the question? Thank you.
Yeah, already go on.
The main reason why we are able to tolerate each other, hands down, has to be because of Nelson Mandela. Because if you know about his story, he went to jail for 27 years, and he had all the reason to retaliate against the white people. Instead, he preached a message of reconciliation and us forgiving each other. And that's the kind of conscience that we had as a country. And we are really trying to do our best to help each other, even if South Africans have had different experiences. I know, you know, a lot of Black South Africans have had a horrible experience with Indians and other races, but for me on my side, it's been fairly good, and for me it seems to be working. You understand? And also with Dr. K, it's true that a lot of the development in our country has to be attributed to the whites in our country. That's true. That's very, very, very true. But since, you know, democracy, we've been trying to sort of come together and work together. And I would say that was true in the past, but now we see Africans and Indians.
Ready. You said about Nelson Mandela. If he wanted everyone to come together, how come there's a video on YouTube. He's seen in the video with his wife and a Jewish guy, a communist guy called Joseph Slavo. They're singing together. I don't know what language it is, but they're singing, "We're gonna kill the last four. We're gonna kill every single one of them." There's a video of Nelson Mandela.
Yes. Remember
also,
those
can
songs?
blacks really do anything in South Africa?
Anything like how? What do you mean anything? Anything how?
Like, do blacks actually have any economy, or do they do anything that contributes to the economy that significantly, or is it mostly whites and Indians?
Of course, we do a lot of things. Blacks own law firms and accounting firms, and a lot of blacks own, you know, farms and mines. We do a lot of things. What you know, I find that question it'd be very funny, but we own hotels and restaurants and franchises and malls. You know, it's not like we blacks are just there and we are led by Indians and whites and we over there doing nothing. That's not the case. Of course, we do make a contribution to our country. of course.
Okay. Okay.
So I think because we all work together and we all accept each other for our differences, I think maybe that will help other countries. Maybe if you guys, put your tribal beliefs and your ethnic beliefs aside and work together, maybe it'll
Someone
work.
says someone needs to smack the fire out of this post-racial brother. That's you. They want to smack
I mean, yeah, like I don't know if I necessarily think it's post-racial, but I mean, it actually does sound post-racial, doesn't it? Like because it's not so much that it's more so that you're saying that we're moving forward, like we've moved forward, and no one's calling you kafir to your face, and like it's a post-racial utopia. Like, is that what you're trying to convey? That it's moved past times of segregation and extreme racism and disenfranchisement, like, and I'm not attacking. I really do want to gauge your experience.
Yes, that's where I'm going, but it's not. But what I'm trying to say is that we as South Africans have had different experiences. My experience has been a very good experience from the Indians, from the coloureds, from everyone. It's been a very good experience. It's not the same way that our grandparents used to experience it. I've heard horror stories from our grandparents of how they were denied opportunities and they couldn't do this and that. I haven't experienced it. The guy who lives next door to me, he's a white guy, and him and I, we talk all the time, greet each other all the time. There really isn't some sort of heat or animosity. And we kind of, most of us kind of don't like it when, we are pointing each other in the face and, we're blaming each other for the past. And it's not something that we do. Like we see in some other African countries where they say that this tribe enslaved this tribe. We don't openly, I don't think we openly speak about those. Nah.
So I have a question because you say you graduated from a white place, right? So a white institution. So are you not saying this because you're just the richer black? What about those guys living in townships? Will they say the same thing as you? I don't think so. I think you're just a guy who's doing well because the white man has allowed him to do well.
So you think it's a class?
Yeah, I think that may be true. I think that may be the reason. But generally, the issues between the races isn't as bad as it was years back. It's not so bad.
Yeah. That's about. I mean, you said it's not so bad, but I saw a video in a rugby game where white South Africans, thousands of them, surrounded, I think, members of the EFF. I think there was 6 or 7 of them, and they were beating the shit out of them. This was in South Africa. You feel me?
Yes.
Recently, you saw that video. Did you see that video?
No, that's recent. Yes, I know about it.
Huh?
Yes, I know about it. It
was. So the white South Africans beating the shit out of you guys.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay, can you explain for me because I can't hear what Kwesi's saying. I don't know what video he's talking about.
Yes, I said recently there was a video on YouTube where thousands of white South Africans surrounded black South Africans, and they were beating the shit out of them in the stadium. They were literally beating the shit out of them.
Yes, let me respond to that. That video wasn't recent. It's a video that happened back in 2006, where a group of students were protesting against government not sponsoring poor students for their university fees. And those group of students went onto the field to disrupt the game. I think it happened in a final.
So the white society shit out of them, and you're saying everything's normal. You see, again, they're not really. You see, South Africa is a very interesting country simply because it's also a country, where HIV is rife amongst the black population. They're literally dying in their homes. They're sitting here on YouTube saying everything's good. And the HIV, 8 million people have HIV in South Africa. The black South African people are literally dying. They're full of diseases like HIV and AIDS and dying everything.
They need Islam.
Okay. Well, let me respond.
There's no animosity. You guys have bowed down to the whites over there. You're literally dying of HIV and AIDS, just sitting here saying there's no.
Okay,
Yeah,
but can we not talk,
you
can
know,
we not talk
if-
about these type of illnesses in that form of way, please? Because there's a lot of
No,
women who are ill
Because,
with
no,
HIV.
because
When we
they're
sort of
trying to
characterize
things
it like that, it's sort
no,
of stigmatizing it. You know, we have
it
to talk a
doesn't,
bit,
it
little bit
doesn't,
more respectfully about stuff like that.
no, Mr. Uganda, no, it doesn't stigmatize everything because you cannot come on here and say everything's rosy, rosy, where everyone's holding hands and everyone's living happily ever after. 8 million people, Mr. Uganda. You feel me? I mean,
Quincy, why do you think they got HIV for? What is the cause?
oh well,
It
we
was
all
spread
know.
deliberately. It was spread deliberately in South Africa
Nope.
by Simon.
Because
Somebody admitted it
no,
too.
let me finish because they're disgustingly promiscuous. It's
I
promiscuity.
don't think it's only South Africa. There's a lot of African country who suffer this AIDS.
Yes.
It's not only
Well,
South Africa.
especially so in
And of
Africa,
course, this is
it's a
sexual
graveyard
disease.
of AIDS.
This is a sexual disease. That means that these people are very
yeah, but
sexually
if you,
active. But it's not
I
only
give
South Africa though.
but,
There's much in other African countries.
I give
but listen,
Somali respect for this one. They have the
in
lowest
South
in
Africa,
Africa. So.
yeah, in South Africa we do have a problem of HIV, and what the government has been doing is that they've been going on nationwide campaigns, educating people about sex. Even government has been giving out government issued condoms for free. You can see them in most public toilets, in most malls, any government institution you go to. So that's what the government has been doing, and they've also been going on national road trips, educating people from the communities about sex and the use of condoms and all of that. So probably in the next 15 years, 20 years, the levels of HIV infections will hopefully have declined.
Okay, and this is just to take it
Ready.
away.
I hope so too. Yeah, already. I hope so. I hope so. The AIDS will go down, but I don't want to say this, but some countries in Africa and outside of Africa, they just love it raw.
Yeah, I give Somalia respect for this one. The lowest HIV in Africa, so I respect that.
Yeah, but
shout out to the Somalis.
I wanted to make a quick point. Just a quick point. Actually, no, Questi, you can go first because mine is separate.
No, yeah, go on, Mr. Uganda.
Because I was listening to Raddy earlier, and he sort of conceded that maybe class is a reason as to why he was socialized with better from the other communities. Now, is that as far to say that class nullifies racial disassembly? Like, do you feel like growing up more affluent or having more in your life monetarily stopped you from feeling the effects of racism?
Yes, definitely. Because what that did is that it allowed me to be in the space of people from different races, particularly the Indians and the coloreds and the whites, and it allowed me to understand some of them where they're coming from, and it allowed me to also see things from a different point of view. Because sometimes we say South Africa has to be pro-black, but as a white person and you living in this country, and people, politicians saying South Africa has to be pro-black, you kind of sympathize with them. So being from a higher class, I have been able to assimilate with them and understand them. But I'd say someone from a lower class who maybe doesn't have that kind of access also grows up with a stigma towards them. But I think it has to do with that person not understanding the different races and the different people. You said.
Do you date white girls?
I want to. He can answer that quickly. Then I have a follow-up question.
No, I've never dated a white girl. I've always had black girls.
Okay, so let me ask my question now. I know Kaiser was asking that for his own gratification. So would you say that this sort of multicultural rhetoric is only really accessible by those in your class bracket? Like, I guess essentially what I'm saying is that it might be too much to ask the working class population to advocate for multiculturalism, seeing as they're the most susceptible to being flung with racist attacks. Because the thing is that I guess you being in a higher class bracket insulated you from feeling the effects of racism, but there are many, and this, what constitutes South Africa mostly is a working class population, if not poverty. and they're not insulated from this racism. So would you say that this sort of multiculturalism is untenable? Would you say that it's a little bit unfair to ask all the South Africans to be multicultural? Because they're not going to see the benefits of it. You're reaping the benefits of this multiculturalism primarily because you're middle class, or whatever class bracket you are.
Mhm. Wow, man, that's a very good question. That's a very, 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 very good question. I think in the long run, it will help us. It will help all of us in the long run. Yeah, man, I think it will help all of us in the long run, and that's why I'm advocating for it. But that's a very good question.
But how could it be so? Because if we're following the line of reasoning, they're not going to be insulated from the racism. So how could it benefit them? Like I guess the whole country can build towards it, but really and truly only the middle and upper class will reap the benefits of this multicultural system. They're going to continue to use race in the same way that they've used race in the West, specifically the UK, US, or wherever. They're going to continue to make race as a sort of caste system, you know? Like no amount of, and the thing is that there have been studies, at least in the West, that those who sort of aspire and they get in a higher class bracket, you know, they can get that, but within a few generations, their families are likely to plummet back into the working class bracket. So even though you don't feel it now, there's always the possibility that your posterity, they might not work as hard as you, and they might be subject to the racism that you're unable to feel and see because you are in a bubble of sorts, you know?
Do you pay black tax, or is your family a bit better off than other black South Africans?
My family is they are a bit better off, but I'm the person who believes that you should always be there for your family no matter what. You don't know what they
You pay
mean.
black tax?
I don't have to, but I always make sure
But you
that
do.
I'm there for my family when they need me. But I don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah. But Mr. Uganda, those are very good points. Those are very, very, very good points. But overall, what I'm saying is, okay, you can go, Quincy. But wait, how did we come to South Africa? Weren't we speaking about the Somalis and
South
the whole
Africa's in the
situation?
title. South Africa's in the title of the video. Nigeria, South Africa, and Somalia are the main headlines in the title.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, and also Somalia, like I said, they have good lows with HIVs.
But I was more interested in the whole Kenyan Somali situation. It's very interesting.
Look, Kenya
So
tried
how
to
did it
steal
get?
Somali's ocean line. Somalis think Kenya stole their land, whatever that means, and Ethiopia. They're a bit crazy.
Well, Dr. K, you do realize Kenya is a fake country that's named after a mountain. Or is that Uganda?
No. Kenya's named after a mountain, Mount Kirinyaga. Yeah, it wasn't named by the whites. It was named by the Kikuyus, at least. That's good.
I have a question for Only Me. So Only Me, are you still there with us?
No, it's only me.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, that's great. Thanks. Because I was worried that we were leaving her out of it. Would you say that Somalis socialize better with white people and Arab people? Because that's a common misconception, is that they're more proximate to Arab people.
We socialize mostly with our own people. As you see, we have a Somali community. Everywhere you go, you see Somalis living in the same neighborhood. So we do socialize only with Somalis most of the time. When Somali come to the diaspora, we try to have our own masjid, our own community, and we stay there. The only time we associate or we have something in common with the Arabs are when it comes to Islam. And most of the time, Somalis, as I said, we have our own prayer area and our own masjids and stuff like that. So I don't have an Arab friends. I know most Somali people don't speak even Arabic, and so that means that we don't go to each other's homes and eat with each other. There's very few Somalis who do that, but the Somalis mostly associate only with the Somalis. Everywhere you go, you see Somali community where one neighborhood, there's like a bunch of Somalis coming together and they live there. So that shows you alone that Somalis associate only with each other. And then we eat from our own restaurants, and we go shopping from our own shops, and we go to our own masjids, and that's how the
Yeah,
Somali
one
people
last
work.
question. So in Somalia, what's the difference between the Somalia and Somaliland? Because it appears to me there's a separatist, you know.
This is
We're the
this is
same
this is
people.
politic. Listen, this is only politic right now. Somaliland, the people who live in Somaliland are Somalis, and they will tell you that themselves. And ethnically they are Somalis. This is a politic. This has nothing to do that we are different people. We are the same people. It's
No,
just that it is politic.
Yeah, but I've heard, yeah, it is politics, but they've got their own flag, they've got their own like
Yeah,
almost
they want to become their
government.
own country. They want to become their own country,
So if you're both
just like
Somali, why do they want to
the
separate?
Tigray, just like the Tigray want to be their own. Africa is divided, you know, and Somaliland wants to become their own separate country,
Wants
but they
to
were
be?
Somali.
Don't
They
they
are
have their own passport?
listen. The world don't accept that. There's just few countries
Yeah,
like
but they have their
Ethiopia.
passports.
Yeah, you can have your own passport if you cannot
Then
go
it's
to
their own
USA
country.
with it. Doesn't no, it's not. The world is not no, it's not accepted. Their passport, they cannot fly to the United States or anything anywhere else. It's just few countries that they may deal with. They are not recognized as their own country now. Yet, I don't know, but they are not. They are still seen as Somali. That is the case, but they want to become their own country. But this is a politic thing. This has nothing to do with ethnic. We are the same ethnic people. I hope that answered your question.
But only
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Why don't you immerse yourself in the country that you're in? Why keep your closely knit community of Somalis
Why?
in the country that's
Sorry,
Reddy, can I
Papa,
respond? Can I respond to that? Like, why do some Africans got a problem with it? Like, I live in UK. I was born and raised. I don't know why black people got this feeling that Somalis are separating themselves. We are not. We just
no, I
prefer
don't
to move out.
understand.
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
What
Yeah,
did you say?
I was born and bred in UK. Indians, because I lived in an Indian area. Indians socialize amongst their own kind. The Pakistanis, they socialize amongst their own kind. The Arabs socialize amongst their own kind. The Somalis socialize amongst their own kind. Even white people, they socialize amongst their own kind. Even at work, where I work, the Eastern Europeans, they eat together, and at work, I chill with my own people. That's
Don't
how
the
it is.
Nigerians associate with them own Nigerian or Ghanaian on with their all Ghanaians? I don't know how the other African work, but the brothers.
So what's wrong with that? I want to know, like, what's wrong
said,
with that? Like, what's wrong with
I
ethnic
don't
groups
see.
associating with their own? Like, this is a question to the panelists, to people on the panel.
It makes Africans look bad because white people think that Africans are just coming in, living in ghettos. Yeah, white people don't like the idea that Indians and Somalis, you know, they usually say immigrants, right? But yeah, they don't like that idea because think about it, right? In their perspective.
Dr. Kaiser, have you worked amongst Eastern Europeans?
Yeah, they all do the same thing.
Because let me tell you something about Eastern Europeans. I've worked with them. They are the most tribalistic people I've come across. Even I've got a friend who works at an agency. Every job that comes up, they give it to their own people. Even white British people wouldn't do that. So there is tribalism amongst everybody, and that's natural.
I don't think the white people have anything against a community coming together. As long as that community is thriving and like making their own businesses, like Indians, they make their own businesses and so on and so forth. I don't think white people have anything against that. And white people themselves are segregating. Look, London became, there's almost no white people. The white people are moving out to the suburbs. You know, they want to be on their own. The British, they want to be on their own.
Yeah, you know about that.
It's normal human behavior.
In London, because if you know, a lot of places have been I'm trying to look for the word. Is this refurbished or degenerate? It's been renovated, and a lot of white people are moving back to the inner city. But one thing I wanted to answer is that, come again.
Gentrification.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. So a lot of white people, especially middle class white people, are moving back into the inner city areas. But one thing I wanted to say to Dr. I is that the Somalis sticking together it's not like that with the Ghanaians in the UK. There's no like link up where, you know, we stick together and we don't really do that.
I want to know, why do I've seen in many communities, this includes Africans, but why do some certain Africans got a problem with it? Like,
Do you think it's because
sticking
they
to your
don't
own
see you as
kind.
they don't see you as
Well,
black?
Somali,
Because
Yeah, but
been a discussion
I see it as
let me finish.
I see it as yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, Chrissy, go ahead.
Yeah, in the UK, the Somalis are definitely more insular. They tend to be around each other. They tend to be extremely insular. Whether it's, they're going to the mosque or making friends, and they tend to just stick to their own, innit? So our Africans see us, they think they're better than the rest of us, or our Africans see us,
But isn't that with the Nigerians
No,
back
this
then?
is
Isn't that
he's
didn't
right
the
though.
Caribbeans? Well, let me finish. Didn't the Jamaicans feel the same way about the Nigerians back in the day, that they're better than us
No, but
back in the
this
70s and
exactly
90s?
this is
But
exactly
do
what
they
he's
still feel
saying.
like they're black? Do they still feel like the Nigerians? And I'll let you speak, Only Me. Sorry for cutting you off. Actually, I'll just let Only Me speak. Then I'll speak afterwards.
No, go ahead. I can come after you.
Oh, thank you.
She wants to come
Essentially,
after.
even as much as they might have like a rivalry between the different Nigerian and Ghanaians, do they still see each other as black though? Like, because the tone I've gotten from some other conversations in a lot of other internet spaces is that they don't see Somalis as black. So I guess maybe they view them congregating and sort of talking. Maybe they feel like it's from a
Who
non-black
don't see
space.
who don't see Somalis as black?
There's been discussions all online about whether Somalis are mixed and
By
are they
who?
authentically black from black
Other
people all over.
Africans, yeah.
Yeah, like it's all over.
Listen, I look, I have to. After this is a very good question. First of all, Somalis are also we have to also understand that we have a different of cultures, different religions, different. We came from totally different areas, so there is no let's say something that we have in common as a people. Yeah, I mean, I'm on one corner of Africa and you are the other corner of Africa. Africa is huge, you understand, and that also plays a big role. But seeing Somalis as blacks has also been a question that has always been raised. People always ask, are the Somalis blacks? Look, yeah, that also maybe had, because you birds flock together in their own race. Yeah,
I wanted to say something quickly.
Wait, before you say
I
something,
think
let her
that
finish.
a lot of Africans see that.
Wait, excuse me.
Wait,
Hello.
Wait, Quincy, wait.
Let only me finish.
Oh
Is she
yeah,
done?
no, yeah, no. I think that is the reason. That the reason we are not so much mixing is there's not only one reason. There's different reasons. As I raised, there's a religious reason, there's a cultural reason, there's a language barrier. There's so many barriers. You understand that's keeping people apart. And I think Somalis are comfortable being with their own people.
Yeah, I think
it has
I
nothing
wanted
to
to.
do.
Except in the country.
One thing I wanted to say. I don't
Can I
know where
please ask?
Only is speaking from. I don't.
Guys, can I please?
No, wait. I wanted to answer Dr.
Bros, one at a time, fam. Like, come on, fam.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, Roddy, go on.
Only me.
I'm listening.
Okay, only this is how I see it, right? You want to be with your own people, your own culture, your own everything. My question is why then not go back to Somalia? Why be in another country and give off bad vibes?
Yeah, that is very easy. That's a very easy question because as everybody knows, we're not gonna play dumb that we don't know history. Somalia have been in war, and that's why we are here. Somalia in the 80s, there were no other country. They stayed in Somalia in the 80s and the 90s. Somalia never left their country before the war, so that's why we came out, and that's why we still. Once our country is stable, then people are going back slowly. Yes, that's not the problem. It's not like let's say a Nigerian who's in America or in England, their country is no problem. There's no war, but they're still out there. You understand? But we have this reason that our country has suffered a lot of setbacks and a lot of problems. Once we get out of that situation, one time we're gonna go back. But the Somalis, while we are outside our country, we want to keep ourselves in our own community.
Well, we'll be honest. Most people won't go back, but that's besides the point.
Also, ready. Issue is, you guys have an issue here. Look, Somalis are not that good at being together, right? Look at the country. It's in civil war. They're just good at marketing. That's it.
Listen,
Wait, what do
civil
you
war
mean?
finished. Look,
What?
listen,
Oh my
civil
god.
war finished.
Yo,
Civil
Kaiser, oh
no,
my
Kaiser,
god.
listen. Somalia has not been in civil war for the past 11 years, right?
I'm so
The
confused.
civil
Okay.
war stopped. We don't. There is no fight in Somalia. You can look at the
Okay.
news. There is no fighting in
Only me.
Somalia. It
Okay.
ended.
I'm sorry,
It
that's not
ended. But now we are in the building. Listen, we are in the building process right now. We're building our country up because our country
Yeah. I want to say something
reconstructing.
quickly.
But there's no civil war
Yeah,
anymore in Somalia. Just
let's
saying.
All right, wait, one
you
one second.
okay.
Brady, you can make your point, and then after there's a question specifically for
Okay.
you. But yeah, you can
Yeah.
make your point.
Yes. But oh, like you guys are giving vibes. You're in a country that's not your own, and you want to be on your own, and you know it's just bad vibes. And if you are in the process of rebuilding, why don't you go then rebuild? Why do you want to wait for
Exactly. Why in
the
America? Why not in
But
Somalia?
listen, no. Why is anybody in America?
I'm not in
Okay,
America.
can I answer? Can I
I'm not in
answer?
America.
Why is anybody in America or in Canada African people? Why are they? Because of opportunity, people work. Listen, if I say I want to be with my own people, why are you insulted? Why do you take it as an insult to you? I don't understand that. People are allowed to be with their own kind. This is normal human being. People, tribes are sticking together. It should not surprise anybody.
Yes.
Why is it insult to you? Why do I have to
Yes,
mix
but
with everybody else? There should not be an
because
insult. I don't.
Can I say something?
because you are in the no guys. Whoa, guys, can I please finish? You know why we see it as maybe as an insult, because you're in a country that's not your own. It's not your country. So why not mix in with the people who are there? You know?
Is it illegal? Is it
Ra-
illegal?
ra-
No,
Raddy,
it's not.
Raddy, you got
It's not illegal to stay with you. Why are you insulted? I don't understand. I mean, I live here in Europe right now, right? I don't think a German person takes an offense if I go with my own people, but African
No,
people
some of
take
them do.
offense.
I've had them. No,
They
I've had my
don't.
people
They
complain.
don't. White
I've heard
people
it.
don't.
I have had them. There's documentary I
Listen,
can put right now.
white people don't
Oh,
want to mix with black people. Come on now, let's
actually,
not
they
lie to
do.
each
They mix
other.
all the
No,
time.
they don't.
Come
In
on.
Africa,
No,
maybe
it's
South
not fair.
Africa.
No,
Maybe
no,
South
no,
Africa.
no.
Maybe it's a
But
class
they are
The
issue,
fastest
or maybe
in
it's a
the
class
UK.
issue.
Right,
Listen,
one second. In
what do
the
you
UK,
mean?
the largest black community is 2%. Mixed race community is 2%. Mate, white people are mixing with black people.
Okay, but I want to go to Raddy's point, because Raddy, like, I get what actually people are allowed to travel and seek new opportunities, you know, because oftentimes we come back anyway, we build back home. So maybe you have to sort of assess the matter over a length of time. Now, if she never goes back to Somalia and never invests, then you know you have a case. But you don't always have to be somewhere physically to build up the land. Like, we live in a technological age, globalization. We understand that we can do things, we can do monumental things across an ocean.
I am
Yeah, I
actually going
wanted to
back to
answer
Somalia.
I
Listen,
want to answer what
in
Dr.
my near
Alice
But
future,
yes,
I
but my
am.
point is okay. But my point is only me. You are right now in Europe, right, in the white man's land, and
Yes.
but the fact is you're a foreigner in that land. So if they don't want to associate themselves with you, and if they, well, you know, you're a foreigner. So
No,
I believe
look,
that maybe you should try. Maybe you should try and understand. Maybe you are the one who should be putting in more effort, because you don't have.
I don't have to listen. I'm in Europe because Europe gave me safe haven. Okay. Europe allowed me to come to this country and gave me safe haven. That's true. And European are not forcing me to be with them. You understand? And that's fine. And I'm okay with that. What I don't understand is why is other African people getting offense to when people say I want to be with my own people. Like, I don't understand that. And you know what? I am actually planning to go back to my country. That is something in my near future. And I think whoever stays here, good for them if they stay here. But whoever goes back, goes back.
Yeah,
And that is
yeah,
why we are
let's say
prepared.
something
Yes.
quick, innit?
Sorry?
Just ignore them, only me, because some
Yeah,
people
Randy,
are
so
jealous. They're
the reason
jealous
why
because
a lot
they
of
can't keep their
Africans,
communities intact. And they can
a lot
only
of
Thank
wish and
you.
dream of keeping their communities intact, because they be swearing up and down that they want to stay, you know, they're 100% this, 100% that. They can't even keep their children marrying the same group. A
I
lot of
think it's
people
very
Uganda,
offensive
can
when
I
you
add
well,
something?
look. as a race,
Can I add
as a
something
race,
quickly?
as a race, I think it's good to be with your own kind. That is what respect is. It's respect is not having babies with other countries and with other nationalities. Your own kind will be fine. You understand? That's
No,
my
not
view. That is my view. But
yes,
you know
no,
what the problem is? If Africans,
yes.
no, listen though, let me finish. If an African person takes offense to me because I want to be with my own people, it is their own inferiority complex. In the end of the day, I'm not having any problem with a Ghanaian being with Ghanaian, or Gambian with Gambian, or Nigerian with Nigerian. Kudos to you. I have no problem because they have more in common. I don't have any in common with a South African or with a Nigerian. You understand? That is what it is. I'm having common with my
Yes.
people, and I'm happy to stay with my own kind.
Okay, I think you misunderstood me when I say mixing with the people in other countries. I don't mean mixing as in having babies and marrying them. But my concern is sometimes when people go into a country, they go into a foreign country with the idea at the back of their mind that their nation is more superior, and they go there with that mentality to a country like Europe,
Ready,
Yeah,
ready.
you know,
Can I
Virgo.
thinking
can I
that
Then
interject
it
quickly?
comes
Can I
when it
interject?
comes down.
Can I interject? Can I interject
Yeah.
quickly? Ready? Where did you get the idea that I'm superior to this person? Like, if I were to go to, let's say, Costa Rica and buy a business and buy a house and integrate and pay my taxes, learn the language, but I just want to keep to myself, am I separating myself amongst those people that I live amongst?
Abowe, listen. The problem here is if you feel that I feel superior, that means you must feel inferior. That is what it all comes down to it. If you feel that I feel superior to anybody, then that is your own issue. You are dealing with your own inferiority complex. You see, I don't feel superior to any other human being, but I want to be with my own people. And I never said my people were the best. Did I say my people are better than anybody? No, I never said that. I just said I want to be with my people, but you said you feel superior. And if you think that I feel superior, that must mean you feel inferior to think that.
I think I'm superior to everyone. Yeah.
So I want to raise this topic because Raji brought up how, I guess, sort of integrating with communities that are already set up in whatever country you move to. I would say that because I don't see Somalis face to face, but what I gather from a lot of social media conversations is that Somalis are very homogenous and they sort of they know how to sort of keep to themselves. My thing would be that I don't see Somalis as a community doing things as far as like owning streets. Like, you know how Indians also, they keep to themselves, like Dr. R explained. Indians, Pakistanis, they know how to keep to themselves, but they also know how to make an impact and economically. They know how to sort of, gather in a
Sister Uganda.
street
Somalis
and
do
own
make
the
an impact,
street.
though. Wallahi,
In
don't you know?
Europe,
Isli,
No, but I'm actually
in Kenya, there's a huge street called Isli. It's business is booming. England the same way. In Minnesota, Somalis have malls, center shops. Literally, Somalis are very business oriented people.
Yes.
And wherever we come there, we open our own shops, our own cafes, our own. You understand? We do impact, and we
In,
do.
Only
Kenya, in
Kenya,
Kenya, we bring
yeah,
me,
billions of shillings
yeah.
into
only
No,
me,
no, she's
Kenyan
right.
community.
only me,
She's right.
only
In
me,
Kenya and
only me.
America,
Yeah,
not
well,
UK.
only me. You know what's even funny? Even Turkey recently, we started to take over the business scene. The Turks have even closed down a Somali restaurant.
Only me. You know
Apart from
why?
UK,
You know why I
UK
say
more
that you
Somalis
have
benefit.
only me. You know
Don't.
why I say that I think that you think that your country is superior. Everything, like everything. If I listen to you speaking, I would think that Somalia is the best country, not only the best country in Africa, but the best country in the world. I would think that Somalia is the Dubai of the world. You've never said anything
I know
not
Ready,
even
that's
one
just
ready,
word.
what we
Why
are.
wouldn't you say
ready.
Listen,
that though?
that is listen. That is just how the Somalis think. The Somalis are very proud people. We are proud. Okay, we are very proud people. We are very arrogant or proud people. That's how we come across, and that's how
Not
we are. You
arrogant,
understand?
but but
No, for
but you
real.
are
Let me say, some of us are very arrogant too, wallahi. But anyway,
no.
Somalis are
But
like
why?
that. But it doesn't mean Somalis see themselves superior to everybody else. Look, Somalis. like we are in a war, our country is war torn, still we're picking up and we are proud people. And I think that what everybody should be. Your condition
No.
doesn't define you, you know. This is some temporary thing that can be fixed, but what you feel inside is what is important. And I think a lot of African people can also take a be
Okay.
proud like that.
Roddy,
you-
there's actually a question for you, by the way,
Okay.
and they really would like you to answer. The question
Okay.
is, if the whites of Western Cape secede, will you still be post-racial? That's literally the question.
If the whites secede, will you still be post-racial?
Yes.
What do you mean secede? Do they mean separate from South Africa, or what do they mean?
Like an abdication. So yeah, just take it as if
Yeah.
they're not going to be there anymore.
Will you still be post-racial? Why not? Yeah, why not?
No, I think we're essentially
really
asking.
understand.
No, but I mean, because do you feel like you would spot this post-racial rhetoric if the situation wasn't set up in a way that you had to interact with them? Like, if you had your way and they weren't around, would you still be post-racial, like multicultural and all of that stuff?
I don't know. I've never thought about that. Probably yes.
Mhm.
I've never really thought of this of this question. But can I ask only me a question, or have I answered your question,
Yeah, you
African
answered
male
the
or
question.
Mr. Uganda? Okay, only me. You know, sometimes when somebody asks you about your country, and then you go on and on and on and on without giving the other people a chance to pick on your country, that's a red flag. And number two, it's like you over exaggerate your country's achievements and all of that, and then you speak of one, and then you say, yeah, but our country has a war, but that's okay, we're gonna get through that, and you go on and speak about how good your country is.
Roddy,
Okay,
I've got a question
tell
for
me,
you.
look, we have
What
been
is
asking about
South
Anna
Africa's
Iwedisa
achievement?
Asha. He asked me the question. We have been in this panel for almost 2 hours. Tell me one thing that I said that we have achieved. I did not say anything that we have achieved. I did not brag about anything about Somalia. The only thing I did in this panel is defending my people. That was the only thing I'd done. And I have the right to do so. But I didn't, the other way around, people were attacking my country, calling a shithole and stuff like that. And the problem here is just what you want to hear is what you hear. I never said that we
Yes,
are better. I never said we are better. I never said we
but you're
invented
getting
anything.
emotional. You're getting emotional.
That's how it comes to you. I cannot control your emotions, right? But the thing is, I've never said any of these things that you just believe that. But I never said that. Anybody can say it here. I just defended my people.
Okay.
That's all I did.
Okay, but when Dr. R said that South Africa is an AIDS-infested country, then I gave him reasons why, what we're doing to address the situation. Now, when we speak about your country and the war and just the whole situation, it seems like you get very upset and you just go off on the person. It's a problem.
I actually defended South Africa when he said that. I said there's other countries in Africa who have this problem too. If you heard me before, I don't know, but I did come for South Africans' defense here, okay? But the
No,
thing
I
is,
know. Yes,
I have the right when somebody insults my people, I have the right to defend it. I mean, if you see it that I should just keep it quiet, that will not happen. Just saying.
Country. I didn't attack the people, just the country.
The country is made out of the people. So there you go.
I think
Did you have something to add?
Yeah, leave Somalis alone. Let them, keep their culture.
Yeah, we don't beef with anybody else saying why are you with your own people. Like I have never seen Somali person saying that, coming into online and say why are you with your own people. Like what is this even question? Why would anybody bother to ask this question? I don't understand.
The reason why they say that is because a lot of Africans in the UK feel that they've not got access to the Somali woman. You feel me? That's how a lot of Africans feel that.
No,
Thank
no,
you
you
for
Okay.
being
can't.
honest.
Quincy,
Thank
you
you
can't
for
say
being
that.
honest.
No, that's not true. That's not
Well,
true.
let me just be honest.
Thank you for being honest.
No,
It comes
no,
down
That's
to
no,
the
no,
Quincy,
no,
that's
no,
not
no.
true.
That's
That's
not
not
true.
true.
it comes down to the
No, that's
woman.
not
Even
true.
to them.
That's not true.
Thank you for
Greg,
being
you guys
honest.
don't
I
understand.
think
No,
this
that's
brother
not
has
true.
been honest.
But
Okay,
no,
so Somali
you
women,
can't speak for all Africans. No, you can't do that.
Quincy, Somali women are easy. You know, if you want some, just let me know.
Somali women easy.
Yeah.
Oh,
He knows
no,
the most
You're
easiest
just
women.
shitting
He
from
knows
your
the most
ass
easiest women,
now.
Caribbean
Come
women.
Do you want me to
on.
share my? You want me to share my screen then? Yeah, or for
Yeah,
all my Somali girl conquests, I can share my screen if you want.
Please
Wait,
do.
what?
listen,
Somali
Please
girl
do.
listen,
conquest?
listen,
Listen,
Dr. K. I'm a Somali
I've
woman
got
here,
men,
okay?
Ghana,
Dr. K, you
Nigeria,
talking
Somalia,
bullshit.
Ethiopia.
Doctor, oh, you better say
Okay,
You're
let me
something.
share
talking,
my screen
you
right
you
now.
know the
Let me
first
share my
thing,
screen then. Okay,
the first
you can
thing,
talk all you want.
listen, the first thing that will separate Somali women to other African men is the religious. If Islam, Somali women are not allowed to date or
I am
marry
a
anybody
Muslim,
out of
my
Islam.
friend.
Yeah, it's
First
not
of all,
even just Muslim, it's qabil, it's clans.
and
You have to
also
be a
we
Oh
certain
have.
my
clan.
Thank
god.
you, Abaya Kapso.
It's not about that, it's qabil. Qabil, which means clan.
Kabila. Yeah.
Okay, and
Exactly.
Somalis, the thing about us, you guys keep
Listen.
saying, why don't you do it in your own? Listen, Somalis, we don't even mix with each other depending on the clan. So
but
you
listen,
guys are
listen,
so
listen.
surface
Sister.
area. There's more deeper things going on. You guys are so trivial about small little things.
Sister,
But wait,
listen.
but
There's something
since
called facts and evidence, right?
wait, but
Okay,
since
wait,
Questi
There
Kyle,
are
raised
Kyle,
facts. I happen to be a
Questi raised
Somali,
the
so I
whole
know
woman
this. So
aspect,
there's
like
facts
wait,
coming out
no,
of my mouth.
Questi raised.
yeah. Oh, Uganda, you can go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that even though Questi was speaking about the woman thing, I don't think it happens all out. But I'm not gonna lie, there is this sort of obsessiveness that some men who are African they have over Somali women, and the thing is,
Why?
like,
Why is it, Mr. Uganda? Let me finish here.
Thank you.
Why? Why is it exactly? Is it because they don't find their women attractive? If you want to talk shit about Somali women, I can show you videos if you like. I've banged Caribbean and West African. If you want to get to that.
And I can show you
Listen,
my
let's
video.
not degrade any woman here. Hello.
And I'm not saying that it's all
degrading
African men.
women
I'm
here
just
is
saying
enough.
that
Mr. Uganda,
I could see
finish,
an
please.
aspect.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's all African men in the UK because it definitely isn't. But Questi, I don't know what he's looked at, but I can say that I've seen something similar.
There is
So I'm not saying
fetishization. There's fetishization going on when it comes to the Somali woman, and there are a lot of men who think a Somali woman should be more open to other races of men, and we just don't mix like that. We just
Yeah,
like
so
the
let me ask
sister
you a
said.
question. Yeah. So let me ask you a question, only me and the other sister. Listen, I told you I got facts. I have pictures, videos, all these things. And then instead, wait, I get that. But
Kenzo, come
I
on,
have all
don't
these
show
things,
them.
right? So
Let
these
it
are
go.
right. This is nice. You've seen some of them, right?
No, Dr. K,
wait,
let
what?
it go.
So the point, wait,
What are you getting at?
let me finish my point.
Let's get to the point.
Let me
What are you
finish my
getting
point.
at?
My point
Wait,
is,
what
listen, I'm
picture?
telling you, I'll send you later, Mr. Uganda, after the stream. The point here is, right, I'm giving facts, and then these women are telling me, oh, Somali is not mixed. But I just gave you, I'm telling you the facts, right? What you're talking about is general trends.
You
right?
are
A
one
general
person.
trend is not the same as a regularity. That's the,
Dating is different from marriage. So you're talking about dating. We're talking about marriage here. Can you wife her? Will her father accept you? That's the issue.
If I had the
because the thing is,
100%.
Somali women do not marry out because you are not Somali. The child will not be Somali. The child will not have a qabil. Okay,
exactly.
that's
There are
the
many
issue.
Somalis who
People
married
keep
out,
bringing up,
right?
race. No, it's clan. If your father is not Somali,
Don't interrupt
you are
her.
therefore not Somali.
No.
If the woman is Somali and the father is Somali, I have family members who are mixed. The mother is Somali, the child is not Somali.
Let her finish.
The child is not Somali.
African
Somali community does not accept them as Somali because they do not have a clan. People need to stop with this trivial BS.
That's true.
It is
for
more
all African tribes.
This is
you are what your father is.
So
yes,
the issue is nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with what is your clan. And even then, when one clan marries another clan, it's going to be an issue. I've seen it happen all the time. That's all I have to say.
Okay, listen. Yeah, that's all true. That's true for all African tribes. You are what your father is. That's not anything new. Every African tribe has that same system. The issue here is
What you're talking about is you're confusing general trends with whether something can and does happen. It does happen. It doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. That's the logic.
Exactly,
Can't-
exactly. It does happen. Listen, brother, it does happen, but it's not widely spread. Okay, if you had one girl Somali here and there, doesn't mean that everybody else has access. The Somali girls are not too much. Everybody does not have an access to Somali girls. It is very, very minority. Very, very. I mean, really, it's not a lot of Somali girls who marry outside their community.
Why?
It's like,
One question. Why is it that you Caribbeans and West Africans are so obsessed about race mixing? You lot are a joke with an inferiority complex.
No, wait. If a Somali girl brings home say a Ghanaian man, would the family reject her? Like the man?
Most likely. I'm going to be honest. Most likely.
It's the same. It applies to Somali.
It is what it is. If I, for example, let me just say something. For example, if I'm from a different clan, right, and I marry somebody from another different clan, completely different, my father, if he is very what you call qabilis or tribalist, it's not going to happen because of the clan. But we are both ethnic Somalis. So the issue is not race. It's what is the child going to be?
Hey, Dr. R, can I just say something?
What if the man is
Let me speak. Dr. R, please get off your high horse. We're not checking for Somali girls like that. Somalis, for the most part, are people who own shops and you know, they are business people, but we're not looking at
Raddy, I'm not talking about South Africa. I'm talking about UK.
Don't act as if Somali girls are. No, don't do that.
Raddy, we're talking about the UK. We are talking about the UK.
Yeah, Raddy, don't worry. The best women are Russians. I don't have access to them yet, so you know.
Yeah, we're talking about the UK, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that there's no obsession for Somali girls like you guys are trying to exaggerate. So please.
No, I know. Listen, the brother of Uganda said that. It was not my word. It was from him, and I seen a lot of this going on also. Everybody to his own. Everybody to his own, and I let people to have their own opinions, and I let people to be with their own people, have babies with their own people, and I think I'm allowed to have my own people also. This is like disgusting.
So you don't believe in interracial relationships?
Nope.
Of course not.
Most Somalis, no.
Yeah,
but Kwesi, I got a question for you. Kwesi, can I finish? Right? Can I say something quickly?
Go ahead.
I'm just glad my people are not like the Caribbeans. Too bad they're disappearing.
Wait, what's happening? What's the beef with the Caribbeans? The Caribbeans don't bother anyone, as far as I can see.
I saw an article on the Mail News and other newspaper online, obviously on the internet, that some ethnic groups are soon going to start disappearing.
Okay, can we get back to the question that Mr. Uganda raised? What is the beef with the Caribbeans?
What is what?
The beef with where did the Caribbeans tie into this? Because they're
is it just me that can't hear? Was it some? Can we all not hear him?
I'm talking about they said that some ethnic groups are going to start disappearing in the UK because of dating.
I don't want to talk about the ethnic groups in the UK with all due respect. I'm not in the UK.
But you are asking us about ethnic groups in the UK though, which is what Mr. Uganda is asking.
I'm kind of confused.
I just don't know where this energy for the Caribbeans comes, because I get that in the past they might have been hostile to other African groups, because we've heard Kwesi talk about the Jamaicans. If everyone has heard Kwesi talk about the Jamaicans, put a 1 in the comment section. We know that they've been hostile, but are they like that now? Like, I think they've moved on from whatever they were doing, particularly the Jamaicans. I think they're integrating quite nicely.
Actually, I think Dr. R already answered that and said it started with the Caribbeans, but then it changed to West Africans. It changed to a different group.
Can I? Sorry.
Yeah, let only me go on.
No, it has nothing to do with anything, but I have seen this question coming back at many times in the comment section, saying the Somalis are Caucasian, and I think people who are repeatedly writing this is fake, it's false information. You guys have to stop with this nonsense. It's crazy.
Okay,
people think that Somali are Caucasians.
Okay, Olimi, here's another question, right? So since the Somalis love each other and want to stick with their own people and want to preserve their culture and marry their own people, why go to the UK? Why not go to a country that's more like Somalia, like Ethiopia? Why not Ethiopia? Or why not a
First,
Muslim? Why not a,
Because they're
wait,
going there for
why not a
economic
Muslim
reasons,
country?
not mixing reasons.
we are going there economic reasons because of the war. I told you 3-4 times. The Somali has gone through war, and we fleeing, and then we went to which country fitted us the best, and that's where we stayed. It was not like Somalis were going holidays and having want to mix with people.
Yes.
In the 80s, in the 60s, in the 70s, before the war,
Yes.
Somalis were not going out of their country. We were in our country. Somalis were not outside their
No,
country. Because of the
no,
war,
but you're
that's
missing.
why we are in our
No.
country.
Yes, but
Yes.
the question is, if you're gonna go out of your country, why not go to a country that's more similar to your
Dubai,
values as
Saudi Arabia.
I don't. We don't
like
even
Egypt?
mix with Ethiopians. Even with Ethiopians, we don't mix. I mean, we just don't mix. Look. Somebody was saying also Somali women are ugly, and I have to just come for my people. Somali women are not ugly. You're just being
Some of them
salty
are.
in the comment. No,
Everybody
they're
has
not.
ugly
Listen,
people.
but
It only
listen.
means
No, some
Somali
people
only
women,
do.
Somali
only
women
mean you
dominate
all
the
over the
modeling
show. You
industry.
all over the
Listen.
show.
That's not true. It's
Can I,
Sudanese
can
women.
I, can I? Somali women do and dominate the modeling industry. That let alone says everything to you. Somali women actually, I have to say, Somali women enjoy both of the and both worlds, the best of the both worlds. And Somali women are not ugly. It's just saltiness.
Okay.
People saying that. If that was the
Can we get
case,
to the
a
point,
lot of people
Ronaldo?
would not come
Can
for
we get to the
They're
Somali
point?
not.
women.
They're not good at. They're not good at sex. They're very bad at sex.
Are you being nasty?
Okay,
Just shut
and
No, no,
up.
no, 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 no. Okay,
Shut
African
up.
millennials.
Come on,
African millennials
Kajo.
on for a little bit. So let's keep it cool while she's away. Okay, now let's be respectful to Somali women. Now,
How
I actually
old are
want to
you,
talk.
Dr. K? How old are you, Dr. K?
Uh,
Seriously, how old are you?
me
15?
almost
Yes.
no.
You,
Yes, no, I'm not 15.
15. Yeah,
Abaya,
Double it.
he's
15.
trolling.
Maybe
Okay, so
no,
don't
no, no. Maybe
even
you should go
bother.
back to bed. No, this is this. I think he's not. He's maybe 15, 16. Not older
15.
than that.
Yeah,
15. Yeah,
okay,
you
so
should go to bed. Then I will not talk to you.
yeah,
You're still a
so
boy.
let's move the conversation over to is it DIA Die? Am I mispronouncing your name?
It's DEI.
DEI. So sorry
Mm-hmm.
for that. So I guess
Mm-hmm.
you were talking about the way that clans work in Somalia. Like if you sort
Mm-hmm.
of mix out of
Mm-hmm.
your clan, then you can still be ostracized or looked down upon.
Yes,
Is there
correct.
a reason as to why? Because I guess Somalis are homogenous, you know. So why is there
Mm-hmm.
sort of this clan based system, and why is there this sort of attitude toward mixing clans?
Okay, so I can't go too deep in it, but the civil war was because of clans. The situation, well, the existence of Somaliland is because of clans. Any Somalilander can argue with me. I don't care. It's a fact. It is what it is. But Somalia, because it's so homogenous, you're going to look for things that are different. So clans are one of those things. And so we have 4 main clans. There's the Dir Hawiyo, Darod, and the Rehanwain. So we have a 4.5 system. The 0.5 are the minorities, and we have the main 4 clans. And basically, we like to keep to ourselves. We're very isolated. And in order to make your clan strong, you need to stick to your clan. So for that, women are ostracized when they mix outside of their clan. And we also, like I said earlier, we have our own Cushitic minority clans that are ostracized called the Midgan. And if you marry into them, you will be completely ostracized by your whole family. I've seen it happen. I have family members who married into these lower clans. I've seen family members who married into these other clans and they didn't even go to the wedding. They were like, I don't know who you are. I've never met you. So it's much more deeper than what people are making it out to be. So that's the main thing I can say.
Is it true, that all Somalians descend from one man? Is it true?
No. If you're talking about Somali, that doesn't include Darod and Asak people. This only includes Hawiya and Dir, because technically, according to Darod and Asak people, our forefather came from Yemen or Iraq. For Isaac people, I
So
think
they're
it's
Arabs,
Iraqi,
right?
Yemen.
Well,
first,
can I
that
add something? That the
So-
whole
But
story
listen-
is a myth. The
Yes,
whole
it
story
is.
a myth.
There's no
It is
evidence.
There is
DNA wise,
Because
there's
we
no
have
evidence.
DNA. There has T haplogroup and Hawiye has E1B1B, just
But
like
not all
Darod.
did.
This whole thing is like there people came together and they just formed a group. There is no one man called this. There's one tribe and they grouped each other to create these clans to see who is stronger, and so this I don't believe. I think Somalis are Kusheric people, and they all came from the same line as the other Kusheric people in the
I
Horn of
think
Africa.
this would make us more similar to this than dissimilar, because even within the Bantu ethnic groups, some of us were formed together due to sort of similar principles. You know, we wanted to sort of lead our communities in a particular direction, and that's what formed us together. It's not necessarily genetics. You'll still see some of these groups, and they have like different paternal markers. You know, I just think it's a matter of, you know, coming together to sort of unify a community and what you want the community to look like. So I know a lot of people do focus on genetics, but you know, a lot of people, they wanted to. Yep, you can go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to say that the Somalis in Somalia can have those, you know, their customs and culture where they say you have to marry within the clan.
But we are coming out of it too now.
Yeah.
Somalis are really coming out of it too, slowly but surely.
So you're telling me those in the West are not influenced by the Western culture and are not inclined to marry out?
Yes, there are some who do that after all. Like there are some people who do, but that's not the majority of them, because it is frowned upon, and you know, people like to stay with their own people and stuff like that. The parents have to be allowing the girl to marry her outside her and this doesn't happen often, but it does happen sometimes, you see.
You know, I have a question. Why is there a whole tribe in Kenya where Somalis mixed with the Turkana people and those guys?
You mean the Rendile?
Yeah. So I thought you guys don't mix.
We separated from them long time ago.
They left
We
Islam.
separated.
First of all, they didn't even. Okay, so
Except
here's the
Islam.
thing. Rendile. They basically were
my
Somalis.
friend is Muslim and she's Rendele. Yeah.
I've never met one who was Muslim, but anyways, they're the Somalis. Technically, folklore is that they're Somalis who didn't accept Islam and then they mixed with the Turkana. But they speak. I've listened to their language. It sounds like 70% Somali.
Yeah, but that's a whole tribe, right? A whole millions of people.
Yes.
And okay, interesting. So, Kwesi, if you want to find a wife, you can go there. But I don't like those northerners. They don't wear clothes.
Do you think
aren't
that
you
this?
Oromo? Like, come on now.
And look, even
about your own people. Wow.
Nobody
cares about your
sexual desires. Oh, okay. Listen, Radi, shush. Okay, go ahead.
No, but when we look at the Somali generic, for instance, when we look at the Somali generic, we don't have any generic from the Ethiopian Habasha, for instance, and we live with these people thousands of
you have
years.
Habesha? Habesha are Christian. That doesn't make sense.
No, but we don't. Not all Habesha are Christian, first of all. But anyways,
most of them
we don't
like
have. We don't
9%.
listen. We don't have because Somalis are in. They separate themselves and they stay by themselves. We don't mix with other Kushite people also. Oromo mix more with other people than the Somalis do. Oromos mix more. Oromos are open to mixing, but Somalis don't. Afars don't mix either. Afars stay, and if you look also phenotype between the Afars and Somalis, they look identical, right? They literally look identical, but the Oromos, you can see that they have some mixture. They do mix with other African tribes.
Yeah, I saw a picture of an Oromo person. I was saying it in the chat. The Oromo man I saw in this picture looked very, very similar to my brother. So, yeah, I think, and I don't know much about the Oromo, but there's been a lot of discussions as to where they came from and stuff like that, and as to whether they mixed with Bantus. Now, I'm not trying to put out any rhetoric over there, but by looking at them, I can see how people could be confused that they mixed with.
Well, with Oromo culture is they believe that every child matters, so they usually just adopt people into their tribe. So kids, they love the idea of giving kids a place to stay.
Do you think, and I'm going to ask the Somalis this, do you think that I guess, the homogenous nature or like the need to sort of stay insular, do you feel like it would lend people to really abort children that, I guess, are fathered by different men? Like, let's say, for example, the father is like a Congo man. Do you think that you would remove the baby just because you want to sort of keep,
No,
like, what is
No.
okay, I don't know. Right, listen. If a girl like gets pregnant out of wedlock, here now in the West, most likely maybe she gets abortion, even if it's with Somali guy, because having a baby outside marriage is no. So maybe I don't know.
But most Africans,
Well, if they become Muslim, the parent maybe accept the child.
right?
What's
Depends
your
really.
Why are we even talking about mixing anyway? I don't understand why people in this room are obsessed with wanting in
I think
mixing.
people are obsessed with Somali girls. That's what
But in
already
Islam,
said.
yeah,
it is
with
it is
Africans, upset with Somali girls for some reason.
Most
but I
of these
think
people are triggered are West Africans on the comment section. If you're gonna
but
disrespect
if
my
she
country,
married
fuck
if
you
she's
all.
married with the guy, and then why would it be problem? Why she's aborting the child? I don't understand that. That would never happen. I'm guessing out of wedlock, a girl would be scared, maybe would abort, even if it's Somali guy. I don't think it's because the background of the person. Aborting child is anyways a sin in our religion.
Not
I mean,
the funny thing, it's not even only Somali who think like that. Because most African, if you get pregnant out of wedlock, basically your family that they're not gonna accept the kid or you, basically. So
Oh, don't say most Africans. Be
well,
specific.
South
Which
Africa is
African?
different. So Africa, y'all different. Okay, y'all don't go by African style. Like y'all European, basically. So it's kind of different
Yeah.
from us
Yeah.
Africans.
When you say sometimes you have to be specific, the region that you're talking from. Don't say most Africans this and that.
no,
But
but
it
most,
is
Yeah.
this how Africans
and
are.
it's yeah,
This
he's
how
right.
Africans are. It's not nothing. This how Africans are. So Africans is a different situation. Y'all basically accept that European culture, that way of doing things. Like y'all
Okay.
gay proud.
But
Your country's gay proud. Most Africa are not gay proud at all.
Yeah, you guys
It does not
like
go.
that gay shit.
Like that does not go most
yeah,
African
but
countries.
but
But that's
why
it.
is it wrong?
Brody, that's
But
how Africans
In
are.
fact,
Y'all are
South Africa
different.
wasn't even in Africa until recently. You guys were not part of Africa politically. So
Yeah,
yeah,
like y'all different situation. Like people. Most people don't even claim. Some people even look you opposite to Africans. You understand?
so is that
Like
supposed to hurt your feelings?
y'all do not follow the African way of doing things a lot of times. Like
yep,
y'all
you
really
guys
don't.
are cocooners.
Okay.
You allow that gay shit all over
Like
the
y'all
place.
follow the European way of doing things.
Yep.
So you're saying
And
that they're the Black Europeans?
Basically.
Yeah.
look, if I don't agree with only me when she says that if somebody from her community has a child out of wedlock, they will be rejected and all of that.
That's how it is though.
You know,
That's
it's
That
how
true.
sounds wrong.
it is.
That sounds very
That's
wrong.
why. No, it's true because look, why do you think the HIV is so low in their country? It's because they really monitor the morality of how people are.
Yeah, like when you need to
And
understand. So
not only
Africans are
HIV,
different.
not only HIV, it's killing Africa. And Africans love to talk shit about Black Americans. If you look at some African countries, like Nigeria, they've got an extremely high rate of paternity fraud in a lot of these
Yeah,
African countries.
10%. It's madness.
I mean, Nigeria should not be talking
And
like
I don't know if Reddy is advocating for that culture, bastard kids. I believe that all
That's not a
Africans
good
are
thing,
against.
really.
like
I agree with
listen.
Somalis.
Well, all I'm saying is that things happen,
No,
and
things don't happen. It is
No,
what it
nothing
is.
happens. It's a
You
choice.
open your
You
leg,
choose.
that's a consequence. You
Yeah.
you open
Yeah,
your
but
leg, that's a consequences.
South Africa's different because a lot of their households are run by single women.
That's
You-
why I see. But the women are running that country.
Exactly.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's
Because
that's not
remember, like months ago, Kopane said that like their men went to go and fight for them, and so a lot of the men didn't come back, and so a lot of the single women were raising these children, and even still, they have a lot of communities where it's just the mothers running the household. Like this is something that South Africans have said. Like this whole patrilineal two-parent household dilemma or situation, it's not something that's shared across Africa as a whole.
No, that's you. If you have a kid out of wedlock in African culture, you get disowned by your family. That's it. It doesn't
So
go.
are you
Like you can.
so are you but you say
Yes,
that with
if I have
such
a
pride, but it
daughter,
sounds wrong.
listen.
It's very wrong. Why
If I have a
would you?
daughter and she have a child out of wedlock, I do not know you.
Roddy, why do
But
you keep fighting
then you
against
know
other
what?
people?
You know what that makes you? It makes you a deadbeat father, and it makes you an embarrassment to us Africans to be even associated to you. Why, as a father,
That's
don't you
bad luck
care?
to my family name. That's a bad luck for our family name.
Well,
Listen, Roddy,
it's I don't agree with it.
Let's say, why you open your leg? Why you opening your legs when you know that there's a consequences? What's gonna happen?
yeah, Roddy, I've never got someone pregnant. Why? Because I take precautions. You South Africans should take precautions.
Yeah.
You
But
said condoms are free, right? So use it.
yeah. But the question is, let's say that it happened. It happened that maybe your daughter, or your sister had a child out of wedlock. Are you really going to disown them and not let it
Yes,
result in them?
yes. I'll
No,
disown
I
them.
would
I,
not disown my female relatives if they had a child out of wedlock. Like to me, that's
I will.
absurd. Like I
That's
would,
very
I
absurd.
definitely.
Yes, that's very
That's
absurd.
absurd to me.
Very
Like,
absurd.
the thing, as a woman, you're gonna let a woman sort of face the world on her own when she has a child. Like the thing is, like I could give a damn if
Mm.
the father stays or not, okay? Because we
Yes.
know a lot of men who aren't gonna stay in the father's life. But as the family member, at least you have to have their back, you know. Like everyone
Yes.
makes mistakes,
Absolutely.
but
My
it's not our job
experience.
to sort of
Yes.
persecute someone.
Mr. Uganda, look at what all these bastard kids are doing to society. The knife crime,
Yeah,
the
that's
single-headed
true.
households.
Yeah, single mothers, especially black women in the West, it's not good. Like having kids outside of
I
wedlock,
grew up in
it's not good.
America. Right? It does. The single
Did you
mother
know that
race is
72%
terrible.
of black babies in America are bastards? And this is not me saying this. This
Man,
is statistics. And I don't care if anyone's offended by this. Why do you think all
that's true.
cultures look down upon this? And all religions? Even in Hinduism, Krishna said 1,000 years ago that the bastards are going to destroy society. And he's right.
Wait, Dr. R and the rest of the guys on the panel. ADOS just black just solely. She asked, or he asked. I think it's a she. It's definitely a she. She said it's absurd, but what about the man? If the man leaves his child, is he disowned?
Yeah,
So I'll leave
I
the
mean,
other one
Yeah,
you're supposed to look after your kid, 100%.
yeah.
If you make
Nah, he's
something,
not
look
disowned.
after
No,
it.
he's not disowned either. I wouldn't say he's disowned either. But that's just no, he's not
You're too
disowned.
nice.
Hey, do you know how many family members I would have to disown if I went
All
about
of them.
judging them and how they don't commit to their standards? Like, it's the truth. Like, do, people they do that's their business,
Yeah.
okay? But when you're
Yes.
the family, your job isn't to persecute your other family members for
Yes.
making different life choices.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Yes.
So Uganda,
Yes.
as an
Yes.
individual, you're right when you're looking at like really like your friends and family. But as a community, if you don't disown them, you allow that behavior to keep escaping. Like I give the Somalis respect here. They got their family structure on check. Even with 3 wives, right? The guy's still the dad. There's still there's still that kind of respect that the father is home. Even if it's in a different country, there's that respect. But a lot of other black families in the UK, especially Caribbeans and Black Americans, their family system is just broken. There's no order in the house, so the man is not there. So the kids just end up doing whatever the culture, the other people around them end up. Like if you look at even the UK, right? Me, the reason I passed school is because my mom and my dad were there to kind of help guide me. A lot of my friends, the Caribbean ones, didn't even finish school because most of them didn't have anyone on their corner. It's a bit sad.
Now, Mr. Uganda, statistic it says that most kids who come from 2 parents are most able to be successful than kids come from 1 parent.
And I'm not going to say that's wrong, but I'm going to say that what does that have to do with your ability to stand by your family member? Like again,
yes,
like
and also like aren't
what
you?
does that have to do with me?
Yes.
Listen, this is how I
Also,
look at it, right, Mr. Uganda? This is how I look at it.
but you also have a role to play, because maybe you're an uncle or you're a nephew. You also have a role to play. You don't just abandon them like that. That's very absurd.
That is very sad, actually, that it happens. That a lot of nowadays, anyways, this abortion is in the West very easily accessible. People go and do stupid things, and then they abort the child. That's the quick way to go out of the situation. But it is in our religion, it is a sin to abort a child, whether it is out of wedlock or not. But you know why people do why girls do, because of the stigma that comes with it, because of the people look down on that child, and there's a lot of things that come with this thing. That's why, and they're scared to be disconnected with their family, so they do this. But it should not happen, because it's not good to abort a child because of a mistake you have done.
Right, like I definitely wouldn't disown. I just can't conceive of that. Like I think w- I'm not actually. I can't dictate as to how other people can handle their family members, because your family members yourselves. But I know for a fact that my family, who ended up sort of getting a girl pregnant, or they maybe got pregnant before marriage, a lot of these people, they weren't in their right mental state. I'm not trying to say that they're like mentally ill or stuff.
There is always solution. Look, there is always a solution. First of all, I don't think, even if your parents are accepted of you, there will be the community. The people outside, how they look at things. It's not only for the family, but when, let's say, if a girl gets pregnant outside of a marriage with a man, there's always solution that they could get married and raise their children together. But most likely the guy doesn't want to have anything to do with the child, and the girl stays there alone with the child, and that is the sad truth, that the girl ends up alone with this child, and she aborts it. Then she finds that's the quick way out.
Yes, I think this is why a lot of people on the panel, not on the panel, but a lot of people in this space do advocate for marriage before getting pregnant, even like because it's just security. There's a lot of situations here in the UK where these girls get told sweet nothings by the guys. The guys are like, "Oh, I love you, I love you." They stick the dick in there. They get the woman pregnant. The woman opens her legs, and then they've still got no commitment. So they haven't got a husband. They haven't got a man. They haven't got any provision, and they have to raise the baby by themselves. It's sad.
How did they get pregnant though? Like I've never got someone pregnant, right? So how do people just get pregnant? There's so many ways. There's CDs. There's morning after, whatever they call it, pill, whatever. So how do people actually get pregnant in the West? I don't get it.
Guys, can I interject? Yes. Some girls do want to have a child by a certain age. So sometimes you'd find that some girls deliberately maybe cut a hole in the condom. But I know some girls do want to have a baby maybe by the age of 20 or 21, even if they're not married. But some women do have that desire to have a child.
You guys should, at least Dr. K, Dr. R, that's nice, African Millennial Questy. You guys shouldn't be alien to that sort of rhetoric, because we actually heard someone on my panel saying that they're going to have a baby by any means necessary.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we know. This is where it gets catastrophic, because it's sort of like you want to have a baby and you haven't got any security for the baby. It's just ridiculous.
Someone's calling us incels. Like, do you know what an incel is? An incel is someone who can't have monkey double backflips. That's not us.
But
wait, who's calling us incels?
Yeah, someone in the chat. I don't know.
Somebody in the comment section asked about Fulanis. Do African people see the Fulanis as black people? Are the Fulanis considered black
Why people care so much of a
They
skin
have to be
color?
black.
Hold on. Why do people care so much of a skin color? Like, really, African and the country don't care about skin color, really. Why do people so worry about skin color?
I don't know, but people do ask. People like to say, "Oh, these people, a group of people, are not Africans or black, or this group
Because
of
they
people are
follow the
not
white
black."
man's fake labels, fake construct.
Actually, how I see it is the color black is something that African have been given by the white people. Actually, I think we should drop that color situation, because color doesn't define who I am. Who I am is my tribe, my people, my country. That's who I am, and not my color. But yeah, the Fulanis are getting hit too, I see.
I mean,
But the
we
Fulanis
got
are
no
black.
Nigerian here,
They look
so
black to me. They look black to me. I don't know why there's all this contention as to whether they're black. They look black to me. Like
no. The
I'm not
It's
problem,
not
saying that they
about. It's
are
not
black.
about.
But you guys
It's not
understand
about them
what
being
I'm
black. They phenotypically look different
the
from
phenotype,
the savannah southern coastal Africans. The Sahelian Africans and the southern coastal, they look different.
yeah,
All
they
Africans are different, though.
think
I
they're
don't.
generic. Basically, I saw a couple Fulani generic. The majority of them they descend of Somali and Kenyan and other things also. So
I have never seen that. Are you sure?
yeah,
Yeah.
some of the DNA test.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know the right?
She sounds skeptical. She's like, really?
Listen, I'm just going what the DNA said. This is not a fact. I'm just going by the DNA. What it says.
I know Tutsi. I know Tutsi have a lot of Somali
Yeah.
DNA. I know that for a fact because there's a video, different Tutsi DNAs. But you can just write it down on YouTube. Tutsi DNA. You will see that video.
Yeah,
Will be the first
I'm
pop
just
up.
that's because I saw a couple of
Fulanis.
Fulani. So that's it. So that's I'm going aching. You know.
But I
That's
think
all.
Fulanis are more like a North African Tuareg mixed with and West African. I think that is
Yeah,
what they
that
are.
can
But
be.
yeah. But anyways, the phenotype, Africa has, as I said before, like different phenotypes. We have Asian looking to white looking to Indian looking to African looking. I mean, Africa is a continent; it's not a country. And black is just a color that white people came and said, "Oh, these people are black." And it's a color which is actually a negative color. I would never like to be called like black. This is white people gave you, and we just embrace that and we make it as our identity. But it's not your identity. You might be Zulu, you might be Yoruba, you might be Tutsi or Somali. That's what you are. You are not black. Look at Indians, for instance. The Indians, they're very dark people, darker than most Africans, and they are not black. You understand? And I don't know.
I think when we say African looking, we mean the dominant phenotype within Africa. And the general dominant phenotype is generally white nose, big lips, very dark skin, very, very kinky hair. The height is negligible.
Then that is black, right? Then that doesn't make me then black. If that is black, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't have those phenotype. You understand?
The funny thing is why even that's that's fine thing. That's not even that look. Yes, that can be the more dominant look. These people also got smaller nose. Also, the same group of people. So to me, it just never made any sense. But this identity came from America. I hear this a lot from African Americans. Claiming certain like a lot of African Americans start to claim East Africa, and that's really pissing me off.
Why does it piss you off?
Because none of them are descendants of East Africans.
That's not true though.
If we talk
It's
about
literally not true.
Mozambique, if we talk about Mozambique and
That's
Madagascar,
the
yes,
east coast of Africa.
yes, that makes sense. But
I've seen people with even Somalia in their DNA. Literally, I've seen, and I can. We come from all over.
Yeah, but the Somalis.
But even if it wasn't true, why does it make you mad if they claim East Africa? Even if it wasn't true.
Listen, you can like East Africa. I'm not saying you cannot like, but claiming that cultures, then that's a problem for me.
Yeah, the Somalis in their DNA, because I have seen, I've seen one person from the islands get Somali, and it was it was literally 1% Somali. It's so distant.
I've seen someone with 4% Somali.
Maybe they got that by way of.
we have to also understand we have different ethnic groups in Somalia. As I said, we have also Somali Bantu who live in Somalia and the other ethnic groups. I mean, of course, people traveled also. I'm not saying Somali just stuck into Somalia. Some people traveled to all the way to the West Africa for 1,000 years ago. I don't know. Can happen, but some majority of African Americans, I don't think they have any Somali DNA. Or Ethiopian Habesha DNA?
True. Well, the closest DNA they got is Fulani.
Yeah,
Yeah, a
Fulani.
lot of
Yes,
Fulanis were
Fulani
taken.
is in West Africa. Yeah, there's a lot of Fulani who've been captured also to slavery in
And
Central
Mandinka
America.
and others.
Yes, different tribes in
If
West Africa.
African Americans did mostly come from Somalia, how would that make the Somalis feel?
How would they make
If
us feel?
yeah, if it was true.
They have to have a kabila. You have to have a clan.
because that would be very I would have to
Can I
look.
say something?
I've seen a
Can I?
white guy. Habu. Sorry. The Dr. R, you can say. Dr. R.
Guardian.
Yeah, I'm here.
In what way? If they were not mixed, if they were unmixed, yeah, I would claim them. But if they were mixed, I wouldn't claim them.
All right.
I don't know about that, but I mean, if I would see some African American Somali DNA, or let's say Habasha DNA, now DNA from East African Horners, I don't know. I mean, historically, we know that this side of the of Africa was never brought to America. So that I have to look what happened. Could be that there's an ancient admixture there, but I doubt. Yeah, I doubt. Anyway.
Guardian, I have a question for Guardian. Do you find that some black people in the West don't like West African culture and they try to cling on to Horn African or East African culture? Because notwithstanding that, we can talk about something else even. Like, because even when they talk about ancient Egypt, Hebrew, Israelite, all of these things have to do with things that are to the eastern side / Middle East of Africa. So is there like this sort of aversion or hatred for West Africa that exists
Mr.
within
Uganda, can I respond?
I can answer the
When I
question.
think,
He asked me though. All right, I'll let you go. It's cool.
Mr. Uganda, as a Muslim, I admire like the Malian Empire and the Ghana Empire, like the Muslim West African kingdoms. Like, I don't know why they don't look into those kingdoms, especially the Malian kingdom.
Interesting.
All right, I have an answer for that. So the question was, do we have an aversion to West African culture? I'll say for the most part, we love West African culture. So for example, the dashikis, it was an entire movement of love for West African culture. The Ghanaians were a lot of dashikis. It's a lot in West Africa too. And that's, for example, that Africa in general, a lot of Africans, whether they're from north, south, east, or west, have a lot of similar cultural practices. They have some similarities, even though they're from, so that, but for the most part, African Americans love African culture. Even in the 90s, you look at the average rap music video, a lot of West African culture within it. Now, there are a few who may be averse to West African culture. There's a few for various reasons, some, but that's a fringe, small population, but the most love African culture. Now, as far as Egypt goes, the reason why we don't divide Africa into even regions, west, east, south, north, for the most part, especially that regional conflict, that's mainly with Africans on the continent. So African Americans in America, we see Africa, Egypt, South Africa, West Africa, East Africa, we all see it as one Africa. I'm from Africa. I don't care what country you're talking about, Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia, whatever. We're from all of it. That's how we look at it. We're from all of it because we can't pinpoint which specific region. Actually, most of these regions that exist now didn't exist back when our people was taken. So why am I gonna be like, oh, I'm Ghanaian? My people from Ghana. The Ghana Empire was originally before the Mali Empire, and a country called Ghana today is not the same Ghana from 1,000 years ago. So what do I look like saying, oh, I'm Ghanaian, oh, my people from Ghana? We're not from Ghana. Ghana didn't exist when we came over here. We're from all of the continent. So so as far as researching our history, anything positive, and when you look at thousands and thousands of years, okay, there's a specific group of people living in Mandate that somebody might link back to. But those people that living in the Mandate people living in Sierra Leone today, even 200 years ago, those people likely migrated from another location to be there. So just because I might pinpoint and match with a few people from there right there, that doesn't mean that they did migrate from another location. People migrate all over. Like the Fulani, for example, they're all the way in Sudan as well as West Africa, and they're nomadic. So we don't really have a specific location we're from. We're from the entire continent. So that's how we look at it.
Guardian, I've got a question. I want to ask a question to Guardian. Guardian, I've got a question.
Yeah.
Guardian, me as a Somali, I kind of find it weird that Black Americans who've been taken out of the continent 400 years ago, this is along with the Haitians, they cling on to Africa. It's like someone that's born.
Yeah, I'll let you finish.
I just find that strange.
We cling on to Africa because that's where we come from.
Because Mr. I'll give you an example. Guardian, imagine if 1 million Somalis was taken as slaves to Australia, let's say 600 years ago to Australia, and they mixed with different ethnic groups. 600 years, let's say they tried to cling on to Somalia. I will not see them as one of me. If you get what I'm saying. Even
the Europeans, the USA is like a mirror of. It's a final culmination of what Greece and Rome was. So they didn't just abandon their European culture. They built on top of it until it got to its final conclusion. It would be kind of illogical for us to remove all of our history and who we are as a people and start fresh from ground zero. We are who we are. I am my ancestors. We are our ancestors. We can't run from that.
I think African Americans can claim any part of Africa as long as they stay in Africa. I think when it goes all crazy is when some say they are from Egypt and I mean Israel or they are from Europe. There it goes the line. Like African American can claim any country in Africa. That's fine with me.
Yeah,
but
y'all could go.
I've seen. Okay, but Guardian, I've seen more often than not that African Americans don't like being addressed as African Americans. They want to be seen as Americans. What do you have to say about that?
I would say that no. Actually, I can't say no because Guardian is American, but most Black Americans want to be addressed as Black Americans. Like the ones online that they say ADOS, but then the Black Americans tell us that the ADOS are they're like a niche on YouTube. So I don't know what to believe.
So it is, it is.
It is a
YouTube base.
Let's call it what the fuck it is. Nobody in a right mind who I talk to on a daily basis call themselves ADOS. If you talk to a common person in the street in LA, a Black person or Creole, whatever, Supreme Leader in another chat, call them mulattoes, and ask them what ADO is, people gonna look at you puzzled and be like saying, what the hell are you talking about? And, we don't have conversations like that every day about, our identity and stuff like that. That's not even in the conversation of most people, what they talk about in a general basis. We talk about our families like everybody else. We talk about our trials and tribulations. We talked about right now about, Christmas, or should I celebrate Christmas or should I not celebrate Christmas? Whatever. In regards to Pan-Africanism and this and that, I mean, you have a fringe group of people who do discuss that. I mean, people are not really into history like that. I'm just gonna cut it, say it what it is. I mean, if I, like even members of my family, they consider like Jamaica to be it is its own country, but they don't go as deep and say, well, Jamaicans were taken as slavery to Africa, because that's kind of like new to people, because they don't really teach that in school. You have to pretty much probably take a African studies class or even have personal study, okay, and to read up on stuff like that. But if you talk to people like my mom generation who's like in the 70s and stuff like that, Africa is more, it's just a place to them. It's not something tangible where they want to retire at, anything like that. I mean, they respect Africans who they meet and stuff like that. And, especially when my mom was sick, we met a lot of Nigerians and stuff like that. And it just goes as far as, human relationships, not something as far as, countries. And, people don't think of Africa like that. I'm just being honest. honest truth, especially people of, I'm a little bit older than some of you folks on here, of my generation or whatnot, or, but I know some Pan-Africanists, and, some of them, like probably might follow, like the Uma Thurmans and stuff like that. And, I don't really take those type of people, Pan-Africans, as serious, but I'm gonna let Guardian keep on doing his thing.
Oh yeah. So as far as the Black American, so over here, for the most part, African, Black American, or African American is interchangeable. When you think African, you think Black, and when you think Black, you think Africa. But more recently, now it's more political in that it's important and it's needed because right now the way. So so when we push for our rights and stuff like that in the 60s and everything, they gave it at first. We were supposed to get like specific tangibles for our people to lift our people up. That's what we fought for. But we did fight to bring like an equal society to all people. Nobody should be segregated, and the quotas. There shouldn't be immigration quotas and stuff like that. But the way that they finessed us is that they started giving stuff to minorities in general. So, okay, you Black Americans, y'all were slaves over here for all these years. We're going to give something to these Indians and these Asians and these whoever else who just came over here. They came with money because you had to have money to get on the plane to get here. So they're already privileged, but we're going to give stuff to them too, as well as you, But that's to keep us at the bottom rung of society, because if you just give everything to everybody, but we're still the ones that's lacking the most. So right now they say, all right, if we need to get our government to give us specifically what we are owed, we need to kind of codify who we are as a people. Now, African American we could have African American inside the legal documents, but the problem is that now the problem is that white people who run the government, the white people that run the government, they're really shifty, they're not honest, and they're really shady. So they're gonna find any type of they speak with a forked tongue. So they use trick language to get to finesse their way out of doing what they're supposed to do for justice. So they'll say, African American, we're all from Africa. We all came from Africa, so everybody's African American. So we use Black. Like you can't run away from Black. If you're Black, you're Black. A Black American is a Black American.
Guardian, I've got a question for you.
Let me speak real quick. One thing we can't escape, though, is, certain Black Americans did benefit, unfortunately, to our own oppression as well, too. We can't escape that, even among the politicians as well, too. That reality of the situation. I agree with everything what you pretty much said. But, I pretty much agree with what you said. I agree. But go ahead, Doctor.
Dr. R, are you still there? Okay, I guess.
Yeah. I just wanted to say to Guardian, you Black Americans got to stop letting these Africans infiltrate your people, since you're an ethnic group of 47 million.
How are they infiltrating? I'm living the West Coast, and Guardian is in the East Coast. Africans
for example,
let me talk because I live in America, brother. I live in California. They're not the B bird is living, even though it's a hellhole sometimes here. They're not, Africans are not. How the way I want to say it? We're not together like that over here. Think about it. Our numbers are a lot more greater than the African population that come here. That's why I pretty much was getting on African millennial when she was like saying South Africa and the United States is the same thing, as far as West African infiltrating. No, you're not. Your population is not fucking there to do that. Now, if you said you were from, like a Latin American country or other ethnic moderate groups, okay, you could get that little argument in regards to that. But the African population and also even the Caribbean population is pretty much minuscule. Interesting enough, though, a lot of Caribbean people became African Americans, like Colin Powell and many different other people who are formerly, who were parents from the Caribbean, but in time they became part of the, the African American society.
But Grits, but my question is, do you claim those people?
Not necessarily. It really depends. It's not about claim. It's pretty much, you utilize people as convenience.
Because I've seen some Black Americans complain about Africans and Caribbeans getting into certain positions in government that only Black Americans should be getting into, and they're not happy. And these people say that they're Black American for convenience to get into those positions, and those Africans and Caribbeans are serving their own people.
I see what you're saying. I'm gonna respond after they speak, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, before they even speak, and we'll let Guardian and Chitlins.
I'll give an example before I go. I'll give an example. I've seen a video from Tariq Nasheed, right? Yeah, some Congolese kid from North Carolina. I keep telling Tariq Nasheed.
You think Tariq Nasheed's fucking credible?
Oh,
I don't take him serious. I don't care about him. There was a video I've seen 3 years ago.
I don't take clowns like that credible, to be honest.
He's a clown, but he had a point. This Congolese kid kept telling Tariq Nasheed, I'm Black American. And then he said to him, I know what my people look like. You ain't Black American, you're African. But he kept saying to him he's Black American. I don't know why that Congolese kid was begging it. He was begging.
Yeah, but then he threw shots at us Ugandans in that same video and came after our forehead. So Tariq Nasheed can sit the fuck down, because that definitely wasn't cool. Now he can roast and do whatever the fuck he do, but Ugandans don't do shit to him. So I don't know why he had
I'm saying this. I don't know what the video was about. But why was that kid pretending to be Black American? It's
let me land. Because I know the guy was trolling Tariq, but this is what I was saying earlier, as far as when you entertain trolling and something foul comes out of your mouth, don't be upset when people come for you. It's your responsibility to know what a troll is and to know what's the appropriate amount to say. Now, if he stuck to his commentary and came after his look, and all of this stuff is fine because the guy came to you. But once you drag different ethnic looks into it and all of that, don't be mad when the same people come for you, because you didn't have to go there. Now, what I was going to say before Dr. R spoke, which is fine, I was going to say that what are Africans supposed to be doing overseas as far as the US? Because I guess people say that they're meant to be side by side fighting for civil rights or whatever, but then when they sort of climb into these positions to speak on things, they're not doing a good job. So it's like, do you just want them to? What do you want them to do in the US?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to be a bit tribalistic about this. Imagine if it was the other way around. There was 47 million Somalis in America, and you've got other Africans coming in and trying to say that we are Somali, we speak to your people, but at the end of the day, they care about their own people. They're serving the interest of their community. That's tribalism.
So my response to that. So I see so to answer the question, do we see other Africans as us or so? All right. So I to answer it like this: from as long as we've been here till I guess the 1960s, 70s, maybe 80s or so, to the modern times, we did see other Africans as us. If they're over here, we're all trying to get free. This is the land where if you're Black, you're a slave. I mean, if you're caught, you can, even if you're free, you can be taken, kidnapped and put into slavery just if you look Black enough. I mean, even Indians were put into slavery. Even dark-skinned Indians was put into slavery. So it was a Pan-African type of idea, like, okay, you're Black over here. We just got to fight to get out of this oppression over here. So there was one point where we did see all of us, anybody over here that's Black. I don't care if you're from Puerto Rico, even Puerto Rico. Dr. Ben, for example, he's a historian. His mom is Puerto Rican. His father is from Ethiopia, I believe. Schomburg, a lot of people from different places come over here and we work together. This was before the 1960s and everything. A lot of people who would come over here would fight along our side to, help us in our struggle. But and that's why we fought for we fought to lift the immigration quotas and stuff, because we thinking that, all right, people from these other countries are going to come and back us up in our fight, reinforcements and such. But I'm gonna speak from my point of view in New York, because in every location it might be a different scenario. I'll speak from a New York point of view. So in New York, we got mainly Black Americans. You also have a lot of Afro Latinos, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans. You have Jamaicans, Caribbeans, Trinidadians, Guyanese, etc. So on a culture, and it's two ways to look at it. There's a cultural way to look at it. There's a political way to look at it. So I'm gonna speak on the cultural. Culturally, we all
blend in. We all love hip hop. Hip hop started with in New York culturally. Any group coming over here, they blend in with the Black American population. So hip hop started with us and Black Americans, and then other groups of people, they blend in, and we all are one in a sense. But over time, as far as culturally, the reggae gets like real dominant in New York. So it's like a split between, and then we all enjoy and share our culture. But there was a point in time, I say culturally, where Black Americans did get lost in the fog in New York City. So everybody's playing reggae all day. Everybody got this. But then I'd say in the last 2-3 years or so, it's like, oh, wait, we are our own group of people. Yeah, we all Black, but we're all our own group of people. So when other people are playing their reggae and they're vibing and stuff like that, they have a whole tradition back home where they can identify with that. We probably grew up listening to jazz, or we grew up listening to different soul music, Phyllis Hyman and all these other people. So that's something that now I'd say it's a movement in that a lot of us are starting to get in touch with our roots in America. So I understand that culturally, and I understand that, it's all good. I feel like it is important for us to recognize that we are our own group and not get filtered out and lost in the group of Blackness, or don't get lost in Pan-Africanism. I am Pan-African, but don't get lost in the source. You have to know who you are before you get erased or whatever. Politically,
I'm gonna speak from an LA point of view.
Okay. And I'm gonna respond after that on the political aspect of it, but I'll let you.
Right. I mean, for us here, the majority of us are African Americans, regardless whether because most of the Black people here coming from like some Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, who've been here for like many, many different generations. The African population here is kind of like very small and it's insignificant, even though I disagree with one of my investment friends. He says a lot of Nigerians in places like Hawthorne, but we don't see Africans like that. I just now got familiar with the various different subcultures of African Americans here, especially not African Americans. I can't call them that since they are a mixed race group, or Louisiana Creoles. We have a lot of them here. And, they are kind of like under the umbrella of the greater African American community here. But in regards to, like the ADOS and this and that and, whatnot, people don't know what the hell that is here. In regards to being Pan-Africanist and all that type of stuff. We did have like the African marketplace, but it don't really have that much traction here. Everyone pretty much do their own thing among the different Black people here. We do have Jamaicans here and this and that, but it's small. I won't say it's different from New York, but it's very, very different realities here in the western part, or the south, in Southern California. I'm gonna say that. I don't know what goes on in North and Oakland and all that type of places.
Now I know Guardian wants to address the political scene, but after he sort of makes his premise known, I want to ask DEI a question, but I'll wait after. So Guardian, you can go ahead.
All right. So politically, so I'm gonna speak on politically and economically. So economically, we had a foundation of we had our own, our own everything. Everything was separate but so-called equal. We had our own everything at a certain point, up until the 60s and 70s. After the 60s and 70s, integration kind of erased all of the things that we owned, hotels and all that stuff. And then we're working and giving our money to other people or whatever. But we still even then had our, somewhat of a base. In New York City, politically, I say that right now the government is not really doing anything for Black Americans specifically, politically, but that was mainly the case. It's been that way since the 60s, but I do see what a lot of people are saying in that a lot of our elected officials do. Our elected officials will work to get
open borders before they do anything for Black Americans specifically. They'll fight for open borders before that. They'll fight for any other group. They'll fight for Afghanistani people to come over here. And I understand America did their dirt in Afghanistan, but it just shows that they'll fast track any other group except up for us. They'll give them priority over us. And then I do see in New York, we live New York is real multicultural. Everybody is you'll find any group of people in New York. So we have an understanding. If you're from New York, you have an understanding how to relate to another person and not disrespect them. At the end of the day, we all live in New York City. We're not gonna just go, oh, I don't like you because you're this and that. We all live in the same city. We all trying to make it. We're all trying to live on a day-to-day. So that's why we have an understanding of that. So we don't really, in New York, we don't really go towards the negative, attack you for your background. We don't go that hard. But on the flip side, I do see how because we didn't take care of ourselves because we didn't look after ourselves as a priority, we're trying to look for justice for everybody and fight for justice for everybody. We're not looking out for ourselves politically, specifically Black Americans as a priority. Now the government, they already didn't want to do anything for us specifically, but now because we didn't put that pressure on them to fight for us specifically, we're putting the pressure on them to fight for justice for everything. They're not really caring about us. I do see, if you look at the Congressional Black Caucus, it is a fact that the majority of the members of the Congressional Black Caucus are Black immigrants. It is a fact when you look in the background of them. That's not to say they're bad people. That's not to say that they don't like Black Americans specifically. That's just their background. So because that's their background, they're gonna be more pro, immigration. And I'm not saying immigration is wrong, but I say that there is a concerted effort. It's a lot because I know at the end of the day, the people that's in politics, they're just tools. They're just tools. They do what they're told, and they're just tools to get a paycheck. And then whatever money that they get, they push whatever agenda that the person paying them is going to push. So that's not to say that they're bad because of where they come from. But at the moment, it is true that Black immigrants, and not just Black immigrants, all people in general, and there's also coons that's Black Americans too, Black American coons as well. But
a lot of those coons are African.
There's a population
Guardian
of
Angel,
there was this lady.
I'm from UK. In the UK, a lot of these Caribbeans and
I wouldn't say Africans are coons, but I say they're.
Yes, they are. A lot of them are coons, and a lot of them are from.
I would say here in the West Coast, I would say Black people, because it was a long time, it was a war among the gangs between the Black Americans and Mexicans. It was the ongoing war for territory around those areas. Where one of my friends who was from the island of Yap, which is close to Guam, got mistaken for a Mexican and almost got himself killed. That's how serious the gang wars it was between Blacks and Mexican, and it still is going on to today. I mean, I heard even the Crips and Bloods here, they might have beef with each other in their own areas. However, they do business with each other in downtown LA and do all their drug deals, which I thought it was pretty much ironic among them. And in a way, kind of smart. They do their dirt, their drug, and their prostitutions downtown, and whatever beef they have with each other, I guess in the hood, it's kind of like a weird psychology among them. But I do agree with Guardian as far as certain things, like what he said. Blacks here are it's kind of like a split, because most of them, to be perfectly honest with you, when I have conversations with my friends, I would say half of them are anti-immigration, and half of them said even mentioned, they said they wish Trump was back in power. And some of them feel that, since Kamala Harris had a high incarceration rate of, Blacks and Mexicans by even having a simple marijuana cigarette, people don't really care for her. They like, fuck her, they're a little bit more anti-immigration here than other parts of the country.
So I'm gonna ask
about immigration.
Mr. Uganda was speaking.
Because we got Josie Gold here. Now, I wanted to ask Josie a question because, like, I guess he heard the stuff that we had to say about South Africa, or that the panel was saying about South Africa.
Yeah.
Like, do you feel like South Africans get a lot of smoke?
Look, repeat what you said. I missed the part. Like, what were you guys saying?
Do you think that South Africans get a lot of smoke from other Africans? Because the thing is that, I mean, it could definitely, because from the way you were commenting earlier when Kwesi was speaking and other Africans were speaking, I get the sense that you felt like people were coming for South Africa.
Well, to be fair, Mr. Uganda, Kwesi was coming for South Africans.
Yeah, and I stand by what I said to him. Look, yeah, I do think that many people do use South Africa as some sort of scapegoat. Like, it's easier to attack it for whatever reason. I'm not sure why, but yes, like many, like let's say the Somali panelists yesterday, like some of the stuff that we were saying, like like they were found it easy to speak about my country, but today early on when I was listening before I went away, like they spoke yesterday was speaking about my country and saying all sorts of things like they know my country, but today when their country was in question, they were very defensive. So look, for whatever reason, many people do find South Africa as an easy country to target. And another thing that I actually called in for is this. Like there was some sort of talk earlier. I think it's a shame that That's Nice is not on right now, because I wanted to question him on something. Because I think he said something along the lines of South Africa's Europeanized or westernized. I think that's what you guys were talking about earlier on. Personally,
Yeah.
I disagree with it. Like, I disagree with it because for me, I don't think South Africans are westernized. It's just the culture is intact. Many of the African customs are practiced.
Hey, brother, don't change the topic. We've been listening to Mexicans and Africans and all of them.
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, look, sorry for jumping on late, but yeah, fine, I get the Mexicans. You guys can continue after. Look,
I wanted to just. Oh, my bad. I want to make a final closing statement to like.
Hold on.
Got you.
You'll make your closing statement. I just need to get this out of the way. Look, for me, South Africans are just not westernized, or what do you call it, Europeanized. Culturally, many of the cultural practices that we have are still intact. Many Black South Africans. So no, I just wanted to disagree with that. Thank you.
Josie, go before Guardian goes ahead. Can you say "I am Hosa" in your language again? I love it when you say that. Can you say that once?
I'm Kosa.
Good, thanks.
Josie Gold, we'll come back to you after the Guardian speak. We'll come back to you in the topic of South Africa. We'll get back there.
Yeah, we'll get back there.
All right. So I'll say this. So you do have people like Candace Owens, for example. She said that she's from St. Thomas or whatever. She's from wherever she's from. Black American culture is this, that, the third. Y'all are, criminals, this and that. So you do have a contingent. This is the problem that's causing the issues nowadays. And this wasn't a problem back in the day. For example, we had the immigrants that would come over. For example, Malcolm X's mother was from Grenada. Minister Farrakhan, his parents come from Jamaica and St. Kitts. Okay, Marcus Garvey came. Back then, when they would come over here, they wouldn't be like, "Oh, you Black Americans like to eat watermelon and chicken, and you lazy bastards." We didn't have that problem. Nowadays, you have a lot of immigrants, not all of them, but there's a good contingent of them that's really talking negatively about us over here in where we're from. Like, how are you gonna come over here? Oh, we help you come over here because we love all Black people, right? We help you come over here, and you want to speak about all of our issues. Like, we're not the main court. I mean, we went through something that caused these issues. At the end of the day, all the issues that we have was because of what was inflicted upon us. So you have that causing the friction. But so you have people like Candace Owens and other, people that push that agenda. There was even like a politician in Michigan that said, he was I guess he was of African descent and said something negatively. But it's not just people of African descent; it's people from all over. It's black people from all over coming over here causing issues. But they're not the main issue because they're only here because the main target is the white power structure that's causing this. There's an orchestrator. So the reason why some African Americans they don't want to go full blown like, oh, fuck these immigrants, this and that, because it's not really the immigration that's the problem. It's the people in control of the immigration that's the problem. The main target is the white power structure that's using all of these other smaller people as tools to forward their agenda and cause confusion. So that's the main thing. I think the main issue right now is that it's the white power structure. At the end of the day, I know some people don't like, white supremacy, whatever. At the end of the day, if you got America's controlled by white power or whatever. That's what controls America. Whether you want to admit it or not, that's the truth. And that's the root of the problem. They want to pit us all against each other. So and we see that, so that we try not to go forward with that, but
but do you
runs America?
But this is the thing, and Dr. You can speak after me, but I think even the Somali sister, she was saying how Somalia had civil war and all of this stuff, and it didn't really change how people took her state of her country, because it's still a country that needs development. You understand what I'm saying? So when you said how there's a reason why our community is the way it is, that goes without saying that a lot of our communities are the way they are because of some form of colonialism or interruption by adversarial power. So it's not going to garner any exceptional form of sympathy, because we've all gone through something.
We're not asking for sympathy, though. We didn't ask for anybody's sympathy. We're just fighting against the government that is attacking us. We're fighting against the government that's attacking us. We just don't want people coming in and interfering with us. It's one thing if you wanna get something for your specific community or whatever, cool. But don't come around saying Black Americans are y'all people are so ignorant. That's why y'all in the dirt. Fuck y'all Black Americans. While you're in America, why did you come over here to live around us? Most immigrants who are Black in America, they live in Black neighborhoods with Black Americans. Why would you come over here and you hate us and talk shit about us? If you hate us so much, why would you come here in the first place? So that doesn't make sense.
I think in LA, the situation in LA, let me talk a little bit.
I do agree with the brother African.
I
do agree. Sorry, I do agree with the brother Guardian. What he's saying. At least the African American, they have a system that is against them. We cannot be blind about that. Everybody knows this. The system for them that is suppressing them. But we cannot say that in our countries, to be honest. As I said, my country have been in war anyway, so that is something that we have done ourselves, and the African countries too. Whatever success or non-success the African countries have is their own issue that they have to be blamed for. But the African American, on the other hand, they have a system that is really oppressing them. So I find that it's very offensive, and when people really come for African Americans like that.
Let me go real quick. Let me go real quick. Usually, if they say that around in LA, bro, they will get smoked. Those dudes in the hood do not tolerate any type of business. Even though I don't agree with their methodology of doing things violently, if any immigrant, whether African, Mexican, what have you, they will smoke your ass. I've seen it happen a couple of times with people with talking smack, and they really gave that person, even though I don't agree with that methodology of people doing as far as reacting to violence, I did see one Belizean person get his hands beaten up really bad by talking mess. That's a lot to say about that.
All right.
I wanted to
so wait 1 second. So we do have a new panel member on the panel. And by the way, if anybody wants to hop off, you can definitely hop off because someone else wants to come on. But yeah, we're gonna let Kush say what he has to say. Thanks for calling in.
Hi everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I think the topic was about Somalian, right? Or they deal with other African.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I want to touch on that topic. I think the reason, the way I think about that reason is a part of it is a religious, something like that, and the relationship between Somalian and Arab League or something like that, because even there is Somalian, the big population in Sudan too, but they get embraced and they have been, coming to Sudan for a scholarship for a long time. But they also have a kind of trying to say, oh, we are not really black, and this thing is not just for Somalian alone, even part of East African, like Eritrean, Ethiopian, or something. Although Eritrean and Ethiopian, they don't show that frankly. But if you go back, and then you meet some people who never been in Sudan, you get that kind of sense. Sometimes they see like black Sudanese, like, oh, and they embrace even those who are little bit light color, and you see sometimes even Somalian who are in UK or in North America or something like that. When you see them, on YouTube or something, they say, "Oh, we are not really, black." But that thing is just that mindset is come just along because of some of Middle East people who went there, especially Arab, and then intermarriage happened. That is why you see there is kind of this kind of oh, we are not really black or something like, and then they will start to identify themselves. Oh, we have Bantus in our community, and they are called this. But
Kush, can I interject?
Yeah, you will interject. Yeah. But if you
Kush,
within Somalian,
why
there is
you
a light skin and there is a dark skin. Okay, yeah. Come on. Yeah, we'll give
Kush,
it time. Yeah. Okay.
Kush, no disrespect,
think-
but Kush, no
Yeah.
disrespect. I've got nothing against North Sudanese people, but please do not compare your country's history to mine. We are not the same people. Like Somalis are not Arabs. We are patriotic. We're
You're
homogeneous.
not out of order. You're out of order.
Oh, is he Sudanese? I thought he was Somali.
No, he's not. He's Sudanese.
I don't know. I don't know if he never said he was North Sudanese though. He just said he was just.
He's from Sudan.
But Sudan can have so many different. I mean, I've been in that country itself. It has so many different ethnic groups, so many different groups. He never
I
said.
thought he was an Algerian.
No, he's from Sudan. But I think I don't. He never. Because I asked him, was he part of
Where are
the
you from,
Ishmaelian
Kush?
tribe, or was he part of Wadahafa?
Because what Kush is talking about, he's talking absolute shit.
No, but Kush, wait, don't.
I will say
no
this. I will say
disrespect,
this
no disrespect,
throughout my
no.
travels in the Arab world, because that's what I want to talk to Roddy about as well. I mean, Somalis are not only going to the Western world. You find a lot of Somalis I met in places like Yemen. I was there for military reasons, and also Saudi Arabia, and also UAE. You've seen plenty of Somalis. Like I just wanted to put that out there. They're not only going to the Western world. You see a whole bunch of them I met in the Arab world.
Chick, we're everywhere, man. You're
We're
gonna find
everywhere.
Somalis in
No,
Turkey.
Wait, Dr. R,
Iceland.
only me. Dr. R, only me.
I think.
Dr. R,
Can
only me.
I?
Why? No,
Yeah.
can I go? Why is
Go
it
ahead.
hard for you to accept that maybe there is no such ethnic as 100% Somali? Maybe there's a bit of Sudanese in you. Maybe there's a bit of.
There is such a thing.
Maybe there's a
Get
bit
their
of.
DNA tested. What are you talking
No,
about? I got my
but
DNA and
listen,
I'm 100% Somali. So what are you talking
Listen.
about?
listen, nobody. Listen, Kush said that the Somalis don't say they are black because they're mixed with Arabs. That's what I understood from his statement, which I would like to have an evidence for where
No.
Somalis are mixed with Arabs.
Listen here.
But it's human nature to mix with other tribes. What's your
I
problem?
didn't
It's
say- I
human nature
said
to
Yeah,
there
mix
but
is
with
that's
other
the
tribes.
minority.
There
We
is
are talking
Somali
about
who are
ethnic Somalis.
pure. They are not light. When you see like a bija, in Sudan,
They mix with
They are the
Arabs.
same family,
Yes.
right?
Okay,
look,
but
Okay.
Kush,
can I finish?
Kush, we're not the same family.
I want to just clarify one
What?
thing. There is no
Do you
listen.
know?
There are Somalis that are mixed with Arabs. That I'm not saying there is none, but we are
Okay.
when we talk about Somalis, we talk about the majority ethnic Somalis. They are not
Okay.
Arab mixed with Arab. We have made DNA tests over and over again by the Somali people. Like the sister said, they always come out 100% or 99% Somali. And listen though,
Yeah.
please let me
Okay. Yeah.
finish.
Continue.
Please. So it comes out that this is the last 100 years, 500 years at least, right? So there's no Arab most ethnic Somalis. Also, and our haplogroups is not J, it is E1B1B, which is also not an Arabic haplogroup. So, of course, there are some Somalis that are mixed with Arab, but when we talk about as Somalis, I'm talking about the majority of ethnic Somalis are not mixed with Arab, and
I want to
also
present
we
something
don't,
first, too.
and also it's not only the Somalis who don't see themselves as black. Black people are having very hard time to see them Somalis as black people. That is also an issue that is not discussed here. Why that is so?
Now, Kush, are you familiar with the Christian kingdoms of Manchuria, Nubia, and Adwa?
Adwa?
Yeah, Adwa, Manchuria, Adwa, which is in the second floor of your museum in Khartoum at the Sudan National Museum. You know, from downstairs is the Pharaonic stuff, and upstairs you have that history before Islam.
Yeah, just that one, you know, the Christian kingdom.
Yeah, Christian kingdom. It was three Christian.
Yeah,
It was three Christian
kingdom
right.
Was
it was three,
there before Christian kingdom, you know. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the Christian kingdom of Manchuria, Adwa, and also Nubia, which was both present-day southern Egypt and northern Sudan, or it also going towards central Sudan. What I'm saying is the skin color diversity in Sudan was always there. If you look at the paintings, you could even Google it yourself. Of the Christian paintings, you've seen light-skinned Sudanese, you've seen brown-skinned Sudanese, you've seen dark-skinned Sudanese. And that's before Arab conquest. When I've been to Sudan myself and looked at the various different groups, especially hell, even the Wahafa Nubians look, you know, very, very Horn of African. And looked at the artwork, it looks like current day Sudanese people. It's just like me saying, and you know, I hate to admit this, that one of my relatives, listen what I'm saying. One of my relatives who happened to been mixed race, about 100 years ago, suddenly that becomes a majority, that changes me, which it doesn't, because my majority, my DNA is of West, Central, and Madagascar Africans. And that small percentage is pretty much, I'm not saying it's irrelevant, it's there, it's just there, but the majority represent me, not a small minority.
Kush, can I add to it?
Wait, hold on.
I want to have a question.
No, 1 sec. We have to let him finish though, because he didn't finish his point.
I didn't finish. Okay.
Yeah. Just one.
I think you mentioned Al-Fawain or Danagila.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you see Muhammad Ahmad and Mahdi, who was a slave of Mahdi, okay?
Right.
His color changed. Why? Because they were intermarriage that took place between.
But what I'm
Arab,
saying is, you've seen that among the kids. If you look at the Christian artwork, just look at the Christian artwork. It's like a reflection of almost most Northern Sudanese today. Look at that Christian artwork. I mean, why would they not paint themselves
Christianity? When the Christianity came into because there is those area, were ruled by Nubian, right? Before Christian, okay?
Right, Christian period.
Okay.
That was before the country changed to Islam.
It started recently, but before Christian, what was that?
That was during the Pharaonic period, the Meroitic period. I mean, during that time it was the Meroitic period when people believed in, when according to Bashir, when we didn't have no sense, when we didn't have no religion, which they did have a religion, but they practiced the Nile Valley gods like Amun Ra and
that is what I am saying, and that those were there before the Roman and before
Right,
origin.
but the
and before.
Romans had possession of, you know, because the Queen of Monroe kept the Romans back. I mean, you know, they did, you know, like had an agreement as far as the Queen of Monroe was able to go to the temple of Isis. And,
But
you know,
what I would like
that
to
was
tell you
Arabic.
is Christian came recently.
Right.
Okay?
So did Islam.
And
Islam came
Islam
later.
also came recently.
Later,
Okay?
right.
But all those people, you know, because before even Islam, you know, before even, you know, Muhammad, you know, is that, you know, is what do we call it? You know, spreading Islam. Northern Sudan, you know, Kush Kingdom was there.
Right, Monroe.
Okay?
At that time,
And
it was Monroe.
yeah, Kush Kingdom was there.
Right.
Okay.
Monroe.
Yeah. So those people were not even, you know, there, but the Arab used to come, and people from the Middle East used to come to Africa.
Right.
Yeah.
They did. They did. But what I'm
yeah.
saying is, if you
So
look at the
if you see, the people who escaped that, you know, let me explain.
All right, go ahead.
The people, the Nubian, part of the Nubian who escaped that area, you know, when they were defeated, you know, those are the Nubian who you see from, you know, the area called, you know, Southern Kordofan today.
People might disagree with
the
you on
same
that one
family
because
with
think about it.
Danagila.
Think about it. People in
Here,
Southern
here.
Kordofan, when the British came here, they didn't practice no form of Christianity at all. They would pretty much have a tribal religion. The Nubians pretty much, you know, up north, you know, switched from Christianity to Islam when, you know, the Fang, I think it was from a southern group, took over Sudan, along with, you know, other groups. You know, when the Christian kingdom pretty much got dismantled. I mean, you have the ruins still there in Sudan and Dogila. You have the, you know, the throne, you know, castles still there, which was a Christian kingdom. You even have, you know, they even had their own writing system, which, you know, Europeans and others are able to, you know, like interpret what was going on during those periods.
Do you know that the Nubian who are still really dark black in Nubian mountain were from those areas?
But but then again, why there's no evidence of them as far as practicing Christianity?
Who say there is no evidence? Who say there is no evidence?
I mean, you know, when they seen the people of Nubian, I mean, because the Nubian mountain people, even when I talk to them, there are many different tribes there. They're not like one.
Some of them. Let me hear. Let me tell you this. Some of them they lost, you know, their even language because of what, you know, they get intermarried with Arab, you know. And some of them they are trying, you know, to claim like they are Arab. Those who are in the city, but those who are still there, they still speak their language. Even Alpawin, they have their language.
I mean, I don't see the Mahas claiming Arabs at all, nor do I see people in Dongola claiming Arabs. It's usually the Jalian who claim Arabs.
Who?
The Jali. The Jalian.
Jalian are Arab. Jalian are Arab.
Right,
but
right. I mean,
Alpawin are not Arab. Danagila are not Arab. Okay.
Right. I mean, I never heard somebody from Danagila or Mahas or any of those people, you know,
Mahas are not Arab.
Yeah, they don't
Mahas are not Arab.
You know, they look, you know, like most like Egypt, a lot of, you know, southern Egyptians. But
yes, they
right.
Because they get into it, you know, you see Amazic.
You're talking about for Amazigh people and, you know, North Africa?
Yeah, it's the same thing because of, you know, of that intermarriage. When the color change, doesn't mean that they don't have their own language or they are not African. Okay.
I don't know. I probably must disagree with you. When I see those Christian frescoes back in the Christian period,
Christian is just something just came from the Middle East, like Islam. So you cannot attribute it into African people.
They had their own kingdom, like for example, unlike Islam, which pretty much. I mean,
yeah, but if you base your evidence on the Bible,
from Coptic to Arabic.
Yeah, here if you base your evidence on the Bible, you cannot give accurate evidence in that case,
right? Because
the people who write those books, you know, are not just even now we are talking about what Cushitic or Bantus or something like that. Those tribes who are labeled as a Bantus or Cushitic or something like that, if you ask them today in Africa, they will not accept that.
Right.
But it was labeled, and those who labeled them are just people who just left from from Europe, or like even we say, okay, yeah, Egypt is. What does the meaning of Egypt?
Kush, are you Nilotic?
He's not gonna tell you that. He's not gonna. He's just gonna say Sudanese, and I can understand why he's for political reasons.
I am a Sudanese. I am a Sudanese.
Right, I can understand that. I mean, because right now they're trying to go against the government as a national unity.
But why wouldn't he say whether he's Nilotic? Like,
it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter at this point. It shouldn't.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter because this channel is not
can I ask a question that is?
Yeah, no, even when we say Nilotic, even when you say Nilotic, who named them Nilotic? Even
that's a good question.
It was attributed into what? Into that Nile? That is what it means.
Why are Nubian people classed as Nilotic? To me, they resemble Cushitic people. What the hell is a Nilot?
Yeah, I don't know.
Listen, can I ask a question that has the same look? I just want to add to the question that the brother asked about the Kush. Also, I have seen the ancient Nubian paintings that they left after ancient Nubian paintings. They do look like the Cushitic people. What I want to say is they don't look like the Nilotic people. When you look, they look more like Egyptian. You understand? They look like more Egyptian. The ancient Kush kingdom. So they not.
Which Egyptian are you talking about? Because those people
No. Nubia.
You cannot. Huh?
Ancient Nubia.
So ancient Nubia are black. That is why you see, the original, the one that is there now in Aswan are mixed with Arab. The people, the few one are the one who escaped.
Wait, but
and then they went to southern Kordofan.
Wait, but it's weird to me that you would sort of say that they're black back then, but you wouldn't say whether you're Nilotic or not, because black is a recent social construct created by white people. So, like, if you're going to say that they're black back then, why can't you say whether you're Nilotic?
Okay, let me explain this. Okay, when you say black, do you know the word Sudan? What does it mean?
Enlighten me.
It means black. Bilad.
Okay, that land, from the Red Sea up to the West Africa used to be called black.
Right. The entire.
And that is the meaning of it. Okay.
East to west.
All those people are black.
Yeah,
but Kush, I got a question. Why do
Kushite by the time of Ethiopia, by the time of
are
Egypt,
black.
Listen, but
were black.
But wait for me. Wait a second. The ancient Nubians, by the time of the Egyptians, now when we look at the paintings on the walls, they look more Egyptian than now the Nilotic today. I know there is Nilotic picture, of course, but I mean the ruling class, the queens back then, like they were very thick ladies. The ladies are very thick, African-shaped form, but they look like label like in their neighbor Egyptian.
Yeah, it's just people just start to think about it. How those people look like, okay? But when you talk about even Nilotic, the Nile is start from where? From from here, from Uganda up to what? To Egypt, right. Okay? So it means that everybody who were along that Nile, are Nilotic, whether it's Egyptian or not.
All right, let's get this conversation back to the whole Somali thing.
The problem is just people who sometimes move from area and think they are educated, and they just try to collect, some, information from people who don't have even, the basic knowledge about the area, and they just, collect those information and then put it in the book and try to sell it.
That's true.
And then somebody will say, "Oh, okay, yeah, I am."
What about how do you?
There is people who really, there is people even, I believe that they did research, like those of
right. How do you
John Clegg, but not everybody, not
Okay.
everybody. There is people who really, they went there, they do research, right. and they have, a good evidence to show. But there is a people who just go there and just collect some information just for what? For money. That is all.
Can I share this video, please?
I mean, it's a lot of archaeology.
But that area called, the Kush today is in Sudan. And I don't deny that the Somalians are not Cushatics, because if they say, okay, they are family of, they are part of Bija, which are Adandawa, if you heard about Adandawa, just the Somalians are now in this panel, okay? Let them has people who are well educated, because I think there is scholars who went to Sudan long time ago.
No,
And they know Sudan very well, more than everybody.
All right, wait, one second. So we're gonna go back to the conversation. Only
Yeah, I
me
want to go
wanted
back to that
say
conversation.
something.
Yeah, I want to go back to that. I mean, you know, like the
Wait, no,
Somalis who I
only me
met.
had something that she wanted to share.
All right,
I
go
would
ahead.
like to share a video about if the sister allows me. It's another long video. It's a very short video, just to make a point.
While she's loading that video up, actually, I'll speak after the video plays.
All right. So this is a Somali person who made some people are saying there is nothing called people having 100% Somali DNA. This is a person, a Somali person who's making his DNA, and there you go. Everybody can see this is 23andMe. And even it shows different regions that this person come from in Somalia. Mudug, Banadir, Galgaduud, Bari, Nugal. This is different regions in Somalia. So yeah, and the sister also said that she got 100% Somali. So it is possible that you get 100%, and this is the last 500 years. And I mean, it's not an ancient thing, but yeah.
Only me.
That's
Okay,
all I
but
want
what
to
do you
share.
what do 100% Somali mean though?
Only me.
Can I just say something?
Actually,
Since I got my
let the
DNA.
Somali,
Yeah,
let the Somali
Let the
sister go.
sister, let the sister
You can
talk.
also
I
speak.
can.
No, because
Yes.
I got my DNA tested by 23andMe. I wasn't gonna do ancestry because I'm not paying money for that. I got it for free. This was when they were doing the African ancestry one. I got 100%. My only issue is the regions are incorrect. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say. The regions are wrong.
Yeah, but the main thing is that these people, this person here, got 100% Somali, and it is possible that you do get, because these people literally intermix with each other for thousands of years. So when I'm saying like ethnic Somalis, this is what we are talking about. You know, there are Somalis who are mixed, no doubt. But when we say ethnic Somalis, majority are this, and also our haplogroup goes 80% of the Somali haplogroup goes by E1B1B, and yeah, I mean, this is what we're looking at when we're talking about the Somali people.
Okay, 2 questions. Thank you for that, only me. 2 questions. Question number 1 is, since Eritrea separated from Somalia because of, you know,
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia.
Not Somalia, Ethiopia.
Oh, from Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that just completely cuts off my
that one out.
I have a question.
And then question number 2 is, if there's a person who's not 100% Somali, let's say that they are 5% of this and 10% of that, and it eventually adds up to 70% Somali, how is that person treated in your culture?
No other than other Somalis. I mean, we have Somalis who are mixed. That we call them, they're mixed with Arabs. We call them Rarhamar and Banadiri, and they are their own tribes. Then they make up their own tribes. And but the ethnic Somalis are mostly, so you can see, very homogenized people. They are 100%, 99%. And if we have any percentage outside of Somalia, then that is Ethiopia, Eritrea. That's like how far we go. That's like going very far. So yeah.
So only if one of your children decided to mix with a person who's outside of your ethnic group, how would you react?
Listen, I'm a very liberal person. Listen, I'm a very liberal person. I mean, for me, the most important thing is the religion. If that person is Muslim, then I have no problem with. Yeah, that's me. I cannot speak for my host community. That That's only me. For me, it's important that this person is a Muslim, and then that's fine.
I did want to ask a question because it would actually be good if you got the video back up. You don't have to play the video, but African Millennial, if you can actually get up on the screen, that would be great, because the 23andMe was highlighting regions in which Somalis trace back to. I could be mistaken, but they weren't tracing back to the northern region of Kenya.
No.
So would that mean that they're not from northern region of Kenya? And DEI can answer this one, because I wanted to ask her something like this.
So my mother's Kenyan, so she's from northern Kenya, but it doesn't, even with the problem with 23andMe, there's Djiboutians as well who are Somali. They don't even get Djibouti regions. They get regions from Somalia. The only other group of Somalis that get outside of Somalia are the Somalis that live in Ethiopia, but not the Kenyan Somalis or the Djiboutians. So it's mislabeling.
So what I was
would
asking
you say
was the
that this?
difference.
With that said, so
The difference?
with that said, you maybe consider yourself maybe somehow for to be politically correct, or half Kenyan, maybe half Kenyan, half Somali.
I consider myself half Kenyan nationally, because Kenyan is not an ethnicity. You can be
Exactly.
Kenya has multiple tribes. My mother is just one of those tribes from Kenya. She's from northern Kenya. She's from Garissa. So, yeah.
But she's ethnically Somali. Would
She
that
is
be
ethnically
correct?
Somali, but she is not a Somali national.
Exactly.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
That is.
that's the nuance I was kind of wanting to get.
I wanted to address something yesterday. There was one guy. His name was AC Blogs. I want to just address it because he really ticked me off.
He came for me as well. Like, he came for me as well. Ignore him.
Yeah,
Well,
because
I want to know
he brought
how
up
come
the
he's
Wagala massacre that happened in Wajir, and it was by the federal government of Kenya attacking ethnic Somalis in the county of Wajir, and he said Somalia didn't do anything. Why would Somalia do anything when they are not Somali nationals? They are Kenyan nationals. They are
what are you
ethnic
talking about?
Somalis.
Hold on. Can I add
Abo.
something? Did you know Siad Barre was threatening to invade Kenya because he was focused on Ethiopia? But
That's
too
a
bad he
different.
didn't invade Kenya.
That was in 77. I'm talking about 1984.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is what he
No,
brought up
that was
was.
during the 80s, but he was threatening to send
No.
the army into Kenya.
So what I'm saying is he brought up the massacre in Wajir, which is a Kenyan county. Kenya is a sovereign nation. Somalia is a sovereign nation. They have borders. Why would Somalia invade a sovereign nation where they attacked Kenyan nationals? They didn't attack Somali nationals. It's like saying the Maasai of Tanzania, they're gonna get attacked by the Tanzanian government. The Maasai Kenyans are gonna attack Tanzania. They are not nationals of Somalia. So the problem is a lot of people don't understand what borders are. So Africa didn't have borders until colonialism. So that's all I just wanted to address.
Abai, can I ask you a question quickly?
Yeah.
Your mom is Kenya, you said, but if you ask your mother, for instance, if you say, Hoyo, where are you from? What does she say? What's your answer?
She'll say she's Somali, but
yeah.
She'll say
that's
she's
what
Somali.
I was saying. There's the most Somalis who live outside Somalia, when it's Kenya or Ethiopia, they will always say they're Somali. They always say they're Somali.
So
Their nationality might be
yeah.
not Somali, but they say they are Somali.
So Erie Rude Boy said, so are Somalis and Kenya Somali or not? Do you not, I don't know if you understand English, if you need help with this.
DEI, take your time. Troll sometimes. He trolls sometimes.
But I just said ethnicity. Somalis and Kenya are not, they're Somali ethnically, but they are not Somali nationals. They are Kenyan citizens. That's all I wanted to say.
You know, I want to ask him final.
I have a last question. One second. I have one question specific to DEI. It has nothing to do with this topic. How did you find this channel? Because I'm just wondering, because there's more like East and North Africans appearing, which is great, but I'm just wondering how.
No, YouTube suggests this. It's like, I don't know. They just suggested it.
Okay.
That's all I could say.
Now I have a question, guys. And, you know, everybody keep on saying that Africa never have borders. However, this is the question I have to address this. Why if we didn't have any borders, then why did we set up kingdoms? And then people knowing that okay, we're gonna try to attack these people because this is their area, this is their territory. What I'm saying is Africa always had borders. I mean, you had the Songhai Empire; they had borders against those from the outside. You had the Nile Valley kingdoms. You had the Kingdom of Axum; they had borders. So when people say Africa never had borders, it's just like it just doesn't make sense because every part of the earth, regardless of what we like it. I mean, not the modern borders we have, but you had kingdoms and you had people who try to attack those kingdoms. Therefore, that those group of people lived there. So that's that's pretty much setting up a demarcation point right there. Knowing that
there were demarcations, but I think the contention arises where the European set borders don't match the lines that we had before.
Right.
I think that's a bit, but I also dislike when people say that Africa didn't have borders because when you have kingdoms, they were clearly building walls around their kingdoms.
Mr. Uganda, there was borders all over Africa. Like, imagine if you go back to the 15th century, you couldn't go to this other kingdom and try go there.
Exactly.
But this border we have today is not from Africa. For example, now Somali people, they live in this area from Djibouti all the way to northern Kenya. There is the Somali tribes. And what happened was when the colonial came, they just made this lines that they said fit to them and disregarding the people and the families that they are separating. So it's not only this problem is not in only Somalia, and everywhere in other countries in Africa you find the same thing. The people, when tribes are separated, kingdoms are separated because the European just saw that is the way they want to have it, and now we have a lot of conflict in Africa because of that.
Yes,
but some
I think the case is about the border that was when the European came to Africa and then they started to design new border, right? That is what people are talking about. But there were a border,
I mean, but
through, kingdom long time ago. Because even if we talk about like a Nubian now, you get like there is a Nubian who are Egyptian, right?
Right.
And there is a Nubian who are Sudanese.
Right. What I'm saying is a lot of Pan-Africans,
and also you get like inside of Darfur there is some tribe.
What I'm telling you is this: a lot of Pan-Africans usually say, and you see them on YouTube channels talking about a borderless Africa. We can move any goddamn place we want to. So my thing is this, and when I look at it, and when I look at the history of different kingdoms in Africa, I'm like saying, what the hell are they talking about? Yeah, we know that the borders now is designed by colonial powers back in the day, but to deny that there was no demarcations in different kingdoms in Africa is total pure nonsense and historically inaccurate.
No, it was there, but the problem is what the European did is what caused a problem, because even like in Sudan, you get like in southern part of the country, you get some tribe. Part of it you get it in Uganda, and some of them are in South Sudan. You get in Darfur side, you get like there is some tribe who are in Sudan, and some are in Chad.
Right.
The same thing like the area that you went to, like in Nubian who are in Egypt, and the Nubian
who are in Sudan.
That are in
Sudan. What I'm saying is certain groups of people promote that Africa never had borders, that we went to everywhere the hell we want to. Throughout the continent, but that is, I mean, you did have migration, but that
I don't agree with that even.
Right. It's because
it's just we need just cooperation between African,
One second. I'm going to answer what he said directly, because we can go towards the historical stuff like you're about to do, and you can do that. But with me, the Pan-Africans that sort of preach that rhetoric, they're capitalist Pan-Africans. What they look at Africa as, they look at it as one big monopoly board, and they're trying to get concessions wherever they can in order to fuel their capitalist agenda. That's why they don't care about. And have you noticed that every time some of these Pan-Africans enter the discussions, they don't care about the way that these natives are doing in the countries. All they want to do is enter the conversation and ask, what's for us? is this for us? Hey, what can we get this?
Mr. Uganda, no one in Africa, if you ask a continental African about Africans, about Pan-Africanism, 99% couldn't even give a damn. Me, let's talk about the borders of Africa. I want it to go back to how it was. I want basically Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Kenya, the Somali inhabited regions, to join Somalia. Same should go for other African countries. They should unite with their own tribesmen.
They don't, like, the Pan-Africans don't care. That's the thing, is that they are revisionist historians for the most part.
Yes, they
Like,
are. They get on my damn nerves.
And they're also
revisionist historians.
they also don't take other things.
Mr. Uganda, can I give you an example?
Wait one
tribal
second. Hey,
conflict?
I can get out in 10 seconds. I can get out in 10 seconds. The Pan-Africans that we see on the YouTube chair Pan-Africans, but they're couch sitter Pan-Africans. They wanna put the flat blackness on everyone. They wanna blur us and smudge us. They just want money. A lot of them just want money.
Yes, and also they don't take considerations of African smuggling into consideration. Other countries, unfortunately, you know, they are, what's the word? The citizens are used to war. Now, if you go to a country that's not used to war, and people from those other regions come to your country and cause war and tensions, that's also something that you have to consider. As much as we don't like talking about it, we have to talk about it. Some other African countries, once the borders are open, some other African countries from poorer countries will flock to countries that are better economically, and they will congest their economic. So they don't consider those things. All they talk about is, let's join Africa and make Africa one. And no, I don't agree.
Make Africa great again.
Raddy, can I add something? You know how South Africans do not want illegal migration, and I respect that, South Africans. Imagine if these stupid blacks, these pro-blacks and pro-Pan-Africanists, if they were to go back to the 15th century and implement that, that'd be so easy for other tribes to take over other tribes. Can you believe that if they had that freedom of movement, you could easily dominate other tribes, the weaker ones?
Maybe, I think so. Yeah.
Like, I'll give you an example. If we had,
that definitely happened in history.
of course, if you like, for example, if you look at Europe, you got all these immigrants from Africa and the Middle East, and give it 50 or 60 or 70 years, I believe when Europeans become a minority, we'll see who's laughing, because these Europeans are pro-refugee. To be honest, I see these people are coming in as invaders, but these liberals and lefties and Antifa and people behind closed doors are bringing in all these people. Mark my words, when the Europeans rise up here, if you come to London or any city in UK, white people are a minority.
Right. Josie Gold, did you have anything to add? I just want to make sure the people who haven't spoken in a long time have something to say.
No.
Did you have something? No? Okay. Guardian?
Josie, short answers.
I got a question on UK. So I know UK has a lot of different black people from a lot of different locations. But it's a small population. But in London, it's more of a bigger population. Do the people that live in the UK, one, do y'all have a plan, or do y'all think that it's possible to, like, infiltrate, take over from the inside, or do you think that y'all could work together to, gain, because wherever we are, that should be our home. I don't care if the UK is like, that's the British white land.
You're funny.
Wherever we are, that's our home.
Guardian,
Yeah.
So you're suggesting that immigrants should take over the UK?
Yes.
Yes. Maybe in America, but this is the white man's land. You think a guy called Daryl or David that's drinking his tea in some village somewhere in England is gonna allow some shit skin to take over his country?
Even just get like a conglomerate, for example, Jewish people, they work together to the point where they don't have to be the majority of the population to have a big sway over the society. What if black people, whether they're, from Uganda, Ghana, from Jamaica, whatever, what if black people, had a strong enough base in the UK to have a strong sway over that society? Because there's a lot of UK blacks, culturally, they start to become really, strong as well. So do you think that's a possibility, or do you see that happening, and is there a plan for that to happen?
You want black supremacy. Go ahead.
No, I think
you know, just some control, you know.
Guardian.
Yeah.
I think most blacks in the UK are economic migrants, and
Right.
people. I don't think people plan on. I think people, stay there to be safe, and then they try to return to their countries. But I don't think they have that thing of dominating UK and being. No, I don't think they have that in mind.
Even in dominating or just being able to have like be wealthy as a group in that society. You know what I mean? Because even in America, well, I know America's different, but every group comes over to America, they get their money, then they form a base. They don't go back home. They stay right here and form a base wherever that community is, and try to get stronger and stronger in America. So
it depends on a generation.
Did it happen in the UK?
I mean, it has happened in the UK. Like, some people have been here for like 2-3 generations now.
Right,
Like,
individually.
Yeah,
But
individually.
as like a group, like could that because I think in black UK people are like maybe like I don't know if they're 10%, 5%, or 6%, but could that 6% have like a 30-40% control of the economy or something like that? You know what I mean?
Guardian, I don't think that
possible?
happen. I don't think that's
only group of black people I know who did that, and if you guys could read that in the newspapers, which it did happen. It was like the biggest joke on the news, on Bloomberg and others. But it was the elite class in Angola who partially had control of the economy in Portugal. You could read that. It was pretty much an interesting read. I don't know how the way the situation is now. That was like, back in, like between 2013 and 2015. They did have certain pull to Portugal where it was to the point where citizens from Portugal or people who had skills in Portugal started moving to Angola. And they owned a few of the banks there and stuff like that.
I think why this sort of takeover this takeover would not take off, because in the UK, the black people here are not homogenous. And as Kaiser highlighted in the comments, some of this sort of black statistic, it's skewed by the fact that there's pretty much mixed people lumped in with us as well. But just to say this, and I mentioned it during Kwesi's live stream yesterday, we don't have a sort of group conformity going on here in the UK. We are still very distinctly from where our parents came from and vice versa. The analogy I used yesterday on Kwesi's stream, I said how in science you have two sort of situations. You can have a solution, or you can have a mixture. A solution is like a completely new thing, but a mixture is something where you can still recognize the constituent parts of what make it. And I think we're more so a mixture over here. We're a mix of distinct ethnic groups that have come from Africa or the Caribbean. And so when we sort of entertain this idea of coming together to sort of take over the UK and all of this stuff, it's not going to work because our agendas are so varied and they're so divergent from this sort of black agenda. We don't have a black agenda in the UK, and that's the truth. But and just so like
Mr. Uganda, it will never. Mr. Uganda will never come together. We're just.
Yeah, let's go back to the Somali versus Nigeria.
I mean, what is that? How did we come to taking over the UK?
I mean, I was thinking there's a lot of black British.
Let me say this to my brothers and sisters, Somalian. Yes, that young guy is starting just to swear some word and he doesn't know the real history of Somaliland then. No, yeah. And if you claim to, like you are Cushitic, then that's why I am saying, those of Bija who are in Sudan are, the fishes. If you see Somalia and those people, you cannot identify them. You get them along, the Red Sea. And some of them, you get them in Eritrea even, because Binyam are in Sudan and in there. But don't deny that, there is people who are also mixed, within the Somalian. And
Yeah,
that
we
young
do.
lady, mentioned it.
Yeah, the
So I'm not
minority.
saying all of you are mixed. No, there is a people who are pure. And every tribe, there is people who are pure, and maybe there is some people who will just get intermarried with other tribes. So nothing should be surprising, The other thing is for my brother from America, I don't know his name, the guy who went to Sudan Museum. Yeah, I would like to tell you this. The information that you get in museum was put there by those who are in power. Have you seen people who were involved in slavery trade in Sudan in museum?
No, I went to the National Museum.
Okay, don't just assume that what you got is correct.
I mean, because you have two types of museums in Sudan. I mean, you got a lot of museums in Sudan, not two types. You have the National Museum, which focused on a particular time period, which was pretty much the Metallitic period, the Pharaonic period, and early time period, and also the Christian period. And you do have in Sudan the Ethnic Museum, which is a totally different museum. I haven't gone to that museum because I didn't have the time at that moment. I wish I went to that museum, because you show the diversity of the different ethnic groups or tribes or what have you, the 400-something tribes that live in that country. And then I know they have a museum which was out of like some type of Christian church, which I didn't get to see. But I did go to the Sudan National Museum, which pretty much focused on that particular time period. It was it's a Pacific type museum. It's just like the Egyptian Museum in Egypt, in Cairo. You're not going to see other histories besides the Pharaonic period. You're not going to see the Ottoman period or any other period of the country besides, the Pharaonic period and the various different dynasties. And that's what they have at the Kachi Museum.
Okay, yeah, that's why I am saying, some of information people get sometime, part of it is accurate and part of it is not really true. Even if we go back to we talk about Sadiq al-Mahdi, which is Muhammad Ahmad al-Mahdi, who you hear from Sudan history or something like that. What he did, to other tribe, in southern part too, is really genocide. But you don't get that.
Right? Didn't the Mahdi support slavery?
Yeah, and then Mahdi, and then you will hear, he's a hero or something like that, and his family like
some, but he could be a villain for others.
Yeah. So, okay, yeah,
right.
That is what I just want to mention. So, we have a long way to go, guys. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. When it comes to the Somali people, I don't know now. When we say Kushirik, Kushirik is actually a language family, and these people who speak the same language, they normally are related to each other. And the Kushirik people, it is we know for a fact that they migrated from the north. We don't know where from the north, was Egypt, Sudan, wherever it was. It is from there. They have their roots. But am I claiming now Sudan heritage? No, I'm not. I'm not claiming. I'm claiming my own heritage, which is Somali heritage. But that's what I want to say to the Kush brother. And of course, there are Kushirik living still in Sudan, which is the Beja. Beja are also Kushirik people, and but they stayed there. So this we can just trace the migration pattern for these people, and they did come from the northern Africa, and they just migrated down.
Right. Some of them, the Beja live in Egypt as well too, actually.
Exactly. Some still live in Egypt, and some just migrated downward. And but I'm not here just to say I'm not claiming anybody's country. I'm claiming right now the country I reside in, and that's all.
In regards of us being descended from Somalis, no. It's usually, just to make this very clear, not all of us think the same way or think the same logic, especially those who pretty much read the history of that time period. And I'm very, very advocate of these groups. West Africa, Central Africa, Southeastern Africa, the coast of Mozambique, along with Madagascar, period.
Okay, so this has been a great discussion. I think we can start doing the closing thoughts and final thoughts for the panel. Does anyone want to go first?
I'll go first. Okay. Shoot. You know, I literally jumped. I was literally making a comment, but I'll make my closing statement first. So
Are you still there?
I think his internet went out.
Okay, let me make my closing comment.
Go ahead.
Guys, wow. I learned so much about Somalia. I loved it.
I feel like who's speaking? I'm sorry, but yeah, I think I got to understand South Africans a bit more, and especially with Radi and the whole class and how class intersects with race. I got to understand Somalis more, even Sudanese more, and you know, and even Black Americans, ADOS, whatever. We got to learn about a lot of these groups even more. You know, it's been a very, very good discussion. So everyone should like the video, and it's not too late to support the show and give a super chat. But yeah, good show.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree with you. And in the future, I hope we can have other lesser-known countries like your Gabon and your Guinea and all these countries that are not known to us. I would also have to learn about them. But so far, I love the patriotic spirit of only me and Dr. R. How they were defending their countries. I loved the interactions at the back and forth. And yeah, definitely, I should go visit Somalia one day. I just hope
Go to Mogadishu.
And just check it out and learn about different ethnic tribes and people. But
We have nice
it was a
beaches.
beautiful discussion.
You're welcome. We have a beautiful beaches. Sorry. Continue.
Continue,
I think
Roddy.
he was
Yes,
finished.
yeah.
Okay, perfect. No, and I agree. Like Somalis are some of the most patriotic people I have met. We all know who I'm talking about, but there's certain people in the West. They keep talking about their country is gonna be divided. The country has nothing good to offer.
You ain't
That's a
lying.
failed state. So
Oh my God!
I
Don't you
mean,
get tired of hearing them?
yeah, like they always speak so bad about their country. So it's like it's very nice to have the
Is it?
complete
Do you?
opposite, where people will literally defend their country to the end. I love that.
Is it
spirit.
usually the southern region? Because I don't really hear northerns talk like that. Or maybe
Yeah,
we're
it's
not
the
vocal.
southern regions because they're the ones that travel. The northerners tend to stay there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know we talked about. We're not going to mention it.
Yeah, we don't need to mention it. Does anyone want to go next?
I can go. So I really enjoyed this discussion, and I hope next time we have a little bit less trolling, and we can seriously have a nice discussion without being heated and stuff like that. Yeah, I enjoyed it, and last night I enjoyed it too with South Africa. I was a little bit heated over there too, and I apologize. So anyway, it's good. Then I sat down back and was just listening in the end. But anyways, it's always good to learn from each other, and we have to respect each other from next time, and we just have to discussion without trolling and calling names, stuff like that. And I am all for it.
Only
And sister, I want to say to you, African millennia, I would love to give a like on the video, but your like is closed, so we cannot like a video. Maybe you should open that.
Oh no, you can still like it. It just won't show, but it still does something. So yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. Did you want to ask something, sister?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes.
Okay. Going back to the topic though, do you think that it's difficult for some Africans to hear criticism about their country from people who don't come from that country? Because Ghanaians could like always talk bad about their president and bad about their government, but then I'll just say if a Nigerian or a Liberian says anything about Ghana, then they're ready to defend. So do you think that some Africans are just sensitive about maybe certain things? Like, it's okay if you come from that country and you say it, but if you don't come from that country, it's off limits. Do you think that we can actually have an honest conversation about that?
Yes, I really believe that we could have an honest conversation, but everything to its limit, without, as I said, without trolling, without calling names and stuff like that. Like civilized people, we can sit down and discuss what's going on in this country and what can be improved. And I don't have no problem with that. And actually, I love people who do defend their country. Like yesterday, the brother Josie and Randy, they were really out there and defending South Africa, and I salute them for that. And tonight was my turn, and I had to defend my country, of course. So yeah, we can discuss without it being too disrespectful, right? I have no problem.
That's true.
Yeah. I love to know about other countries too, African countries too. Actually, I never been in other countries in Africa, so I don't know so much about other African countries. I hear from name, but I've never been in South Africa or Ghana or Kenya, and I mean other countries like Nigeria. I've never been those countries, so I would love to learn something from them too.
Definitely. All right, so did anyone else want to say their statement next?
Anybody else going? Guardian, Josie Gold, Kush.
I just wanted to say something. Earlier in the video, you mentioned something about Clubhouse Somalis. Somalis that you see in the internet, don't ever take them seriously. They're not normal. They're not the regular Somalis you see on the streets. I like this discussion. I like the maturity of this discussion. And I like that the Somalis, including myself, defended our country as you should. And yeah, it was a great discussion.
You said Clubhouse Somali.
Yeah, they're mental. Don't even entertain them. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, because I'm like, in the real world, I don't see this.
Somalis
I went to university with Somalis.
Somalis don't talk like that. That's just not normal. Yeah.
Right.
And these are youngsters, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
These are
Yes,
youngsters,
they are.
Who would
like
never be
mostly
into
teenager,
Somalians.
immature kids. Yeah. And they have been having problems in their daily lives with other African people. Then they just go and rant on Clubhouse. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, Guardian, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I don't have much to say, but it was a great discussion, and I learned a lot about a lot of different countries and cultures, and we all have stuff that we can learn from each other. And I'll say, if I said anything that offended anybody, I apologize if I did. And I just say we all should just put aside the beefs and bury the hatchet on a global level, and work together and move forward. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, perfect. So lastly, we just have Kush, Josie Gold, and Chitlins and Grits.
Josie, wake up.
You know he's snoring back there. He's proper snoring, but
It's 2 a.m.
the guy's
in South
passed out.
Africa. Okay.
He has to defend South Africa another day, so he has to get his energy up.
Roddy, what time is it in South Africa? That's
like 2 a.m. because they're 2 hours ahead of here. So yeah, 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. in the morning.
my day's kind of started. It's about 4 o'clock. But anyway,
Wow.
Kush, are you there?
Yes. Thank you, guys. And I think the discussion was really fantastic, and I like that. I think African millennium, young lady, you are really changing the face of Africa and the world. The way you put the topics, it fit. Or we can create, modern society and try, to connect everyone and know about each other. Yeah, I really like the way you present your topic and the way people connect, to each
Kush, one
other and
question:
discuss.
do you live in the West, or you live in Sudan or Egypt or Saudi Arabia or whatnot?
I live in the West.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's such a popular question on this side of YouTube.
So yeah,
All right.
and thank you everybody. Okay.
Good night or good morning wherever you are.
Okay. Yeah, look. Oh, sorry. Can I go?
You are going. We know you was asleep, Cozy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, personally, for me, I just don't think it makes sense for people who are not from that country to like speak for the people. It's fine to have a comment or talk about the things you've seen in the media, maybe even online, but like don't talk like you're speaking for those people as if like you kind of like one of them. That's a very problematic thing that I see in these spaces. And and I think that's what people need to keep in mind when they speak on these panels. And yes, African Walker, I'm from Johannesburg. We're very
So you have
patriotic South
money.
Africans. Huh?
I'm saying so you have money. Good
Who,
to know.
me?
Yep.
So I have money. What are you talking about?
She's saying you're rich.
Isn't
Bro.
isn't
She's
Joburg
saying-
expensive?
She's saying you're rich.
Yeah, Joburg. Look, yeah, that's where all the money is in that sense. Yes, so that's why maybe I'm more patriotic. Look, I come from a different part of the country. I guess other South Africans don't. You can even see by how some of them talk on the panel and in this chat. So yeah. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank
All right,
you.
Wait.
Go
AM,
ahead, Rosie.
you said you had a question for me. What was it?
Who, a millennial or me?
AM, not you.
I had a
AM.
question for you.
Yeah, you said earlier on. You must have
I don't
forgot.
remember. I don't remember the
Yeah.
question.
All right. Peace.
Okay, bye.
All right, I'm going to go next. I enjoyed this panel. I actually enjoyed what little I heard yesterday in the panel. However, I do, even though I'm not South African, take exception to what people said in regards to South Africa as far as being more Europeanized, which is kind of funny because I was looking at one video of a Tanzanian YouTuber. His name is Jovinchi. It's spelled Jovenchik. And he has some, he lives in South Africa. He go to school there. He's been there for like a number of years now. And this is what he noticed, what he liked about South Africa. He noticed that, he said, unlike in Tanzania, people do not have that much pride in a tribe. He was really shocked when he seen a lot of, the different South African groups wearing their traditional clothes, or some of it, and having a lot of pride of their tribe. He said that was a total opposite what goes on in Tanzania. And he was like saying that's what he's taking from South Africa, going back to Tanzania, is having more pride in their ethnicity. I mean, they do have different tribes there, but it's not, they don't really wear it like the people in South Africa do. So when Dr. Nice and the guy from Kenya made that comment about it, it's obviously they have not been to South Africa. From what the Tanzania guy said, I really go by what he said than what two random people who have not been to South Africa said. And throughout the conversation, I had a great exchange with Kush. I mean, I have a lot of love for the Sudanese people, for what they're trying to do now. And, I had a wonderful time there. The months I spent there, the months I learned from the people there, it was great. Along with, certain Egyptians, Egypt was interesting. The situation with Somalis, like I wanted to say that to, Roddy, Somalis are not only in the West, but you find a lot of them in the Middle East as well. I had always good relationships with Somalis, despite the ones online. The ones I met in real life, they took me in like I was one of their own. In regards to the Americas and all that type of stuff, you know, it's a lot of things we just don't understand as Black Americans until we start traveling out and seeing things for what they are. And you know, sometimes we have to get rid of our own idiosyncrasies as far as what we think for what is not, for what is not, for what is not. I think we need to concentrate more. I mean, it seems like even with my own family, it's just like we're like kind of like in this American bubble, but we don't know anything outside our bubble. And you know, in other words, you know, how the Jamaicans people got there? People don't have some, you know, especially older people don't have a clue. Or, you know, other Black people in the Americas, whether it be in Jamaica, whether it be in Haiti, whether it be in Dominican Republic, Brazil, Cuba, St. Nick, St. Troy. I think, and this is how I feel, I think we need to be more closely gripped with them, not just culturally, but but also economically and to a certain degree politically. Since we all got here, about 200 million of us, I'm not, in throughout the Americas, which I'm saying, I'm including North America, South America, and Brazil, in this situation. I'm not saying we should not think about Africa, but we should also think about our group as well too in this hemisphere.
Chitlins,
yeah,
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about some of the African Americans who are moving to Africa? Because more and more African Americans, for whatever reason, are moving, like more and more of them are moving to Africa. Like, what do you think about that?
I mean, historically, that's always been happening. I mean,
because it's not like a mass migration.
Right.
Finish.
No. Historically, that's always been happening. I mean, look at places like Liberia. I mean, that was facilitated by obviously white Americans and also Black Americans, and Sierra Leone and stuff like that. I mean, this whole the return thing, it's not really new. It just gave a new spin on it, the year return, but it always been happening, throughout the decades and the century. So, but like I said, like, you talk to a common African American about the year return, they don't even know nothing about it.
Yeah, I have another question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to understand is this: most of the African Americans that have immigrated here, and even the ones who are in the process of doing that, have an interest in it, most of them seem to be, how do I put this, at least minimum middle class people, like educated people. Some of them are even like millionaires. Like, these are people who are at least doing well. I can't help but think that why would someone like that, right, want to go anywhere else outside of America? Like, do you have an idea why? Because look, even though I'm not saying like there's a mass migration, but you'd never think that someone from there, like the image of America that I got, right, as a kid growing up, that everything in America is fine. Integration worked. Even if it didn't, they're wealthy and they're doing well. Rich Black Americans. That's the image that you have.
I
like
mean,
the dad from my wife and kids. Like, you see kind of like different sides. There's the rappers and them, and then you see sitcoms like My Wife and Kids and many other sitcoms where the parents are like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where they're either middle class or wealthy. Right. So that's the image, and that's being sold most of the time. And then when we see people, they like more and more. Some of them even have YouTube videos, and some of them have channels and like travel companies, and they tell you why they moved. But for us, you'd never think anybody would even think of leaving America, and let alone any country in Africa. So maybe you might have an idea why some, even though they're a small minority, would even think of moving out. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I think it's for a lot of reasons. What I get from what people are saying, and it has a lot of political connotations. I mean, the middle class have been coming to places like, because I remember when I used to work on the railroad, I met an African American guy. I think he was mixed race guy, but an African American guy, nevertheless, who moved to South Africa, and he had like a wine vineyard. But I think the push started happening, to be perfectly honest with you, as far as with the whole George Floyd and the Trump era. Because, during that time, during the Trump era, I noticed that everybody was asking, it was that whole reparation thing going on. And everybody was talking about reparations. Even in California, it was talking about rethinking reparations. However, when Biden got in office, you don't hear much people talking about reparations because you have Kamala Harris there. And you don't hear people talking about as much as moving to Africa. And I think that has a lot to do with politics. In regards to the middle class and stuff like that, a lot of people want to go where their money could go far. I could see that where, like certain areas in the United States, it's very, very expensive to live. And, you have to pay these taxes unless you get your house reverse mortgaged, and you're taking out, utilizing that money to take out, you know what I mean? You're not paying any more type of, mortgage, but you're taking out your own equity from your home. So like anyone else, because, like even a lot of white folks, they go to Mexico, even some blacks are going there now, is a lot to do with economics. And then you also have the young group who feel that Africa, especially the young and educated, that feel that Africa does present a lot of opportunities, which might be a little bit harder for them in the United States. They look at it as an opportunity. So what I'm saying is you have many different groups and many different layers of it.
Yeah. And another thing that shocked me is that some of them do have Pan-African leanings, but what I've noticed that many of them, especially in my country, don't really care about that. So that was something. So that was the thing that shocked me, because for me, I think in a few years' time, if this trajectory keeps happening, I think African Americans in certain parts of South Africa, especially like in the north of Johannesburg, could become more visible. There's always been African Americans. I mean, like since
they've always been coming, yeah.
Of course, since '94, they've always been here, but not like I actually notice some people. So and I think in a few years, if this keeps happening, they could become more visible, like other places in Africa.
One thing I'm glad is the ghetto ones are not coming there. That's all I'm happy about.
You mean in South Africa?
Right, they're not coming there. They're a mess over here, brother. I try to blame like a plague, but yeah. I mean, as long as you get the middle class and the ones who talk sense, that's good, and then they'll be very, very productive in South Africa instead of being a burden. You don't want burdens. We have enough of that in the United States.
Strange thing is, I saw a video of a couple, an African American couple. They said the exact same thing you said, and they also laughed. So exactly how you said it, like of an African American couple that's slowly kind of like moving here, so they're in the process of immigrating here. So, and they said the exact same way you did.
You don't want to get no ghetto blacks and Creoles. Please don't do it. Just keep them out.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
welcome.
All right.
Okay.
I know I sound like a classist, but I don't give a damn.
Yeah, definitely. No worries. But yeah, no, it's been great talking to you guys. I'll talk to you guys in the comment section. Yeah, so guys, thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. We did a lot of topics today. Someone was like, we didn't speak enough about the Nigerians. Don't worry, we already did a live stream on the Nigerians. We'll give them a pass. We'll give the Nigerians a pass this time. But yeah, it was very interesting conversation. I came on here because I wanted to speak about, it was mostly I would say out of all the Horn Africans, it was mostly the Somalis that I noticed online. There was just a lot of just weird conversations happening. So I just wanted to have a conversation about that. And, I see this is confusing, right? Because we're talking about African unity, we're talking about coming together, we're talking about being one. But I feel like as we have more and more of these conversations, we start to realize that we actually don't know each other. Like, we don't know anything about each other. Like, we don't. We think that we do. We'll put the term African, meaning, okay, I came from the continent, so we all came from the continent, so we all should be able to get along, but it's actually not like that. And I think that's one of the reasons, especially why if we come to the West, we do the separationalist thing, because we don't actually know each other. Like, my ancestors didn't go to Somalia. They don't know Somalis. My ancestors didn't go to South Africa. They don't know South Africans. So, if anything, of course, my ancestors know Nigerians. They know Ivorians. They know Togolese. But we don't really know each other like that. And it really surprises me. I think that we get along with countries that are right beside each other, or we know the people of the countries that are right beside each other, but we don't actually know other regions of Africa like that. So it was really interesting because, in the beginning, I was playing the video of the brother who said that, everywhere in Africa is his home. But it's like, no, it's not. Everywhere in Africa isn't your home. Like, if you're from Mozambique, you're not going to fit in Ghana. They'll know you're a foreigner. If you're from Angola, you're not easily going to be able to fit in Nigeria. Like, they'll know that you're a foreigner. So it's like, I do like these platforms where we can come together and have more cultural exchanges, because I didn't know anything about Sudan like that. I didn't know anything about Eritrea. I don't know much about Mozambique. I don't know much about Tanzania. So I do like these platforms where we come together and like share and have cultural exchanges. The only thing is, it's kind of, I'm noticing it's very hard and it's very difficult to have people criticize something that your president or your government is doing, especially if you're residing in that country. I've noticed a lot of Africans in here get very territorial. Like, they have no problem speaking about how much they hate their government, but if you talk about their GDP, if you talk about any news that you heard about their country, then it's like they get very, very offended. So I find that dynamic to be very, very interesting. Um, was there a group of Africans that I missed, though? Was there a group of Africans that you guys think I missed, though, on the title? Just curious. No, I cannot. I'm sorry. Maybe next time. Listen, this is the thing about me, right? Somebody will click the link and I'll literally let them talk for like another 2 hours, because that's just how I am. So I'd rather just not have anybody come on. If anyone has anything to say, they could type it in the comment section and I'll read it real quick before I leave. Congolese? I don't. Okay, maybe it's because I'm in an Anglophone country and I'm in the Anglophone part of the country. But I don't really see Congolese like that. Like, I don't even hear Congolese talk. Seriously, like, I don't. So when people on the panel were saying that the Congolese in the UK are problematic, I'm just like, what? I don't see them being problematic over here, but I guess that's just a different element that I have not noticed. And you guys are talking about something completely different in the comment section too. Niger, sorry about that. You came in a bit late, but we'll do another conversation like this. But yeah, I think that's everything. I guess no one else has anything to add. So yeah, we'll talk next time. Thanks everybody for being here, and yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Bye.